now it's over, the moment is gone. I followed my hands, not my head. I know I was wrong. Oh, I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been some kind of kiss. I should have walked away. I should have walked away. Oh, I just died in your arms tonight. It must have been something you said. I just died in your arms tonight. Oh, I just died.
This hit that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot, hot damn. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot, hot damn. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot, hot damn. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot, hot damn. And my band bout that money, break it down. Girls hit your hallelujah. Girls hit your hallelujah. Girls hit your hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-yo. Don't believe me, just watch. Yeah. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Believe me, just watch. Don't 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 believe me, just watch. Hey, 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 oh, stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some liquor in it. Take a sip, sign the check. Julio, get the stretch. Ride to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop Skippy. I'm too hot, hot damn. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot, hot damn. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot, too hot, hot damn. Bitch, say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot, hot damn. And my band about money, break it down. Girls hit your hallelujah. Girls hit your hallelujah. Girls hit your hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Come on. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-yo. Don't believe me, just watch. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Before we leave, let me tell you hell. Let me tell you something with Uptown. Funk you up, uptown.
So you see I've gotten this far. Please give me some place to rage. I'm not trying to go there, so take me away. Life sometimes pisses me off. It's never a good trip for me. Every time I reach for love, it's taken away. Night, so I play. Give me a sign this is day. Give me some patience, so I pray. It's time to die. Is that what I want? There's nothing wrong wanting to be loved. Is there something wrong with me? For once in my life, I'd like to be really set free. Let me be me. Night, so I play. Give me a sign this is day. Give me some patience, so I pray. It's time to die. Is that what I want? Hey, take me away. Take it away. Take me away. Take it away. Night, so I play. Give me a sign this is day. Give me some patience, so I pray. It's time to die. Is that what I want? Night, so I play. Give me a sign this is day. Give me some patience, so I pray. It's time to die. Is that what I want? Take me away. Take me away. Take me away. Take me away. Take it away.
Until this time will remain mercifully. Yes and no. Would you like the storm of it? Yes, yes. How would you? I'm sure you'll see.
So you think you can tell heaven from hell, blue skies from pain? Can you tell a green field from a cold steel rail, a smile from a veil? Do you think you can tell? Did they get you to trade your heroes for ghosts, hot ashes for trees, hot air for a cool breeze, cold comfort for change? Did you exchange a walk on part in the war for a lead role in the cave? Just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year, running over the same old ground. What in a fishbowl, year after year, running over the same old ground. What have we found? The same old fears. Wish you were here.
There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying the stairway to heaven. When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed, with a word, she can get what she came for. And she's buying the stairway to heaven. There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure, 'cause you know, sometimes words have two meanings. In a tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings. Sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven. Ooh, it makes me wonder. Ooh, it makes me wonder. There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving. In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the trees, and the voices of those who stand looking. Ooh, it makes me wonder. Ooh, it makes me wonder. And it's whispered that soon, if we all call a tune, then the piper will lead us to reason, and a new day will dawn for those who stand alone. The forest will echo with laughter. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. It makes me wonder. If there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just a spring clean for the May Queen. Yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run, and there's still time to change the road you're on. Ooh, it makes me wonder. Oh, 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 oh. The head is humming and it won't go, in case you don't know. The piper's calling you to join him. Dear lady, can you hear the wind blow? And did you know the stairway lies on the whispering wind? As we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our soul. There walks a lady we all know, who shines white light and wants to show how everything still turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come to you at last. When all I want is all, yeah, to be a rock and not to roll. And she's buying us stairway.
This is XboxEra. We're an independent, community-funded publication focused on providing the best coverage and discussion of your favourite platform, Xbox. With best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and awesome merch, XboxEra.com is your destination for the best news, reviews, and features focused on what you care about. With shows like the XboxEra podcast, headlines, and a whole heap of Patreon-exclusive content, we're proud to be an independent publication completely funded by you. If you value having an outlet truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can become one of the cool kids by supporting us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us grow even larger. Thank you for your support. Everything XboxEra does is only made possible by our community and the growing army of incredible Patreon supporters. Our executive producers and MVPs are an amazingly generous bunch, only shown up by the incredible support of our grand benefactors, Cryat56 and Assassin Entertainment. All of this under the watchful eye of our lovely Xbox Era CEO, Torn Raptor. This community is the best one on the internet, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra and pledge your support.
Rolling the intro now. Hello, I accidentally hit we're live. Oops. Rolling the intro now.
Mistake.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to episode 261. That's right, isn't it? Yeah, 261 of the Xbox Era podcast. We're here to discuss the latest in gaming from across the industry, but overall, we're focused on absolutely nobody's favorite platform, Xbox. We're obviously fiercely independent and community publication, and it's made possible by our wonderful community, in particular, our beautiful patrons. Big shout outs to all our MVPs, executive producers, but especially our grand benefactors, Croat56 and Assassin.
And
our
Kevin
wonderful CEO,
S.,
Thor
who
Raptor.
just joined the grand benefactors. We have 3 now.
Really?
Yeah, let me update that. John didn't bother fixing this because he doesn't care about them. But Nick and I do, so I will immediately fix this. Right. We love you, Kevin S.,
Well,
Croat56 and
thank
Assassin.
you, Kevin S.
And
Yeah,
of course,
another grand benefactor.
the main one, our CEO, who I stepped over.
Yes, Torn Raptor. And this week, as you can see, I am hosting. So buckle up because it's going to be a rough ride. But I am joined by my bestie, Rand. How you going, Rand?
Yeah, it's going all right. And you're the host. It really does seem like John doesn't like me because I'm only ever on this show when John's not here. So is there some tension?
No, it's because if you're on with me, it means it's going to be like a 6-hour show, and John doesn't like long shows.
Will it be a 6-hour show though? Not a lot going on in the gaming world. Well, I mean, kind of is, but it's only like relegated to a couple things. I don't know. Could we pull a 6-hour show out of this?
Nick can pull a 6-hour show out of anything because he will also have a lot of Nintendo to talk about.
Well, see, but then I'm gone. I'll leave. So.
And of course, Jesse is here as always, pushing all the buttons.
Hello, I pushed the wrong one to start. That's why you got that fun,
semi-smoothly.
Fun little Easter egg hello before the intro rolled.
Yep. So, how's things, guys? Pretty good? Everyone's here in the chat. Hi,
Yep.
chat.
Brand, if I had to guess,
here.
are you also playing Doom?
What?
We can't talk about
No, I'm playing Expedition 33.
it.
Okay.
I am into Doom.
SJ's here in the chat, who's been trading Pokemon cards with me. Pokemon TCG. I've got almost every card of the old sets now. Trav's here.
I can feel Rand pulling away.
Ben Angelo's here in the chat. Who else is here in the chat? Nissan Hauer, Hebs, Britt. Hi, everyone.
TG2K.
How are you all?
MVP
Yeah.
Hebs and executive producer Britt.
Yep. Astral Frost, formerly Noctis.
Mm.
How are we, guys? Hope you're all good on this Saturday night / Sunday morning.
Yeah, what
Sunday
time is it?
morning for me.
What days are you? Sunday.
Sunday
what time?
morning, like 7:30 in the morning.
Oh man, that's rough.
Mm-hmm.
That's
We
rough.
went to-
No wonder you could do 5-6 hour shows because it's crack of the dawn for you in Australia and your family not getting up for hours yet.
His wife will bring
Yeah,
him coffee most times.
Oh,
Well, this room now is much more acoustically conducive to a podcast.
Yeah.
And I've got like you can just see it in the corner there. I've got like a towel down across the bottom of the door to hopefully help with sound escaping from the room.
Nick, you've also got something in the background there that I now have as
Yeah.
well. It's all the U.S. orders for Console Wars Kickstarter have shipped. Unlike Nick, mine is open, but Nick did also. Are you getting 2? I forget. I think John's gonna try and send you another one. But yeah, I opened mine up. It's very nice. I'm alone here and everyone hates me. I don't have any friends, so I doubt I'll ever play it. But I did open it up and go through. Keep an eye out on our socials, because if you did not back the Kickstarter, it will be up on Amazon later this month. In the US, it's probably going to cost a little more.
Yeah.
I can't avoid it.
Tariffs.
No, market conditions. Nobody says the T word,
right.
or else you get yelled at by an entire government.
Do you?
Mhm.
We had our election last night, and the existing government, just won again.
Which almost never
Which is,
happens
I
for you.
guess, the Australian equivalent of the Democrats won, the Australian version. Apparently, I was at the football watching Collingwood lose, so I wasn't really keeping an eye
So
on
we're
it.
going to see Ryckert in here later making fun of you.
Maybe, but yeah. Anyway, let's move on. What have we been playing, everyone?
I am loving the ever-loving hell out of Expedition 33.
Would I lie?
I cannot,
So does everyone.
I can't get enough of this game. I am where am I? I just finished Old Lumiere in Act 2, Jesse.
Mm.
I'm level 39, I think, with all the characters, or roughly around that.
I ended up finishing up near like 100, but it's because there's one thing you can do very late that you just go. And I leveled like 40 times doing it.
And the game is just constantly, it's just, I don't know, breath of fresh air. And like, look, I'm someone who used to love turn-based RPGs. They were like my favorite genre back during the PS1, PS2 days. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about that. And I think it's like I really got into turn-based RPGs, and you can call me basic for this, but the one that finally caught my eye was Final Fantasy VII. During the
3D
PS1.
didn't feel good.
That
Like
was
most
everyone.
games did not feel great to play, but whereas when things were slow, you could just really have good strategic systems that were very fun.
But so the thing is like, I remember watching those commercials for Final Fantasy VII on the TV, and there's like the biggest movie of the year is it at your local theater. It's on the play. And I distinctly remember like watching that and being like, that looks so cool. But also at the time in my life then, I would have been in high school. So I would have been like 15 or 16, I think 14 or 15, like around 15. That was also when I started to read for pleasure rather than like, oh, I have to read a book for school. Right? It was my sophomore year of high school. A teacher assigned like, hey, read these books. And there was like a series. It was the first 2 books in a series called Magician Apprentice and Magician Master. They're both like high fantasy books. And I loved those 2 books so much, I immediately went out and read like the next 6 books in the series. And I never like, because I'd read Ender's Game as a kid, and I'd read like Hobbit, and I'd read 1984 and all that stuff. But I never actually went out and like wanted to read. It was like stuff that was assigned. So that was, suddenly I was like, I love this. I love the story. I love these characters. I want to get more of it. And that's eventually how I discovered Wheel of Time and Song of Ice and Fire and all that sort of stuff, right? Like, started reading like Stephen King and stuff. But that was also around the time I started to get really into JRPGs, and I think it's because I wanted to read epic stories, but then I also wanted epic stories and characters for my games. And I feel like the only ones that were giving it to you at the time were those RPGs. So like, I wasn't necessarily like, a fan of the turn-based combat. It was more of a way to get to the story and the characters, that you kind of just like put up with like the turn-based stuff. And I kind of got away from the turn-based RPGs. I recently played Metaphor ReFantasia in January, and I liked it. I mean, I wouldn't say I loved it. I think I gave it like an 8. I have a lot of quibbles with that game, but overall, I really enjoyed it. And then I started Expedition 33, and it's so amazing. I don't know. I can't believe these are people who are ex-Ubisoft devs, because there's like no traces of the Ubisoft DNA in the game whatsoever. And it's this like fusion of turn-based RPGs, but also like Sekiro, which, you know, so it makes all the combat encounters something that you usually kind of just like gloss over and you just press buttons and you watch things unfold. Now you're like actively engaged in it because you have to parry at the right time or you could dodge. And, you know, like, so like the gameplay is constantly keeping your attention, and it's, you know, the story itself is really good. They got twists and turns. I love all the characters, and the game is gorgeous. I can't get enough of it, man.
So I asked this last week, and I'll ask you since you're talking about it. Throughout my gaming life, I haven't been a JRPG guy, like, at all. There's been a small handful I've loved. So there was, like, Blue Dragon, Grandia, Skies of Arcadia, Pokemon, the early ones, like Red, Yellow, Gold, whatever. Would this be one of those rare ones that I like?
I mean, the only way to really know is for you to play it. I mean, it depends, I suppose.
You just have to be willing to actually watch every cutscene. Like, you can skip the dialogue the moment you've read it. Feel free to skip, even though the voice acting is very good. You'll save a lot of time. I know how your brain thinks, but this game is entirely about the story and how the gameplay feeds into that and everything being interconnected. The gameplay is fun for what it is, but it is a story-first game. And it is unbelievably anime trope-wise without any anime-style writing or acting, which I think, like, anyone here is, it's JRPG loving. Like, yeah, each character plays like a different JRPG series. Like, they're
Lune is a mage, black mage or whatever, right? They you know, they all have that stuff. But how much do you like parrying and dodging in games? Like, when do you like playing Sekiro and all that stuff? Like,
you can make it
I haven't
easier.
played Sekiro, but I don't mind those sorts of combat systems.
Well, you might enjoy. You see, the problem for you, like Jesse says, is you like to skip everything. And I'm not sure.
This game's a 6 if you skip everything, or like a 3.
I'm not sure. I would want you to play the game if you're just gonna press start and skip all the cutscenes.
But aren't you enjoying the actual gameplay?
The gameplay is entirely tied to knowing the story. So the gameplay is enjoyable because you know what's going on in the story and everything. And it's, I would say this game for me was a 9. I gave it a 9.5. If I skipped all the cutscenes and I didn't pay attention to any of them or was just skipping all the dialogue, I don't know, like a 3 or a 4. Like, it's almost entirely about the story.
Yeah, I mean, the story is the driving factor of, like, what you're doing while you're there. Like, the gameplay's great, but, like, if you separated just, like, the gameplay from the story, not so much.
It's the exact same thing over and over again. Press A at the right time on these attacks in the same way. Press right bumper or B or A, depending if you're jumping, dodging, you're doing the gradient counter later with the right trigger. It's always the same. Like, because you have to get that timing down really well. But if you're not invested in anything except for the gameplay, you're going to be really bored of it in like 2 hours at the most, because it's extremely repetitive on purpose.
Yeah, he wouldn't even get through the prologue.
No. Because it's in the entire prologue, and that's all friggin' John played, and he's like, I don't think this is for me. I'm like, John, the prologue, like, if you didn't get invested in the story at all and how good that prologue is, yep, it's not for you. But also, you haven't seen most of the game. Like,
you haven't
the prologue,
seen any of the game.
Yeah, the prologue is just setting you up to go actually start and play. That's why it's called prologue and not Act 1. John and Nick are frustrating with how they look at video games sometimes.
I mean,
all the time.
It's a sad state of affairs.
Yeah.
But at least we have Jesse, though.
I'll just say this. If you hear the word anime, and my cat's going to knock my friggin' mic into my face, I know it, because he's trying to move it around. If you hear anime and you're like, I can't do anime, it's not. It is Western. It's just using tropes people are used to in anime in like the most brilliant, best ways, because it's really, really well written, believable dialogue, and it's a super cool premise that is surpassed greatly by where its story eventually goes. Like, it's incredibly well done, but it's very specific what it's trying to be. It's not going to be for everyone. Like, it's not going to be some big 30 million player game. It's a specific thing you have to want to take out of it, and that is, I'm here for the story. And this gameplay is pretty fun too. But you have to be there for the story, or else there's no point in playing it.
Yeah, it's a brilliant fusion of the two. And then the music. Oh, music. So good. So good.
I'm just happy. Like, I'm genuinely happy though that this faux AAA game made by a small team is finding so much success. Like, from an industry perspective, I'm glad it's doing as well as it's doing.
Yeah.
Like, to me, it sends the right messages that, hey guys, you don't need a team of 1,000 people.
Sometimes you do.
To make this bloated, open world thing. Like,
well, did you read the article from Schreier where he was going in on them and the price range upping that we'll get into later? But it's also like, there have also been unbelievably successful games that do have all that. The risk is a lot higher, but they can still make a lot more. And then every once in a while, for every one of these that's hit, there's also been like 200-300 releases this year that didn't. So you can't just always look at the biggest successes. But yeah.
I'm just saying it's good that this is finding success. I wish more games like this would.
And with GTA 6 now next year, this right now might be the front runner for Game of the Year.
Yeah, would be. It would be.
You know,
they'll hand it to Ghost.
I mean, are they indie? Because they are
Stranding.
published by Kepler. So I mean, technically, I don't know.
They're
What
an
the label
independent
is,
studio.
But
But Kepler's a rather big publisher, so yeah, who knows?
Yeah,
it's
so it's
nebulous.
It's because right now, like, I don't even know what would be the game of the. It's like you probably have Split Fiction, Blueprints, this game, maybe Monster Hunter Wilds or something.
Yeah, there's more coming. You get Doom coming soon. That might have a shot. Death Stranding 2
Doom and
and
Death Stranding 2 and
Ghost of
Yote
Yote will also be up. Yeah, they'll all be up there. Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yote will be nominated.
Wide open without
else.
GTA.
Something else might come out of nowhere too.
Do you think Mario Kart World will make it, Nick?
It'll win Best Racing Game.
You
And
think
people will
Donkey
laugh.
Kong will?
Hold on, Metroid Prime 4.
God, I've tried playing Metroid Prime 1 and 2 and 3. I've tried them all.
Oh, come
Do
on.
nothing for me. Absolutely nothing.
Metroid Prime 4 is a shot.
I'm so tired of this game. Oh, it has a
100%
shot.
It is.
It shouldn't.
It's going to be nominated.
Yeah.
It's going to be nominated. So, Jesse, I'm sure you've been playing a hell of a lot.
Yeah, I can't talk about any of it.
Oh,
I
really?
have a review for Revenge of the Savage Planet coming next week, which is coming to day one to Game Pass. Super interesting story around that one. It was, they were owned by Google's Stadia division as, I forget the name, but they've reformed after being shut down by Google Stadia. They reformed as Raccoon Logic and got back the control of their IP from Journey to the Savage Planet, which was an okay first-person shooter. Mostly is like 4 or 5 hours long if you just did the story, but then you could spend about twice that doing exploration. They've moved to third person with Revenge of the Savage Planet. It is day one in Game Pass, though it does not seem to be Play Anywhere, which is a weird. It's just the way it's set up on the store right now. I have no idea because I reviewed it on
Studios.
Steam. Yeah, Typhoon.
Typhoon Studios. Yeah.
Typhoon was owned by Stadia within Google. When that was shut down, they were gone. So I'll have a review for that. The only other thing besides Doom, which I'll have a review for next Friday, the 9th, a full 3 day, 3-ish days before its early access actual day one launch, at 10 a.m. May 9th. I'll have a review for that. Almost done. The only thing I've been playing, the only thing I've been playing that I can talk about was John and I played Arc Raiders on a Hangout stream last night, and
I saw that.
I'll say after playing a bunch of marathons alpha and never really clicking with it, whether I was in a group or solo, Arc Raiders is really good. A lot of fun, looks great, runs well, feels way more polished and finished than Marathon does at this point, but it does not have an actual release date yet. John and I played with his buddy. Oh crap! I don't want to say the wrong name.
Who was that? Who was that?
I think it's the tall guy from last year at Gamescom, if I remember correctly. Foxy?
Fox?
Yeah, Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the other
Fox, I
guy.
think.
Not the.
Is that who that was?
Yep. And he's very good. So it's a 1,000,000% typical extraction shooter. It just looks really nice, plays really well, and has phenomenal like vibes in it, which I never got in Marathon. It's imagine if the Division had no cover system. It kind of looks and feels like that. A little more deliberate on your guns and stuff, especially because the lower level ones we had were but really tense, really cool atmospherics, fantastic audio design, and just a bog standard extraction shooter otherwise, which is Marathon isn't nearly as bog standard, but I think I prefer the bog standard after playing both. It's do a run, go in, get shit, get back, and you've got all of these different experience meters to raise up with all these different factions, build stuff out, get better gear, do more of it. Just that constant loop. They'll probably do wipes and all that type of stuff that Tarkov and all the rest do. It's just really fun. It felt very good. I was playing on Xbox. It's fully got full crossplay and everything in already because John and Fox were on PC, I believe, and I was on console. Played together, no problem. Looked and ran great. Even though I was on British servers, so my latency wasn't great fighting other people, but I was able to kick the shit out of robots. So that closed alpha is going on now, and if that one comes out this year, highly recommend checking it out. Depending, I think it's $40. So if you got a group, especially, seems pretty darn good.
$40.
So
I thought Arc Raiders was free to play.
Is it?
Could have sworn
maybe
it was free to play. I don't know.
They have 3 battle passes, so you're probably right.
You'd have to check Google.
How much does Arc Raiders cost?
I think it was originally
$40.
going to be premium, and then so it is premium because I could have remembered.
It was announced as free to play, but shifted to premium model.
Okay,
We're both right.
Really?
Because free to play is just you've got to have non-stop content and microtransactions and shit. And I think more people are realizing when it's like a group game, you can get a bunch of people to buy to play with each other and also have some microtransactions. Like Tarkov's $50. Even Path of Exile, which is free to play once it comes out in full, has a $370 version. Like people, that's the one they sent me. I was very confused why people were making fun of me when I put all this shit on. And then I realized, they think I'm an idiot whale. I was like, no, I just got randomly sent the wrong code, I think.
Wow.
But yeah, Arc Raiders is fun. I has no date or anything, but if they ever have an open beta, highly suggest people check it out. It was a good few hours we played.
You are also playing Doom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can't talk about it.
No.
But you can talk about what you think of our 15 minutes of footage that we took, right?
Funny enough, I had never watched the whole thing on purpose because I didn't want to get spoiled. And I have gone back now to see if it was different at all or anything. Can't talk about that.
Yeah.
But I do think one thing I didn't know until I just somehow completely missed it until I read Fairy's thing last month is you sprint.
Yeah.
There is sprint in Doom again for the first time since Doom 3. I know talking with Fairy and other people who had played it, they said it feels natural because it doesn't feel like you're slow when you're not doing it. It's just some of the levels are so big that they were getting to check out from, I think it was like the first 2 or 3 of the first levels. We weren't able to show any of the dragon or mech stuff, but we showed 15 minutes of Fairy in like an open level. And so it was just nice to be able to sprint when you were trying to get to another area. But in combat, he wasn't using it at all or anything.
Yeah.
It looked very nice.
You
There.
use it in combat, or you just you can use
he
it
said he
when
didn't
you're
feel
just
the
going
need
from
to.
place to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like he wasn't constantly feeling like, I've got to use sprint to get away from stuff in combat.
Hey,
He
you
just-
remember when Halo fans bitched about sprint being added to Halo?
They
So
bitched about
dumb.
everything.
Nobody hates Halo
so
more than
dumb.
Halo fans, huh?
Oh yeah, and I had that
right.
fight forever on this channel on the You Had Me at Halo podcast, was just like, if you guys want this free-to-play multiplayer to take off, you got to let them do every stupid little IP crossover they can. And they wouldn't let them do anything. Cool samurai armor, they got pissed. Like, the cat ears went up, everyone bought them, and they were like, roar, and mad. It's like, you are a big part of the problem.
So what do you? So okay, Arc Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
Probably will get a release date. I would imagine at the Summer Games Fest show.
Mm.
Because I think that's when they shadow dropped the finals. Not last year. Maybe it was the year before. I forget how long the finals.
If it's
has
not
been out now.
Microsoft show, it's pretty much just always there.
Yeah, so I would imagine there's. Do you think it's intentional? Marathon closed alpha, then also, hey, also we have a closed alpha or whatever it is for Arc Raiders at the same time in
And
the
this one
same
was
genre.
Couldn't talk about the first one, but this one was available. to
I'm just
talk
saying,
about.
do you think it's deliberate because it's like, okay, a lot of eyes are on Marathon and Bungie because this is their first game since Destiny. There's been kind of a mixed reaction to it. Some people are like, it's not hardcore enough for the hardcore, and it's not, maybe it's too casual. And then during the same time frame, here comes another extraction shooter that you said, and I've seen other people say is like more polished, seems closer to release, seems like a better game in general.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it like everybody who talks about Arc Raiders is like, because we had Paris on yesterday for Xbox 2, and he was like, I played Arc Raiders, and he's like, and my first thought was Marathon needs to be delayed 6 months.
Marathon, the all the rumors about Marathon were that they wanted 2026, but Destiny 2 stopped making the money was not making the money they had thought it was going to, and so Sony's like, no, it has to come out this year, because I get it why from Sony, but also it's a really stupid thing to do with a live service game. You just if it's not ready, you shouldn't do it, because that initial impression means a ton. As far as your action, because otherwise they're going to have to spend forever building it back up and trying to get people back in. And Sony doesn't do that. Like Ubisoft does that better than everyone, and then Microsoft's right with them. And then Sony has no idea how to actually support anything like that. Nintendo's probably the only one worse. But yeah, it was 5 days ago they announced it, so it would have been well after Marathon had been talked about and set up. And they let people stream this one and talk about this one, and they hadn't let that be the case. So,
well,
I
sort of feel like, because Marathon's coming out on the 23rd, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would not be surprised if like we get at the Summer Games Fest. Oh, Arc Raiders coming September 16th. Like a week before, or like even a week later, or something like that, where it's like. Because I don't know, like the fact that you're running your beta during or whatever this is during marathons with the same type of game, and now everyone's like, "Oh, this is the one."
Yep.
I could definitely see them being like, "Fuck it, let's take their thunder, let's take their users."
You are much like we'll talk about later with Expedition 33 and Oblivion. You are riding that wave of it's already in people's minds, so people are like, "Oh shit. This RPG's out. I love it. Oh shit, another RPG's coming out. Oh, let me see. It's getting amazing reviews." Well, you got Marathon coming out. It's a Bungie game. You got all the resident huge Bungie fans and all the influencers and content creators they brought out to do coverage on it, talking about this big extraction shooter, extraction. And then people start talking about this other one. And now these guys that were streaming Marathon, they're all streaming the Arc Raiders. And because when we were streaming, it was like almost 100,000 people watching it on Twitch. And I imagine that was very, very good marketing for them, because extraction shooters in general are big time social things. Like people love the tension and seeing this person that's got this gear they worked months for, and they died once and it's all gone. And now this other guy's got it, or they got somebody else's amazing legendary kit. So it's just smart marketing in this day and age, where the focus unfortunately ends up being more centered around influencers and creators who don't have the same focus on ethical standards that generally the press purports itself to. I think some of us agree it doesn't always have it, but at least they try. So yeah, I think it was a very smart move if indeed they were getting this out there and letting it be public this time, because they saw people were a little lukewarm on Marathon.
Speaking of Marathon, I tried to play Marathon, and I think I made a mistake picking Xbox for my code. So I tried it again. Took forever to get into that tutorial level for some reason. It's only
North America, so it's probably. I wouldn't be surprised if you're trying to connect to here.
Yeah, probably. and I played that tutorial like level where they introduce you to the mechanics and stuff. And I was like, the first thing I immediately noticed about the game was how slow you feel in every way, shape, and form. Like, base running speed is treacle slow. Your time to ADS is like 7 hours. And it's just, I don't know.
A lot of it's
weird.
the point of the genre of getting the better loot and the better gear to be able to do a lot of that stuff better.
But
I think
the UI is really bad.
the UI is terrible. It also looks
The
really
UI is,
bad
like, really
outdoors.
bad.
Yeah. Indoors, the game looks
the
okay.
graphics I was fine with.
Yeah, it's
the graphics I was
okay.
fine with.
But outdoors, I think it looks a hell of a lot worse than it does indoors. There's something with their lighting or whatnot. But that's only the alpha part.
I saw people bagging the graphics. I actually thought it was quite pretty myself. I like the style of it and all that sort of stuff. So visually, it was fine for me. I prefer how it looks to, say, Destiny. My issue was the UI. That UI is not good. So whoever's designing that UI at Bungie, it feels like this person, I shouldn't say like person, it's probably a team, but like it just feels a little bit fart sniffy. Like they're like, oh, look how trendy and cool, and look at, it looks all pixely and it looks all nice and minimalist, but not minimalist because there's shit everywhere. And just, it was so difficult for me to just know what the hell was going on because of how bad the UI was. Like, I thought I was just moving a gun from one place to another, and then all of a sudden I lost credits. I was like, oh, did I just buy something? It's like, it didn't, like, I had no idea I was buying a gun. I just thought I was moving a gun. Like, it just, I don't know. It's just a really bad UI. That's the UI is like my number one issue with the game. Shooting feels okay. It's fine. Again, I quite like the graphics. I think it looks nice.
It doesn't pop as much as I thought it should with how colorful it is. It's probably an HDR thing, and they'll have it fixed again by launch, if not shortly after. But it looks fine. It's not bad. It just wasn't like I wasn't wowed or anything.
I don't mind how it looks myself. But then I tried to get into a game, and it's just, I was literally waiting almost 10 minutes. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to bother with this anymore. So I just quit and uninstalled it because it was just, I don't know. It just felt like a lot to me.
Well, it's got the problem again, like Conquered had, where Conquered was fine. It wasn't bad. Like, it had bad character designs. They were very generic and boring. But as a game, but as a hero shooter, it wasn't going for Call of Duty. It was going for hero shooter, and hero shooters have long TDK.
Didn't like it.
Yeah, it was fine. It wasn't great, and I'm having a similar issue with Marathon, where there's no one part of it that would make me want to really play it and check it out and spend any money on it, which is the hardest thing to differentiate yourself in with things like this. I think
if it released. I was going to say, if Marathon released free to play, I'd probably give it a go when it fully comes out, but not at what's going to be probably Australian $60. Nah, no way. No thanks. What else? I went, now that I've got my room set up. What do you think of my room, Rand? Do you like my new room?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little, I thought it would have more things, but,
What do you mean?
I don't know. It sort of seems like there's more you can add, I guess.
It's not finished. I don't want to just...
Well, I mean, you didn't lead with, here's my room, and it's not finished. You said, here's my room.
I should have said it's not finished, because I said it last week, so I forgot. Sorry. Yes, it's not 100% finished yet, but I don't want to just OD the room with stuff either. Like, I'd like to keep it a little minimal, at least
a little minimal. Okay. I mean, so when are you putting up a Nintendo plaque on the wall?
I don't know. I've got, I do have my Switch here, but you can't really see it. There's going to be a couch. I'm going to get a single-seater couch there because I can't play games on this thing. But the TV's right there. So I need to get a couch, and I'm going to get like a couple of like an RGB LED lamp, like a lamp, and probably along the roof, which you won't be able to see, but you should be able to see the light come down. So there'll be a couple of little things here and there. But yeah, I mean, I like it. I just don't like playing games on this chair right now and just turning around and looking up like this. I don't enjoy that. So it's sort of turning me off playing a little bit. But I did manage to jump back into South of Midnight a little bit. But I'm unfortunately, my OCD is getting to me with South of Midnight, and it's forcing me to play the game the wrong way because I'm trying to get all the collectibles as I go, and if I don't get them, I restart the level to get the missing collectibles. So that's the wrong way to play the game, and I acknowledge that.
The game lets you go back when you're done. You can choose continue and just select the level.
I know, but I just want to do it as I'm there doing it.
Do
you know what I mean? Like I don't want to go back, keep going back.
I guess I'm lucky. I've never cared at all about collectibles or achievements.
Yeah, I still care a little bit about collectibles, especially in a game like that. Still enjoying South of Midnight. It's like a really, again, I'll say again, it's very solid. It is a solid game. It's not great. It's not, oh my God, it's so good. Not a Game of the Year contender. It's just very, very solid, and I'm enjoying it for what it is. I don't mind it.
I mean, it's easily Compulsion's best game they've ever made.
Yes,
by a far margin.
And he's saying solid as a gameplay because he probably has no idea what the story is.
I haven't been watching the story.
Yeah, which of that game again is mostly about the story.
That's why I wish just developers would just can't skip cutscenes first playthrough, second playthrough. You can.
Yeah.
Just so Nick can and everybody else.
See, they did the opposite here. You can just skip the combat outside of bosses.
And you know what? I played through the game once, played through the game again, but with everything skippable, combat, chase sequences, and bosses. I actually left the bosses on because they were sort of fun to do.
Mm-hmm.
This might be a hot take, but I think the game flows better without combat and chase sequences.
Oh yeah, because he's watching the story, Nick. It's a really good story.
I honestly think, because like when you come up to a combat encounter, if you have it enabled, you can press like the view button and you can just skip it, and then you go right to just taking the thing down, and then you get the little vision. I think the game's pacing is like much better if you just like skip it all. Because the combat is okay. It's nothing special. It doesn't really improve from the first time you do it to like the end. You just kind of like your abilities just like make you do more damage, and like the variations of the enemies aren't really anything to talk about. So it's like, and I never was anyone who was like, oh, another combat thing. You know what I mean? So it was like, it was like whatever. I did it, and I was like, okay, fine,
it's fine.
Yeah,
but if I was going to replay again, yeah.
But when I replayed it, I skipped everything, and I'm like, I actually think it's better skipping everything, especially those chase sequences. I hated those chase sequences. And I know the whole story reason, look, she's a runner and blah, blah, blah. The chase sequences were just bad. They were just like bad to me.
Did you ever die the entire time the first way through?
In a chase sequence?
Just in the game at all?
God, I have.
Yes, I did.
I did not. And I upped it to hard, and I still never did. And so
I think I died the first time to Totam. I think he killed me because I almost died to him. What did to him?
No, his attacks, especially the lunge one, extremely specific timing on when to dodge.
So I know I died to him.
Yeah, because I didn't mind the chase sequences or the bosses or anything, but I was also like, oh, this is probably way too easy, and I bumped it up to hard, and I still never died. It's not like I'm bragging.
I've been falling in water. I've been dying in platforming.
No. You don't.
Well, I mean,
lose
if you
health.
fall in water, you just lose health.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, true. You don't actually die. You just lose health. Sorry. Yeah. That's right. You don't die. It's still weird. You can't swim, but anyway.
I also, no spoilers, but man, did the ending of that game come abrupt. It honestly feels like they had to change something and rejigger something because the final boss isn't a boss. You know, like it's just, I won't say, but
the thing they built up to, I think, was built up to, and the other thing was just more reckoning, not a. It was never something I thought you were going to have to fight. I thought it was something you have to talk to, and I was curious how they were going to do it.
What I thought was going to be the final boss ended up not being the final boss. Considering how the story ended up going, you're kind of like led to believe, sort of like this might be the thing, like the final boss. and then it's really not, and it's kind of like shoot away to the side. I don't know. I'd give you my full thoughts on it, but
No, it's not
Nick
a
hasn't
spoiler
finished
because
it
nothing
either.
ever comes of it. But I was
I don't
always
care about
curious.
spoilers.
Well, just for the people in chat who haven't played it yet, this isn't a
yeah,
spoiler.
I don't want to spoil people in
Rant said
chat.
Nick. Rant said Nick. Don't do it.
Well,
for
also I don't
me.
want to spoil
don't
anybody
care.
in chat, but there were some other news about Compulsion. They reached 1 million players for the game,
Yeah.
which is more than I thought they would have. They also sort of said, I don't know, maybe Jesse has the info offhand.
I didn't,
but
but it was the
there's
game
no-
rant, right? Yeah.
there's no mandate to use generative AI in games from Xbox,
Of course not.
and they're not required to make Call of Duty type blockbusters at Xbox. They're in like a different sort of place there or whatever. It's not.
Did you ever hear the God, I forget, was it it was a financial podcast that Matt Booty was on like a year or two ago, where he literally talked about they've got their big blockbuster, they've got their artsy fartsy, and they've got their live servicey. And this is obviously they're in the artsy fartsy. They get to take their time, make something going for awards and for art and
They
craft.
get to do the passion projects. Let's say.
Like they've got their different focuses at different studios, which is why also
like
part of
Ninja
the
Theory.
the thing with Schreier's
Double
article.
Fine.
It's like they have shown a proclivity to let this teams make the games they want at the scope they want. Like Avowed was a bigger scope, and then they pulled it down and pulled it back and took away from being multiplayer and all that type of stuff, and had time to rework stuff and make it work well for single player. Like they've shown. Yeah, like Call of Duty is going to go to $80 if they can get people to pay $80 for it. And,
Absolutely.
yeah, like they're going to have their big games. If Doom was coming out later this year,
Sure,
probably
it would be
$80.
$80.
Yeah. But like Clockwork Revolution, Everwild, I don't know. Those might be the games that stick at 70 or 60. Like I don't think they're
Or
going to
maybe
just have.
even free to play. Who knows?
Yeah, like
For Everwild, maybe.
Yeah, if
depending
it's a
on
big
how it is.
multiplayer thing, it could be. They have all of those different things covered. Like it's very much the thing we're trying with at a teeny little tiny scale of diversifying with having console wars and doing all these different things, the book projects, like just trying to have as many things covered so that when shit hits the fan, like it really has in gaming where, yeah, there's more money than ever, but it's going to a very select set of games and everything below that's having a really hard time getting funding. Like they've got all these different things covered, and Compulsion is allowed to, much like if Ninja Theory wants to do another Hellblade, they'll do another Hellblade, despite so many people in gaming coverage saying, oh, I hope they're not forced to. It's like, I don't think any of them are forced to do anything. Like you go to the Coalition to work on Gears. Like it's not a you must do this type of thing. And they also said in the Game Rant article, it's like, yeah, they don't mandate generative AI because I think we all know that Phil really hates it and doesn't see a use for it in gaming. But the game preservation and all that type of shit that's the corporate marketing mandate to try and make investors and shareholders happy. Because look, we're doing this stuff in gaming and nothing's ever going to come of it. It's just going to be
That's
a waste,
why the next
waste of time.
Xbox is going to be called the Xbox 365 with Copilot, you know?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes.
You know
They
what I
probably
mean?
would too.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good that they're allowed to do whatever they want because
Mm-hmm.
there has been some concerns from fans being like, hey, it didn't look like South of Midnight set the world on fire. It didn't look like Hellblade 2 set the world on fire. And there was, people were concerned that after what happened to Tango Gameworks and the other studios from Bethesda, that could you be in a situation where Ninja Theory gets shut down? Because, you know, Xbox of 2018, when they acquired those studios, that's not the Xbox of 2025, right? That purchased Bethesda and ABK. So maybe it's like, do we need a studio like Compulsion when we have Call of Duty and Blizzard and all these other massive projects and stuff? And it's like, it would be great if the answer to that question is like, no, there's room for those teams. There's room for those teams to make those type of games. And
Oh, yeah,
hopefully
it's,
they continue to do so. Because I felt like South of Midnight was just there. And like just a little bit more. Like
Yeah.
I could definitely see the progress from Contrast, We Happy Few to this.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yes.
all right, like we're almost there.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe another, next one could be the one to kind of,
Yes.
and I sort of feel like not given the chance to do that would be sad. But maybe the studio's not really expensive enough.
Well,
or
they
they
were friggin' 13 people or maybe 20 or 30 people when they were bought, and they're still under 100. Like, I think one of the smarter things they've done is every studio is essentially its own little company that has to pay for itself. Ninja Theory's not in has any issues because even before the year before Hellblade 2 came out, they were profitable just from I think from letting people pay to use their motion capture stuff. So like as a company, they're making money, they're paying for themselves. And a lot of this is tied to, as long as your numbers are okay on sales, but definitely pulling people in on Game Pass, like they can pay for themselves that way because they're not huge. Like even Bethesda's not an enormous company. Like you look at Bungie and people are like, oh, they should have bought Bungie. But Bungie was like 1,600-ish people that it stopped making the money they said it was going to because the management was bad because they were super talented and a really good dev, just seemingly with terrible management. And you look at Compulsion stuff, you look at like Wasteland 3 was the last thing that came out, and that was a long ass time ago. I don't think Clockwork Revolution is going to be a 15 million player game, but in Exile is not that big, so it probably doesn't have to be. Same with Undead Labs. Like State of Decay 3 might be a really, like State of Decay 2 is shockingly popular compared to how much people in gaming coverage talk about it. Because gaming coverage generally is dictated by, am I playing something? Then it's huge. Because like they'll treat Overwatch like it's dead. Even though Overwatch, I think personally, after playing a bit again, is probably the best it's ever been to actually play. And it's getting more and more popular. Like my kid and all his friends, it's all they play.
I agree with you on that aspect, but also I think a lot of it's focused on Steam charts, bro.
Oh, yeah.
You see the numbers on Steam, but people forget Overwatch is mostly played on VNet.
Yeah.
Where the majority of the users are, and the consoles, which we don't see.
You remember
numbers
Starfield?
For.
Like Starfield was, wow, it hit 330,000. That's not nearly as much as some other stuff. The day it said it had like 1.2 million concurrents, which showed you it was about a quarter of, and that was only on Xbox. So imagine what these games do on PlayStation and Switch and all the other stuff as well when they're full multiplayer.
But there is a, I don't even know what I would call it, like this laser vision to constantly talk about Steam numbers all the time.
Because you can go look it up right now.
Isn't it?
It's right there. You can just go and get it.
You can look it up, and it's like game's doing good or game's doing bad based on this. You know,
on this one platform.
Yeah, like I see people posting the marathon stuff all the time to either support the argument that the game needs to be delayed or it's going to be the next Concord or whatever. And then now people are posting the Arc Raiders stuff. And when South of Midnight came out, people were like, look, it couldn't even break 1,000, dude. Like, it's totally dead, you know?
And then you find out, it's got over 1 million people that have played it.
And I was like, yeah, but I'm sure more people are playing it on Xbox PC app because of the Game Pass and then Xbox itself. And so it's like, so do you hear that, like, 1 million people, and then you look at the Steam numbers, and you're like, well, you know where the majority of people played that game, right?
Yeah, not many people bought it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and you know what? Because we very much started to get off on a tangent there. You know what else I randomly out of nowhere decided to play? So
is it one of the 500 game codes I've given you this year that I always feel bad because I know you're not going to play them?
No. So something popped up on my For You talking about, more games added to, play your cloud, play your cloud on your console or whatever. And I was going through and there was a sale on Xbox. Gears Tactics was on sale for $13 Australian. So I'm like, I know it's on Game Pass, but fuck it, I'll buy it. So I bought Gears Tactics. And when I saw the cloud thing, I'm like, why don't I, instead of installing it, why don't I just play it on cloud? So I just started playing Gears Tactics again out of nowhere. I picked up my save because that's how amazing it is. It just picks up my save. And I started playing Gears Tactics again. And I'm like, man, I'm enjoying this more than when I played it the first time.
Gears Tactics was a good game. It just was longer than it should have been.
Oh, was it?
It gets a little repetitive because you have to do very specific things to open the next main quest, and eventually I just was like, I'm enjoying this, but it's busy work.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm still very early. Like, chapter 1, Act 4, or Act
No,
1,
yeah.
Chapter 4, or
The
whatever it
later
is. It's still very
chapters
early
definitely
on.
have a lot of requirements to move forward.
Ah, okay. And I've just added the Coltrane to my team, and I've been mucking around with setting up the gear and all that. And
Mhm.
yeah, I really like those turn-based strategy games, man. Like I
Looking forward to the
always
Star
really
Wars one.
I hope it's good, but like, and again, don't laugh, but like, I adored Mario plus Rabbids. Like those Mario plus Rabbids game on Switch are actually fantastic.
Oh, you know
They
what
are
one you might really
genuinely
like?
great.
And I would highly suggest skip every cutscene in this game because they're infuriatingly cringy.
Marvel Midnight Suns.
Yeah, Marvel Midnight
started
Suns.
that.
Yeah,
I've started that. I bought it.
Phenomenal
It was on sale, so I
gameplay.
bought that.
horrible writing.
Yeah, I've just started it, so whenever I've got like about 93 games to go back to that I've sort of started and not finished off.
Which
like,
is
I'm probably
a big
worse than
reason
Jez.
so many things have a hard time selling when they're new. People
Yeah.
are inundated with really
I'm
good
probably
games.
worse than Jez. But it's funny when I started Gears Tactics on Cloud, it was very pixely to begin with, but then once I got into the game proper, I almost forgot I was playing on
So,
Cloud.
When you're saying you're playing on cloud, were you playing on your phone? Were you playing on your console?
On my
your
console.
TV? Were you playing on like
Cloud.
Okay.
Cloud via my console,
Okay.
because I know that's a thing now. And yeah, but part of the way through playing the game, I almost forgot I was playing on Cloud. Like, it was quite responsive. The only thing that kept reminding me was that the visual quality was
Yeah,
obviously not
Macro
there.
blocking.
But then I immediately installed the game so I could play it properly, because all of a sudden now I've got an itch to play Gears Tactics.
You know, it's funny because Jez just, by the way, Jez just he had surgery today, so it looks
Oh,
like
did he?
Looks like he just he posted a picture of him at the hospital. That's why I had Colt and Paris on yesterday because Jez was having surgery today.
Oh.
Right.
He talked about playing Expedition 33 on Cloud,
Mm.
and he was like, I couldn't do the pairing on the cloud, on the Xbox's xCloud. So then he went and he started playing it on GeForce Now, and he said it was smooth as butter. Like
It is. GeForce
and
Now is much better than xCloud.
yeah. Oh well, at least for now, because the next generation of xCloud is PC based. So
Is it?
GeForce Now is
Yes.
better, but it's also a lot more expensive. So it better be. But it is a lot better.
Yeah, but
Well, yeah, go.
Well, I was just gonna say the next generation of xCloud is gonna be PC based. So
That'd be
I mean, remember, like xCloud originally was Xbox One S, I think it was. Then there was like the Series X blades went in there, but it's all partitioned. Like one Series X is like four Series S's, so that's where a lot of like, the image doesn't look good and all that stuff. But the next generation of xCloud is going to be PC based, which they're like slowly working their way up to that. So
it'll probably go up in price as a result.
Well, the reason I
Everything
say
goes
it's
up in
more
price.
the more expensive Timper is because you have to pay for gCloud and then you have to buy the games. Like there's no I pay $20 and I also get these 300-400 games I can play.
Yeah.
well, with Expedition 33, so I don't know. Well, Jez might have owned
Game Pass.
I don't know.
Game Pass counts, but that means you're
Okay,
also
yeah.
you're doing 2 subs, so it's like $45 a month or something.
Right.
Yeah.
But he was
does
just saying like, I couldn't parry on the Xbox version, but I could parry just fine on the other version. So.
It's always your mileage may vary with cloud because it really depends on how close to the server you are and what are the hops in between. Like I had a horrible connection to Sony's until we moved, and then it was great. And I had a really good connection to Stadia, and then we moved, and it was horrible.
But I mean, like the parry window, the parry timing is pretty small in Expedition 33, especially on normal.
Is it?
On story, the parry window is pretty large.
Mhm.
Because I went and I checked it. I'm like, okay, how? But yeah, like, so the fact that you could get that on cloud, with considering how small the window is, it's pretty impressive.
Was he on story?
Oh, I've played Fortnite on GeForce Now,
I don't know, I
and
didn't-
honestly, it's borderline native. When I played Fortnite on GeForce Now, it was like legit. I was like, I could just play the game like this without stress. I could play it. Like, it was really, really good. Now, you know what? And I'm spewing we didn't do this earlier, Jesse, because Rand mentioned Expedition 33. So do you think we should go to the community question? Since we were also talking about it. We kind of, and the thing is, we kind of already answered this question in a way too.
Yeah, but
Like,
it's a grand benefactor, so we can go right over it for him again.
Yeah, we have a community question from Grand Benefactor Ashin, who asks, hello to John, Nick, Jesse, and Rand, but John's not here, if he's still here for Rand. And he is. Expedition 33 is a goddamn masterpiece. 36 hours in, and I want to platinum this amazing game. I just hope I can do it before Doom the Dark Ages comes out. My question is, do you guys think Expedition 33 has a big shot to win Game of the Year this year? And do you think Sandfall Interactive should stick with making turn-based games, or should they do something new? Whatever they decide, I'll be there day one. Thanks for all you guys do.
Definitely has a shot. You never know.
Yes.
It just comes. It's also super early in the year, which never helps. So
Yeah, but I think if you were to say, if we were to hold a Game of the Year for right now for the games in the first half of the year, I think Expedition 33 would win it. I think it would be the
Blueprints would win
favorite.
it, and people would be infuriated.
I think Blueprints would be this. It'd be close. I mean, I don't know the recency bias and stuff, but
Yeah, I mean, but Blueprints was only a couple of weeks before. That's
yeah,
or a week.
so it'd either be 1A or 1B in that scenario.
And fans would be okay with Expedition 33, and most fans would be furious about Blueprints because most people are going to be really bored by that game, like I was.
Oh no, you didn't like Blueprints?
Oh, it's brilliantly made. It's just really boring. I don't want to have to write down notes about what a picture in a certain room looks like and what this note says things mean, and have to constantly go back and check. It just does nothing for me. I would take mindlessly grinding gear in the Division 2 for all of eternity over playing Blueprints once.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know, as far as for what they would do after, I haven't beat the game, so I don't know if there's a sequel hook or not. So I mean, I guess it depends on when their passions lie, because I think they kind of said like they wanted to. Their passion was that, and you can clearly tell.
Yeah.
So I guess it depends. Like, do they have another game in mind, another passion they wanted to pursue? I don't know. Could you make?
They're doing a movie.
Yeah, they're making it a movie. Which, hey, if they do, make sure you cast Robert Pattinson as Gustav.
I know everyone says it because he looks like him, but I met the guy who. Yeah, but I met the guy whose face is actually set on, and he kind of looks like Robert Pattinson.
I'm just like, when I saw, I'm like, is that Robert Pattinson? It looks just like him. It's crazy.
You can find their group photo in the game in one of the rooms of the manor, I think.
Yeah, it's always interesting with new studios, though, isn't it? Like, some studios have their lane, their niche, and they'll stick to it. So, who is it that makes Limbo and Inside?
Playdead. The formerly known as Playdead. Who knows what they really are now?
Yeah, so Playdead, whatever they are now, they have their style. They have those really weird, minimalist, deep platform puzzle games, right? And that's their thing. Then you might have another studio that just does whatever. Like Lizard Cube clearly does old Sega game remakes, hand-drawn old Sega game remakes. They did Wonder Boy 3, The Dragon's Trap. They did Streets of Rage 4, which isn't a remake, I know that. And now they're doing a new Shinobi. So that's their lane. But there are some studios that will do different things as well. So I wonder, Hazelight does their split screen co-op thing. I wonder, will Sandfall stick to these turn-based RPGs, or will they do other things? I always find that sort of stuff interesting with new studios.
I found the face.
Found what?
Right. Leo Paris, VFX artist. He's a VFX artist. He was also amazingly good at the game because he's the one that did the Gamescom demo for us, and he didn't miss a single parry through he had been doing
Must
those.
have been on that easy difficulty.
Yeah. No, he was super tight with the timing. But yeah, so it was. I'm 99% sure that Gustav's face is mostly his. He's a very handsome man in person.
Quick aside. What the hell happened to Playdead? It's literally going to be 10 years next year since Inside. Well,
really?
I know, but Playdead still exists. They
Mhm.
posted screenshots of their next game.
Yeah, that space one.
And we know someone left and made
The
that
main-
Summerfall game, Somerville
Somerville
game, and then
was
and
like
Cocoon.
Cocoon was the
Someone else
gameplay
left and
guy.
made Cocoon.
Gameplay guy
Yeah.
left and did Cocoon, and then one of the other story guys, I think, left and did Somerville.
But 10 years, because I think we both agree it probably.
No, it's 7 years or 8 years.
Well, Inside's 2016 or 2016. It's 2025.
Yeah.
It's 9 years.
okay.
I'm saying next year would be 10.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's a
fell apart.
long time. Yeah, and you're right. It fell apart. I think there were even were there embezzlement charges or
Yeah, there was.
It's always.
It's almost always money. Pretty much always money.
Because they revealed 2 new pieces of art for the game last year. So reminding people the game still exists.
Just a long time between games. I mean, I remember we're like, dude, how many years in between Arkham Knight and Suicide Squad was it?
Mhm. And we found
it was
out
like,
it was
this is going to be
because-
more.
Yeah, it was because of friggin' horrible management, and then this seems like horrible management, where the management all blew up
Didn't,
on
like
each other.
the founder, didn't one of the founders or co-founders leave and start his own studio? I think with Playdead. I don't know.
Well, yeah, because like Jesse said, the gameplay designer left and made Cocoon. He built that studio, and then someone else left and Lightspeed. I forget the name of the studio, and they did Somerville.
Somerville was
Yeah, yeah.
close. It just didn't have the gameplay.
And Cocoon was fantastic.
Yep.
Haven't beat it, but it's good.
So it's a shame because I think Inside was my game of the year. I adore that game.
Mm-hmm.
And
Did you
it's
ever
like
get the
secret ending?
the sex toy flesh
Oh
ball?
no, I didn't
No.
get that. No.
I love how it's just made out of
Oh,
actual-
the
yeah.
limited edition that came with the porn toy.
What
Yeah,
a
yeah.
game!
prawn material.
What a game!
Yeah.
Do you
It
ever
is,
go
it was
back and
good.
watch those initial trailers for Inside and how moody they were and how they didn't really show
Mhm.
anything? And then I think because that was the E3 I went to, and Inside was at the Xbox show, and it was like releasing like 2 weeks later. It was like June 16th. It was like, what?
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
Oh man, what a game!
Mhm.
Okay. You know what? It's time to actually talk about the news. We're like an hour in. Haven't touched the news yet.
No, not much happened. Ha ha ha.
There is some stuff. Like we don't have to talk about all of it. Like
Oh, I took out a
But
lot of
the-
stuff. I just left the bigger stuff in.
yeah. Now one of the first things I want to talk about, because while I don't know if our audience will care that much, but I still feel like this is a big deal for Microsoft
Mhm.
and their ambitions in mobile and stuff.
Oh, it's an enormous story.
So a judge, seemingly somewhat a little bit petty and out of spite.
Unbelievably, no, because it's been 4 years that they told them 4 years ago to do this, and for the past 4 years, there's just nothing but evidence that Apple has been willfully ignoring the court order. So they were very mad.
Yeah. Yeah. Apple's been doing what I said Microsoft should do. Just be dicks. And a judge went, all right, fuck you. You gotta you are going to open up your fucking store, basically. That's not what they said, but like the end result of this, even if it's only temporary, because Apple is going to appeal it. The end result
But they
is-
had appealed it, and it was sent right back to this judge. Like,
Oh,
they
really?
don't really have any good recourse.
Yes, but the judge has banned Apple from charging commission on purchases made outside of the App Store.
Yeah.
So this is why you had Sony and Microsoft separating their apps, where you have to buy all that bullshit. This potentially, I think, opens the door to them going back to all-in-one apps, potentially. Epic was like, hell yeah, and Fortnite's coming back to iOS in the US like this week. coming.
Because you can now essentially have it if you want to pay extra through Apple, or you pay the regular outside, and we direct you to it. Because you could do the direction thing, but they would have this
You can
huge pop-up.
circumvent them.
But they still wanted 20. They still took 27%. That was their solution. We'll take 3% less. That 3%
yeah.
you get charged probably more by the other billing service that you use since you're not using Apple. But
Yes. So as part of this fuck you ruling, Apple cannot impose any commission or fee on purchases that consumers make outside an app, restrict developers' style, formatting, or placement of links for purchases outside of an app, block or limit the use of buttons or other calls to action, interfere with consumers' choice to leave an app with anything beyond a neutral message apprising users that they are going to a third-party site. So they fucking come hard at them, and Epic's like,
it was if
and
you
now
read
Microsoft
the
and Sony
quotes.
would be like,
Just read
Like,
the
'cause
quotes
Apple
from
is-
that judge. It was the angriest I've ever seen a judge in there.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm saying. It was spiteful. Like he went
was
after them. It was
pissed.
personal.
Yeah, she's
It-
like,
it was personal.
because this executive said we need to go to court order, and then this one said we can essentially circumvent it. And Tim Cook chose the latter, and Tim chose wrongly. And it's like they're just furious because they're like they were at a hearing texting how to circumvent the ruling, like while at the hearing about it. Like they're just the most willfully shitty, alleged supposed behavior, according to this judge. Because not even judges can get arrested.
Yeah. Yes. So this is a big deal. Like it is. I know a lot of people here don't care, but I mean, I partially care because it's really frustrating not having Fortnite on my iPhone or my iPad.
Is
And
it
it's
really
frustrating.
that? Is it really that frustrating though?
Yes.
Do you really
You know
want
how
to
many-
play Fortnite on your phone?
On my iPad, I would with a
Mm.
controller. There's been plenty of times I would have loved to have just quickly jumped in for
So,
something.
so
whether
there'll
it
be
was to do a
times you'd be
quick
like,
challenge or-
"Oh man, I really would want to play Fortnite on my iPad."
Ooh, the
instead
store
of, like,
refresh.
Yes.
I got to jump in and
PlayStation or
spend
your
$300
Xbox or your PC.
Yes. You know how
And
many
what-
times I've
And what
played-
use
I've
case
played-
scenarios?
I've played Fortnite on this via cloud.
I know, but I mean,
Yes.
like, what's the use case scenario that you be like, I don't have access to the other things I would play Fortnite on, but I have my iPad, so let me play it now. Let me play it here. Are you playing it at cafes in Australia, fighting off the
Okay.
kangaroos
so
and spiders and stuff?
when I used to take my daughter to tutoring, she used to do tutoring. I would just sit in the car and wait for her for an hour. So sometimes I would take my DualSense with my iPad and play Fortnite via remote play on PlayStation, which was pretty good. But to have it native would have been far better. So I had a full hour to kill. There are times when I'm downstairs, and now that my Xbox is up here, if I'm downstairs and I just want to quickly grab something from the store, or I want to do a quick challenge maybe, or something like that, I could just quickly jump on the iPad and do it rather than trekking upstairs to come and do it. Just little cases here and there. If I'm on a holiday, if I'm on a holiday, maybe I don't have to lug a console.
Maybe
around.
you shouldn't be playing your games on holiday, huh? It's a holiday
It's-
for a
no,
reason.
Of course, no, bullshit. Of course I'm going to play games on a holiday. You know, I don't have to lug a console around. I just bring
Sure.
this. There's plenty of use cases for me to play Fortnite on an iPad.
If you
Hey,
want
but
to
eventually-
Steve Palpatine and have him holding AK-47 and you don't have your console next to you,
That's another game I've been playing. I've jumped back into the Star Wars season of Fortnite. But my son as well. Like my son would play it a lot on his iPad if it was there natively. I mean, he loves playing it on his PS5. I've had to limit his PS5 time because he's overdoing it now. And he's like, "Oh, I can play on Xbox." Yeah, I can limit that too, dude. But yes, so this is quite a big deal. And companies like you guys all know me. I'm very much balls deep in Apple's ecosystem. But Apple are a scum company. Like they're just massive assholes. So I'm hoping this sticks.
It is
because Apple's
law.
going to appeal it.
because
I know, but
they don't
Apple's
have
gonna
much.
appeal
They
it.
don't really have anywhere to go with the appeal. Like they
I hope
tried
so. I
going
hope you're
everywhere.
right.
They tried making it federal, and the federal said no. Go back there. And this is them going back there, and the judge being like, "What the? What the?"
I wonder. I do have to wonder now. So this is great news for PlayStation and Xbox because now they can probably move to having one app, and they can incorporate their streaming services into it, and make a bunch of money in there and all that sort of stuff. I do wonder now if this will then incentivize Nintendo to look more closely at mobile as well. Now that they won't have as much piss farting around to do. Because I know Nintendo has always dipped their toe, but they've never gone
You mean how
in
Mario Kart
full.
9 was a mobile game?
Yeah. Oh, they've released games, but I mean
Yeah.
in terms of having an app and trying to make serious money.
Technically, they moved away from their app by not forcing you to use it for party chat.
Yeah, fucking dickheads. But yes, so yeah, this is again. I don't know how much our audience cares about this.
Well, people that are in this ecosystem, I think they know it's going to affect them in a what should be positive way.
Yeah, it's a big deal for Microsoft and Sony, who are really constantly hamstrung by Apple's horse shit.
And if the
And it is-
rumors
it's
are
horseshit.
true about the Sony handheld, which is native PS4 and stream PS5 and PS6, makes it a lot better if it's, on an Android system and they don't have to worry about stuff, or you want to interconnect with things with your phone. Like all that stuff is better with this setup. Because the EU is already all about this. It was really getting America on board, which is still not all even the federal stuff is not going the way. Like all the people that gave the administration $1 million and thought they were buying their let's just put every deal through. They quickly learned that nope, still kind of the same.
See Sweeney's tweets.
Mhm.
So there's the tweet. The first one was no fees on web transactions. Game over for the Apple tax. Apple's 15 to 30% junk fees are now just as dead here in the United States of America as they are in Europe under the Digital Markets Act. Unlawful here, unlawful there. 4 years, 4 months, 17 days. Because that's how long they've been fighting Apple. And then he quote tweets himself, "We will return Fortnite to the US iOS App Store next week." Epic puts forth a peace proposal. If Apple extends the court's friction-free, Apple tax-free framework worldwide, please, we'll return Fortnite to the App Store worldwide and drop current and future litigation on the topic.
For
It's
now,
full
and he
threatening them as
retweeted,
well.
but Apple has given in and just changed their guidelines.
Please come to Fortnite.
So they're only
Please come to
talking about
iOS in
United
Australia.
States for now, but yeah.
Oh my God, please.
You always get big talk right after
Um,
something, but the reality is they don't have a leg to stand on. They have to change now. They've piss farted around for 4 years. They don't get to do it much longer.
Okay. Now I'm gonna combine two stories.
We
did have a super
and
chat.
get it out of the way. And get it out of. Oh, do we?
Yep.
Sorry,
Well,
do we have one?
did either of you see what he had to say about getting the Epic Store on Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch?
Yep.
Yes, he'd like it on there.
It'll be
He'd
on
like
the
it
next
on there,
Xbox.
but he
It's-
wouldn't
yeah.
sue over it.
Yeah.
you know,
Because he said
there's-
they're good partners to work with, and Apple are dicks, and that's like
Yes.
the main issue.
Yeah,
and
That's
also,
right.
technically, the Epic Store is already on the Microsoft PC Store. So on the next generation of consoles, if it goes away, everyone thinks it would be there with a 0% cut. Microsoft takes nothing from it.
Epic and Microsoft are like
Mm-hmm.
besties. That no stress. There's no friction there in that relationship. They're like, you know how much like when all this bullshit happened, Microsoft were working with Epic straight away to get Fortnite onto xCloud, and you know how well. Again, there's only certain things I'm allowed to say, but you know how well Fortnite was doing when it
Oh, yes.
first launched on xCloud,
Yeah.
mate?
And Sarabon talked about it. They
Like-
were losing money on it constantly because it cost more to run than they were making from their cut.
Yeah, but Epic was like,
It was only
Doing
it wasn't
very
that long
well
ago
out
they
of that.
finally made it so you are limited for free. Like if you're not a Game Pass Ultimate member, you get to play for an hour.
yeah.
Because before you could play forever, and if you didn't buy a ton of shit through that version, you weren't
They would
they weren't making anything. Yeah, they did. He said it.
Super chats. Apologize for forgetting the super chat. Jay Foley with a $20 super chat. Thanks for that, Jay Foley. Hey guys, you think Xbox should look into buying the Expedition 33 devs? If I was Xbox, I would be sending them a big stack of cash right away. And also, you think we get a PC GTA 6 release in 2027 now, or same as console? It won't be same as console.
No, all this did
No
was delay it. It'll be console, online, PC. So campaign and online will probably be two $80 games. Like that's how they'll do the Sony Spider-Man split, where the Spider-Man 3, maybe we split it into two $80 games. That'll be GTA's campaign and GTA's online probably. Then you get that done again 6 months later or a year
So-
later on PC.
Your prediction is that story is going to be $80 by itself. Online will be $80 by itself, and then you could buy a combined version for $150 and save
Probably.
10%.
No, because it'll
whatever
have
it would
shark.
be.
It'll have a shark card in it. That's worth a ton of money for 160.
So they'll sell for 100. I think in that scenario you sell for 150, and you still put a shark card in.
Yeah, but they'll
Right.
they'll have the $100 version with just online and a shark card as well.
That would be pretty ballsy. You know, in an era of like everything needs to be free to play multiplayer. Actually, our multiplayer is separate and it's full price.
Mhm.
You know, but
Because it's
Grand
enormous,
Theft
and
Auto.
also I don't think they're going to wait that long to get it on PC, because the thing that made it so big was GTA RP, and getting their own 5M version of that ready for PC is going to be a big thing for constantly selling more copies of that game.
Well, I guess it depends on when it comes out next year, because
Yeah.
people already say it's going to be delayed to fall. So, like, they don't
I think it
trust
will
that
be.
it's,
No, that's the
they don't
yeah,
trust that
yeah.
it's going to come out May.
We'll talk about it
26th.
later. We'll talk about it
Yeah.
later. Let's not get onto the GTA 6 tangent too much.
Well,
now.
you started with that instead of the
Um,
Expedition 33 side of this question, which no, they shouldn't buy them.
I don't think they should either.
Do Game Pass this.
Especially
Why
if they're
does-
not struggling.
I don't know why everybody always just like something does well.
I know.
The
They
first
were-
thought is like, you need to buy them.
They were buying
Buy
because they
them.
bought so much so quickly, but also this is not the time where anyone's really looking to buy anyone else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know.
It'll sta-
Apparently, MAGA said that Microsoft is looking to acquire Virtuous, which is
Really?
Support makes more sense than full-on game studios, because having someone really good at Unreal
But
to help
Virtuous
you-
also has 4,000 employees.
yeah. So
Do
So-
they really?
And
Are
they're
they
a pretty
that
big company, and they do more than just gaming stuff. They did
Mhm.
they do like CGI for films
Yep.
and stuff. So it's not just like
Do they? If they were purchasing Virtuous, that would be their equivalent to Sony buying Bluepoint. That is why they would be.
well, I
buying
mean,
them.
considering Virtuous is probably like, 4 times bigger than
No. I'm just talking about
40
what they
times
do.
bigger.
If you look
Sure.
at what Bluepoint is known for, Bluepoint is known for complete remakes of games. That's what they're known
Mhm.
for, and ports.
True.
And ports.
And when they tried to do their own thing, it
Virtuous.
got canceled.
Yeah. Virtuous is the same. Virtuous
just-
does ports, and they do remakes of old games.
Microsoft's not looking to buy anything in China right now.
I'd be surprised myself. I haven't heard anything one way or the other, but I'd be very surprised.
I would
myself.
imagine, based
Um,
off of how well Oblivion did, that they're like, probably, all right. Fallout. Well, we sort of know Fallout
Yeah.
3 is happening,
Mhm.
but it's more like,
It'd be all full steam ahead. Hell
okay,
yeah.
let's Fallout New Vegas potentially, Skyrim again.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
not? Like even
Mhm.
some of our older things.
But if you're
Um,
right, Sarand, do they really want to take on 4,000 staff after just taking on
I don't know.
19,000?
It was just
No.
it was just a rumor. I don't even know where Mag really said
don't
it.
think they
Someone
can-
sent it to me as a tweet. So
they
I was-
can't-
I don't even know if it's even true. Maybe someone just completely made it up and said, "Oh,
Made it up?
Mag
Yeah.
said this or whatever." But I don't see Microsoft buying any, especially a company that big and where they're based. You said
Yeah.
China.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They can't because of all their government, which is part of the boycott reason. Like all their government contracts, like they're not allowed to do that much business in China. Like they got to be very specific
Look,
about it.
To rein it back in, if Sandfall's not struggling financially,
Mhm.
leave them alone.
Yeah, they're 30 people, and
Leave
this
them
game's
alone.
got
Like-
so many people playing it.
Yeah, they've sold 1 million copies, and of course all the fanboys are on Twitter. Well, that has to be all on PlayStation because of welfare pass. You know what? Microsoft probably gave them a decent amount of money for being on Game Pass. Like,
Well, it's Kepler. Like Kepler comes back to Game Pass with a lot of their games. Like so they
Like,
wouldn't do that if it
wouldn't-
sucked.
I don't think the studio would be upset that they didn't sell a ton of Xbox copies, because thanks to Xbox, they would have got a lot of money for the game. We know here at XboxEra, we know a bunch of devs who have released games on Game Pass. They're not unhappy about it.
No.
It's okay.
The ones that
They're
are
not
unhappy
unhappy.
about Game Pass are the ones who weren't able to get a deal, because it would have really helped them.
Yeah. The ones that were in the wait list,
Yeah.
that were frustrated being in the wait list.
Isn't that little
They
Gator
were the
Game
ones
guy
that-
one of them? And then he got one. Might be the red
I
memory.
can't remember.
We got two. We got a super chat and a renewal.
Super chat. Yep. Good old Collingwood. If it was in a game, what would be the Apple decision be like? What? I don't understand the question.
I don't know.
If it was
He might
in
have
a
to give another
game,
$5
what
to let
would
us
be-
know, because I have no idea
What
that
would
means.
be the Apple decision be like? Sorry, good old Collingwood. Can you...
I guess the judge's decision against Apple.
No, talking about the football. Okay, I'm not too sure what that question is. I'm really sorry, good old Collingwood.
Sorry, team
Type
lost.
it in the chat and clarify. Assassin. I'll say this after the studio shuts down the past 12 months from Sony and Microsoft. I want none of them to acquire anyone. Leave them alone. Yeah, I agree. Leave
But
them alone.
You got to look. You have to look at what Bethesda's and like Bethesda. What was their state? Why were they looking to be bought? You could make the argument that we are lucky that they got bought by someone who was so reticent to shut anything down. Like the same happened with Activision. Activision nearly doubled their headcount while being bought, but they haven't fired all of those people. Like they haven't shut down a bunch of stuff. Like it took longer because they were trying to acquire Activision, but people were always going to get fired in every acquisition. You could make the argument that less were fired because of this acquisition than would have happened if Bethesda had forced to stay independent. And because like the story was Booty went to Bethesda and said, okay, you need to cut some, you choose. And that's who they chose, mostly because of not having stuff ready to go, as well as recent things, not Hi-Fi Rush, but especially Ghostwire Tokyo and Evil Within 2 having not made any money, relative to their cost. There's always more to it. I think Sony has gotten way less flack for all of their closings, which have been much longer. Like they weren't just outside of Concord, which was just a horrible everything all the way around. Like a lot of theirs were way older or around way longer. Like what they did with Japan Studio was actual shit. None of them have to fire anyone in our logic, but when you look at it business-wise, Microsoft has been more fair than I think most companies in their position would have been, because they know how much more they will get shit upon by both regulators and the press and public. So, I don't know.
Then why aren't Apple scared of like the courts and shit? Like Microsoft wants to play so nice, but Apple's like, the fuck you.
Because Apple makes way more than Microsoft. Like it's ridiculous. What their earnings were for the last quarter was like almost 100 billion. Like they're insanely big. So I don't know. But also Apple never had that thing in court that Microsoft had, where Microsoft was like this close to getting what Google's essentially getting right now.
Good old Collingwood clarified, if the Apple decision was an in-game event, like if it was the final boss in a fighting game, what would it be?
Be Ace Attorney, and you'd be going through for the entire game with this guy who felt he was just unbeatable. And then at the end, you didn't even do anything, and the judge just came down and just completely destroyed him.
I've never played an Ace Attorney game.
Me neither, but it says Attorney in it.
Oh, okay. I've never played an Ace Attorney game. I don't think I'd be interested, to be honest. Okay. What's next? So I'm going to combine this next bit into two, get it out of the way, because Rand isn't going to be happy about it. But at the same time...
I'm typing the word Nintendo, right?
Wait, Rand. Hold on. Jesse, can you please tell him that I've been shitting on Nintendo the last couple of weeks?
Yeah. You still gave them a ton of money.
But I mean...
I did, but I've still been shitting on them.
Let me bitch about them, but here's all my money and my credit cards, Nintendo.
Wow, how come they don't get any better? Oh, they're the worst. All right, here's $1,000 for a game I'm not going to play.
That's not like what you want to say, Nick. I've been shitting on them, but I gave them all my money. Anyways.
Now, first thing, so Nintendo's in a bit of a shit streak at the moment. Like this has been, I would argue, one of the worst unveilings of a console ever. Like it feels like it's just shit after shit after shit outside of the games themselves, which look fantastic. So for starters, Nintendo has decided they're going to sue Genki, the accessory manufacturer that had a Switch 2 mock-up. All they did was have a mock-up to then show off
the
their
thing.
accessories.
The issue was They intimated that they built it off of a Switch unit they bought off the gray market, Switch 2. They shouldn't have said that. They should have said, we just dreamed this up.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they'll win. Like, and I feel like Nintendo is behaving very weirdly at the moment.
Ooh, I know what I
Like,
can do.
This is an accessory partner. I feel like, and a fairly I won't say major one, but decently major one. Like, I don't know if suing a partner like that is a good thing over something that's so nothing. Like, it's such everyone had forgotten about it. Like, they
Mario
totally
never forgets. Rand Al Mario.
Mickey Mouse. It's like Mickey Mouse.
Please don't quit the show because I
know,
put the head on you, Rand.
Don't you dare.
Okay, I'll get rid of it. Sorry.
It's just weird to go after them in that way, I feel like.
It's very Nintendo-like.
It is. Like, they're in real asshole mode at the moment, Nintendo. It's very weird to see.
Is it? I think it's very typical to see.
Like I'm reading the whatever. I don't know what is it? A summons? I don't know what the hell it is. What is it?
Legal docket? I don't know.
Yeah. At Genki CES booth, Genki CEO Edward Tsai personally showed off a 3D printed mock-up and stated to different reporters that Genki had access to an authentic Switch 2 on which Genki based the mock-ups, renderings, and 3D printed mock-ups. Genki's representatives, including its CEO, also did multiple media interviews discussing their 8 accessories and purportedly. I don't even know if I'm saying that right.
Purportedly.
No, purportedly. Yes, sorry.
No.
Confirming specific, highly confidential designs and functionality of the not yet announced Nintendo Switch 2. An article detailing these statements from Genki is attached as Exhibit B. Like, so much of the Switch 2 had leaked before Genki did anything. Everyone knew what the Switch 2 was going to look like. This feels like a weird thing to be going after now.
It is. They don't care.
It's not like it affected anything. Like, I don't... Fuck, Nintendo can be really stupid. Like, what's the point of this? Like, I don't know. It's weird. And speaking of other stuff that's stupid and weird, so Nintendo released the latest software update for the Nintendo Switch, which updates it to all the Switch 2 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I did it on my... Hey, you know what? I did it on my console. So the new UI, but I guess for Switch 1 is there now, so you can see it here.
Wow. So new.
See, there's the game share thing there.
Ooh.
There's the virtual game card thing there. So I'm gonna try doing this. Shit.
That's ABXY. You wanted the other side.
Oh my god, yes. Sorry. Oh my god. I'm doing this in reverse. Where is it? You know what?
Just get to it and then show it to us.
They've basically sort of copied PlayStation and Nintendo's, PlayStation and Xbox's system where all your games that you own show. So they're your virtual game cards, which, as we've now discovered, so remember when they first revealed this virtual game card shit, we were discussing it on this show and we're like, is this going to affect traditional home sharing? Like, it has to. Like, they wouldn't just leave traditional home sharing alone and then bring in virtual game cards. And everyone was like, no, it's not going to affect anything. Turns out it does a little bit.
It does in the way that matters.
So now, but before this new system, this Switch could play, my family could play Mario Kart on my other Switch, which I just sold. They could play Mario Kart, and then I could play Mario Kart here at the same time, because that was the home console, and I'm online on this console. Now we can't play them at the same time.
Yeah, you have to set the home console has to be set to offline mode. Then it will work because it has the offline only. So it pretty much treats your offline only license as only working in offline mode. So you can't play two games together online. Like, you can't get Animal Crossing and play it with your friend if you game share with each other.
Yeah. So that's what they've done now with this virtual game. Now, I've only got the one Switch. So there's no point in me using it. And now this is that game share thing that they've now added that allows you. So I don't know. What does it
You
say?
have to be
It
on the
says-
same Wi-Fi network as well. So it's like you can't even share with
Yeah.
someone unless they're at you're right next to each other.
So you're accepting a game share from a Switch 2. But I don't know what's game, what are you sharing? Are you sharing Switch 2 games?
No.
Switch 1 games? What is it?
Only
I don't
games that
know.
would have a Switch 1 version. But you can as long as it's a Switch 1 version, it still works. And there's going to be like 12 games that get upgrades for the Switch 2 that don't cost any money.
For free. Oh man, they're so nice.
Inside of the ones that
Man, Nintendo, they're so nice. But God, this has just been come on. I know Rand disagreed with me earlier, but we were talking about the shows specifically. But as an overall console reveal, I would argue this is probably the worst one ever.
do. And for Microsoft, like overall money making wise, the Xbox One was still a successful generation. Like this is the one where it's gone down more in overall hardware sales, even though they're making more money than ever. The big thing with this Nintendo reveal is it is very much their up and down pattern, where on their home consoles it's always good or bad. Early on it was actually kind of really great, then then bad, then and then it took off like crazy with the Wii, sucked with the Wii U, took off even more with the Switch. It's not going to take off very well with the Switch 2 over time, I don't think. It'll still be fine. I just don't think they're
It'll
going to
still
sell
do
more.
well.
Yeah.
It'll
See,
still do well, but it won't
when
sell
Nick
like the Switch.
when Nick said that to me, I was comparing reveal event to
the
reveal
actual
event.
shows, the actual
two
console reveal
shows,
events.
and it was
Yes,
like
yes,
nothing
yes.
was worse than the Xbox One actual reveal.
No, the actual show.
So,
yes, I agree
yeah.
with you
Mhm.
there. But I'm talking about as far as an unveiling of a console in general, I would argue this has been the worst.
Well, yeah, people
I
forget that E3 2013 was actually a pretty good show.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was actually
Yeah.
unbelievable.
But it was
It's actually
unfortunately
amazing.
nobody cared because everybody was DRM.
Yeah,
It was
DRM.
very
all
early
that
social
sort of
media
stuff.
culture. Like everything took
yeah.
off. The
You
first
mean-
impression matters.
Similar DRM to this.
And Smart Glass
Yeah.
with the Zelda stuff, and we have
Yeah,
another
correct.
system with
Smart
Bowser
Glass.
saying it, but Bowser said it
Now,
nicely.
correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't really read into much of the Nintendo stuff because Nintendo's not my company, so I don't really care, right? But the DRM strategy that they're using for that, it's not like I could join your family and play your games on your that you own.
No,
on
you
your
have-
Switch
you have
too,
to be
right?
on the
you have to
same
be
network.
like local
Yeah.
or the same network or whatever, right?
No. You can join my family, and then I can lend you games.
So you could lend me a game from Australia to the US or whatever.
Yes.
I thought you had to be like Jesse said, you had to be at least
But
temporarily
for
connected.
if you're not in the same
to the same
Nintendo Switch
network.
Online setup, but like if you're like you're game sharing with a
here,
guy,
Look,
yeah,
there's my Streets of Rage 4. Lend to family group member.
Mhm.
So in theory, if Rand was in my family group, I could lend him Streets of Rage 4. But while I'm lending it to him, I can't play it. It locks me
Right.
out of my own game.
I
And
guess
it's
the
not-
question
yeah.
is just like with them saying you have to be on the same network to
So
do that.
yeah, that's outside of family
Do
group.
you?
Family,
thought
I
that's what
think
they said.
family group isn't inside
Family
network.
group is family group.
Yeah, but
So
family group is a
is 7
defined.
people right now.
Yeah, it's a defined
7
thing
people.
when you pay for Nintendo Switch Online as a family group. So you
I don't
can-
know. It's not like I'm.
Rand, is this you subtly asking to be part of my Nintendo family?
No, I mean because I didn't. It was great because normally, like when these new console launches, like the Xbox and the PlayStation 5, when I was like on the PC, refreshing, hoping to get one right. With the Nintendo Switch 2, didn't even bother. Didn't even remember. Didn't even care. Because I did the math in my head and I was like, well, okay, if I even get the base version, that's $445 or $450. I need a Pro controller because I don't play handheld.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like $80. So it's like, all right, we're up to like $530.
Yeah.
What game am I gonna get? I don't care about Mario Kart. I don't care about Donkey Kong. The
And
only one I
Metroid's
really
not
care
out
about
at
is
launch.
Metroid Prime. So I don't even know when that's
Mm.
coming. So it's like plus taxes.
No
I'm
one
like,
knows when
am
it's
I
coming.
really gonna spend $600 on something where I only really want to play one game? And it's like, Nah.
And if you don't already have a Switch, you're looking and you want to play, oh, well, we got a family and we all want to play Mario Kart together. With the controllers now being $95 each. Like, you're buying 3 of those, you're buying the game, and you're buying the console, and after tax and everything, it's just like, Jesus Christ, I could buy a PC.
Be expensive. Hey, Rand, you want my copy of Tears of the Kingdom? I don't want it anymore.
You can have it for 2 weeks, and then you got to borrow it again.
I will say, though, that with Nintendo figuring this lending system out, this opens the door to selling digital games, I reckon. I reckon the next step is selling your digital license to someone. So if I don't want Tears of the Kingdom anymore, I have an option to sell it.
I would be shocked if Nintendo was the first one to implement selling digital games and not like Steam or somebody.
Especially because there's no way it's going to be discounted.
They implemented lending them. They're first to implement
Sure,
lending
but nobody's actually implemented like selling, or whatever. It's like, yeah, you can lend it, or what have you. Nobody's really crossed that bridge. Be like, I want to sell back my digital games or something. Nobody's crossed that yet.
I think if Nintendo's figured this out, to me, the next logical step is returning or selling them to other
There's
people.
no way you would ever be allowed to sell it at a discount. It would have to just still be the MSRP, and you get like $1.
You reckon?
Yep.
Nah, I reckon there'd be a standard like 15% or something like that.
Who's going to eat that 15% loss?
Nintendo?
Nope. Neither Nintendo nor the publisher would want to lose 15% on a sale, so you can... And what would your cut be? Because it's digital. There's no actual value to your license for them.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just... God, this has been a bizarre console
selling your
review.
digital licenses is selling the game cards. The actual physical copies you buy that are just a digital key. That's the only reselling.
Yeah.
Does that bother you, Nick? These game cards that are just digital downloads? Is that something that has you up in arms?
Almost every third-party game is that too. The only one that I know that isn't is Cyberpunk.
I'll probably be mostly digital on Switch 2 anyway, partially thanks to Jesse. So I'm not that, and even this home sharing thing technically doesn't affect me. Like in the 5, what am I saying? 5. The Switch came out in 2017. In the 8 years I've had a Switch and the 6 or so I've had multiple Switches, there's actually never been a time where my family and I have tried to play games at the same time. So this technically won't affect me, but that does not make it less shitty.
Yeah. The best sharing system overall is the Steam one. But Steam can do that because they just have a vice grip on all of PC gaming.
What's wrong with Microsoft and Sony's?
Sony's Microsoft and Sony, you get one person you can set as your home console. You're not technically supposed to do it. It's against terms of service. Steam's is a direct.
They all know everyone does it,
but at any time they can take it away. And that will matter in the future, I'm sure. Steam's is an actual family sharing plan that's supposed to be for people that are supposed to be in your household, at the very least close to you. Like if they're in a different country, you can't do it easily. But everything I own has one key. Everything you own has one key. You can play anything from my collection at any time, and I can play anything from my collection or your collection at any time. The only time it doesn't work is when we both try and play the same game. So it does mean you have to buy 2 copies of stuff if you both want to play it together at the same time, or just at the same time.
So then, like Nintendo now.
But this one
Nintendo can't play both at the same time.
But it's not I'm sharing it to you and I lose it. It's just we have one key. Anyone can use it at any time in this family group, and I can use like my son has 800 games on his Steam account from me that he can play whenever he wants, and it doesn't affect me unless I'm going to play it.
Now, Nick, because I'm on Nintendo's website, right?
Yep.
For Switch 2 for Game Share, right?
Yep.
It says there's 2 ways to do it. One is share your games in person, so you got to be local.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2, you can share it via game chat. But game share via game chat is only available on the Switch 2 systems and only available while one person's playing it. Like if one person has Mario Kart World, the other 3 people can only play it while they're playing together through game chat. And then once they're not,
game
they
chat
can't.
or game share?
That's what it says here. Game chat. Share the fun via game chat. You can share compatible games and play together online via game chat for Nintendo Switch 2 systems. And
Via
it says
game chat.
that's what it says. I mean, I'm on their website, and this is what it says.
That's so weird.
So it says like you can share the games locally.
yes.
So obviously, I don't think it would
Same
work
Wi-Fi
for me
network.
and you.
Yeah.
Via game chat. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That's
it
very
says
weird.
users who receive software via game share can only play the software during the game chat session in which it was shared. The user will not be able to continue playing after the chat ends.
So I think so. There's
So
if you game chat to someone, they can play something while your game chat is open. But of course, after a year, you have to pay for game chat because game chat will be for everyone, and then after a year, it's only with NSO. So after that, you have to pay for it. So you have a button that is locked to a subscription service.
Oh my god.
It's I think the family group it's just family group. Like you don't have to be next to each other for family group.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But
If I
yeah.
added Rand into
Mhm.
my family, and by the way, Rand, I think I have one spot left. If I added Rand into my family, I could lend him any of my games for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
They default back to me in 2 weeks.
Mhm.
maybe
Yeah, no, that's how the family group. But the
Nick's
just
trying to push me
regular.
to buy a Switch. He's trying to get more money for Nintendo, even though he bitches about them all the
maybe
time.
Randall bought games and let me share them to me all the time. I did
Yeah.
ask Nintendo for a Switch too for coverage purposes because there can be a lot of Xbox games on there. So it'd be good to be able to check them out on there for the people. And Nick's like, you got to send it to me. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. You're locked in my
Doesn't seem
region
like
anyways.
there's going to be any of them there at launch, though.
Not in the US. Australia's got
Well,
plenty.
Minecraft will probably be there.
Well, Minecraft will be there through Back and Pat.
I'm sure if anyone could get dev kits early, Mojang's got
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
I'm pretty
I'd be very surprised if Mojang doesn't have Switch 2 dev kits. I'd be very surprised.
I mean, I
if
think it's pretty
Mojang
telling.
doesn't
I think it's pretty telling that Microsoft didn't have any outside of Tony Hawk, which was from Activision, which could have easily gotten their own while they were acting independently back in 2023. Because remember, the system was supposed to be out in 2024. And from the people I talked to, some of the devs, they said Nintendo was super stingy with dev kits.
Oh, you can look and see
Yes,
on indies. A ton of indie developers are like, don't have one. Still have no idea if or when I ever might get a dev kit.
I would hazard a guess that Nintendo didn't send any dev kits to Microsoft or Bethesda to make sure to
disagree.
have their games available at launch.
I disagree.
The big one
I
that
personally think Mojang, more than anyone, would have had to switch to dev kit a while back.
the big publisher that didn't get any is Embracer, because they were like, we don't trust you guys. You keep shutting things down. We don't know. We send these kits out. Might go to a company that folds.
Nintendo treats Minecraft as a first-party game. There is no way known they're not going to give a first-party dev a dev kit. Like, that's not a thing.
I mean, I was shocked that Sea of Thieves wasn't like a launch game. You know, like I was like,
That's
sure,
rare.
like Sea of Thieves. Well, sure, but
And Rare
I mean,
and Sea of Thieves has been in really rough
talking
shape.
Mojang
Maybe they fell behind.
specifically.
so you think they're going to make a Minecraft Switch 2 edition?
4K 60 full path
Yeah.
tracing.
Okay, well,
Bloody oath they would.
why wasn't it
Yeah.
at the showcase? Why
I
isn't
don't
there
know.
any?
It might not be. It might not be there for launch. I don't know.
Okay, but then if they had the dev kits, wouldn't it have been there for launch?
Maybe they couldn't get it done.
Maybe
on time.
Nintendo's
I don't
like,
know.
our launch lineup's way too strong. We've got Mario Kart. We don't need anything else. A month later, we got
All right.
Donkey Kong. At some indeterminate time later, we have Metroid Prime 4.
Metroid Prime 4.
Yeah, that's it. It's a horrible... For a company that has been consistently putting out very good games for a very long time, it is shocking what
It's a
their launch
fucking
lineup
weird
is.
launch, man.
Yeah.
It's a fucking weird. This is
One
just
game.
the weirdest console reveal and launch I've ever seen. Like, it's fucking weird, and it's so expensive. 770 Australian dollars.
How long before you own 3?
Oh my god! I can't afford that. I haven't got
Mhm.
multiple PS5s.
You still got
Like-
one. You still got 2 kidneys. You'll be getting it.
How many
Like-
Switches did you own?
Oh my god! You know how many Nintendo Switch ones I owned?
but
So
now
many.
you could afford those, but now you can't afford multiple Switch 2s.
Yeah, but they were $400 Australian.
And now it's 700 Australian.
Now it's 700 Australian. That's a
Okay.
big jump. That's almost double. That's a big jump, bro.
And that was the rumor, Chambo, that they were trying to line up having more stuff. That's why it didn't come out last year.
Oh my God, how many did I have? I had the Mario Odyssey edition, Fortnite edition, 30th anniversary Mario edition, Zelda OLED, Splatoon 3 OLED, Animal Crossing edition.
You never had a light, did you?
No,
Thank
they're a
God.
waste of money. 6 or 7 Switches. Didn't quite top my record of 360s. 360, I had like 10 of them. The 360 is my all-time record in terms of buying limited edition
How many?
consoles.
I was going to say how many because they just got dying on you.
Nah, only my launch unit 360 died. I only had one 360 red ring on me, just one. And
We
that
had
was because I
two.
had it in a cramped space with no ventilation. That was the only reason it died on me. Every other 360, flawless.
Nintendo sold 150 million Switch 2s to 12 people. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, well, if I bought like 6 or 7 of them and you times that by however many, it's
Yeah.
probably where most of them went. Okay, we got that. We got the Nintendo
Yeah,
part out
we're
of the way.
bleeding
Rand can relax
watchers.
now.
We gotta move on.
But you know what, guys? 250 of you, thank you for being here. Like the stream if you're enjoying this chat, especially now that the Nintendo part is over. Please like the stream because
The crowd goes wild. No more Nintendo.
We're not YouTube millionaires like Rand, but we do what we can.
Rand is not a YouTube millionaire, but
Okay. Now,
mean-
if you like, what?
how would I do like a stream a week? How's that millionaire?
How isn't it?
So,
Yeah,
Prove it to
well,
us. Show us your bank
how is it?
statements.
Yeah, explain how it isn't.
I could show you my bank account. It would be nowhere close to
Because you're hiding it in the off-seas one to stay away from taxes. I get it.
Yeah, I wish.
But yes, as Rand will tell you, liking the stream helps us a lot. And speaking of liking things, Rand, do you still like Control?
I haven't had it in a while, but I did enjoy it. Yes.
Make sure you order some, bro. Mate, look at that. See, I've now got a clear shaker to prove that I am actually drinking the Control on stream. I've now
was a big
run out
scandal.
of Fruity Flakes. Yeah, I've moved on from Fruity Flakes. I've run out, and I'm now having cinnamon toast. Man, so good.
Mhm.
If you want to try this cinnamon toast, www.drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra. Use our code for 10% off, Rand, so it's not costing you as much. Tell them Nick sent you.
Nick sent them. Yeah. You know what's
tell
funny
them
is
Nick sent ya.
we were talking about the game share stuff with Nintendo. I totally forgot to mention that like Xbox wanted the Game Pass family share.
Mhm.
What happened to that?
And
Third-party selling to stuff it.
Jez said EA killed it.
Yeah.
EA.
EA plays a part of your Game Pass Ultimate.
You know, I don't know if EA is a stand-in for third parties, but essentially, like EA killed it.
Yeah. EA, you would think would have the most influence because they are just a part of it.
First, EA kills the Dreamcast, and then they kill Game Pass Family Share,
And then they kill Titanfall.
and then they fucking kill Titanfall.
And that's a good
What
segue. I just set you
What
up
a
there.
segue.
That's what I thought Nick was doing, but I forget how bad he is at segues.
EA can go and get stuffed. So EA, who killed the Dreamcast when they threatened Sega and said, "Don't you make your own sport games? Only if you want our games on the Dreamcast, then it's only our sport games on the Dreamcast." And Sega's like, "Well, that's not fair."
Yeah, and then they
Yeah,
made
he's
much
like, "You
better
better."
sports games. They didn't sell as well.
Who?
Sega.
Sega. Oh,
they're
yeah. I
amazing.
mean, but see how Sega got their revenge beyond the grave? Look at NBA 2K.
Mm-hmm.
Killed NBA Live. And by all reports, NFL 2K just shit on Madden. Just absolutely shit on Madden, from what people say. But, you know, EA for a while there were famous for killing studios and stuff. And now, reportedly, they have cancelled a Titanfall game.
Yeah, there were two very early incubation projects. one at Respawn was a Titanfall extraction shooter, which isn't news because no one. It wasn't a big guy, but an Apex leaker had said a while ago that they were looking at doing a Titanfall extraction game. So that was canceled and led to roughly 100 people being fired, and then another incubation game somewhere else at EA was canceled, and overall 300 to 400 people were fired, with it definitely seeming to heavily affect Codemasters, who put out a statement saying they are pausing all development on Dirt, Colin McRae, and WRC games. So, and most of this, according to others, like I think it was Grubb talking about it, who we'll get into later, sadly. EA Football Club and Apex Legends both wildly missed their money targets for last year, which is a big reason this is happening. Because those games were constant big money makers for a very long time, and they missed their projections, and so money's got to be saved other places, and they just rip the fire people cord, like always.
It's weird that they get fired from Respawn, the one studio that's like constantly doing well. For
It's really big. Respawn's got a ton of people that work there.
I mean, I saw Jeff Grubb's, like he said Apex Legends missed a lot last quarter or whatever, and that had a lot of, because he said like,
that's what I
you
just
don't
said.
realize how much FIFA or FC and Apex Legends like did not do well.
Yep.
Which, and Apex Legends has been declining for a while now.
Has it?
Yeah, it's kind of been in a steady decline.
Well, unlike PUBG,
Really?
which is the biggest it's ever been, which you wouldn't really think,
No.
it's not big in Asia, where like to the same levels that PUBG is just enormous, especially in India, like PUBG Mobile and stuff, because you can play it on pretty cheap Androids, and it's fun. So just if it's not hitting with this audience, which is what gaming coverage focuses on, for us, obviously, because it's what we know. It's just not great.
I'll never understand. Like, if you don't want to make Titanfall 3, whatever, okay? I mean, it's annoying, but whatever. At the very least, remaster or remake Titanfall 2's campaign and package it up with Titanfall 1's multiplayer. Add sliding in. You've got to add sliding in. I can't believe Titanfall 1 didn't have sliding to begin with. And just call it Titanfall Ultimate Edition or something like that.
That would sell like 30
and you'd find
copies.
yourself a nice little hardcore multiplayer group like myself that would play it all the time. And that campaign is one of the GOAT first-person shooter
but
campaigns.
you played the campaign once and then you never play it again.
Or you
right?
play it like a few years later, maybe.
I mean,
You're
it
just
is amazing.
You're remastering it. You're just remastering it. You're not.
So
you're not
it's an easy,
full on
quick.
making a new one.
But what are you
Yeah, but I don't know,
remastering it
it's-
in? Because there's not a new... is there like a new source engine?
I don't know.
There isn't. And
I'm just
the
saying.
rumors
man, like,
about Half-Life 3 are heating up. So maybe if that's true and we get a new source engine, and I don't want to talk about it all the time because, boy, would I be excited, but the rumors are hot and heavy about Half-Life 3.
2026, the year of GTA 6 and Half-Life 3?
Seems like
Oh,
it
could you
seems,
imagine?
Could you
yeah.
imagine?
They're like, Half-Life 3 is late in playtesting.
and
'cause
then
that's when
poor
things start to leak.
Fable's like, wah wah.
It's a
We
very...
delayed Fable for this?
If Fable does hit the early part in the year, it could be fine.
Yeah, but I don't know. Something tells me Fable's like a full year delay.
Yeah, it's
Fall
a
of 2026.
new studio, something they never done before. I just always expect.
And
it's
then
gonna take
watch
longer.
it. They're gonna run into. It's gonna be watch
GTA.
it. I'm gonna call it. It's like it's gonna It's gonna be what Avowed went through. Avowed's like, oh, we'll get delayed and we'll move to early next year. We'll avoid Assassin's Creed Shadows and Dragon Age,
Then Assassin's Creed.
Dragon Age Dreadwolf, and then Assassin's Creed delays anyways, and then delays again. But then they're stuck against Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So it's like Fable's like, okay, we need more time to fix the game, so we'll delay it, and it's the fall 2026. It's like, oh, we had avoided GTA, but then watch GTA get delayed and then land right on Fable
Yep.
in the fall.
100% it will.
Well, and also
100%.
because with how much Microsoft has, I don't think they can move stuff a ton. Like
Plus, Gears E-Day is
yeah.
probably next year at some point, probably a fall game.
yeah, I think
So,
for the most part, Microsoft's, and they talked about it at the time, and it probably is true. It's like they have so much of their own stuff that they can only, and it's the reason why people get so mad about Oblivion being around Expedition. But it's like Expedition's not their game. as we have seen with all of these friggin' Game Pass third-party deals that get announced, like sometimes many years go through before they actually show up. They just have to really focus on putting their games, because they can control those way more. So
Yeah, or never show up like City Skylines 2 on console.
yeah, because that
It's
game
never released.
that game doesn't work on a goddamn Threadripper. It's so
Or-
CPU
or,
intensive.
Replace constantly getting delayed for like 2 years now at this point, you know?
They've got the valid reasoning that Stalker has at the very least.
But yeah. Titanfall extraction shooter, would that have interested you, Nick?
No.
No?
I want Titanfall 3 or my Titanfall Ultimate Edition. That is what I want. So speaking of people unfortunately losing their jobs, both Polygon, who were bought by Valnet, have suffered layoffs, and Giant Bomb, this is a little bit different. So Giant Bomb went through a thing. So was this all inspired by Jeff Grubb and them having a laugh about the whole PG-13 thing?
No, so it was already going on. So the Polygon thing is Valnet, who is supposedly, allegedly, potentially not great to work for. There's been stories about it out there. You can read them and come to your own conclusions. They essentially have seemingly fired everyone who was part of the union at Polygon after buying them. With Giant Bomb, they were bought by Fandom a couple years ago, I think. And a new guy supposedly is in the executive branch or C-suite there, and had them pause all content and told them to we're going to reevaluate it all. And essentially the reevaluation ended up saying, you guys are going to become a guide site. You're gonna do guides, because that's what we do here at Fandom. And they were all just like, nope, not interested. Dan Ryckert quit. Grubb's gone. Minotti's not going to be on anymore. Turbo Sean gone. Like, seemingly other people that are there completely in limo, have no idea what's going on. Like, it's just a complete mess and a ridiculous ending to a website that I really enjoyed for well over a decade. So it sucks. And Nick never got to be on there.
Wasn't going up no more.
Well, also, like, one of the things...
Yeah, I didn't end up getting on there. I was meant to be on there, but didn't end up getting on there.
One thing that has come out is people keep saying that they obviously weren't making money, and for the most part, they still had a lot of subscriptions on their website, because Giant Bomb was always premium subscription website content. They had recently shifted to being on everything pretty much on Twitch, but they still had a lot of subs. Polygon was mostly a guide site. They still made plenty of money. It feels like they were just going after the union people and getting rid of them. Because, like, you can still make money. You just have to do it in a very different way. Your investigative journalism isn't going to pay the bills. But, like, Polygon was a guide site. It was, like, one of their big things. They shifted to have a ton of guide work that wasn't always front-facing. But it was there. And, for us, we haven't done it recently, but generally a lot of focus on the SEO stuff, and that pays for the fun stuff that our patrons like. So they can still make money. It's just a lot of times these sites are like, well, you're not only doing the guides. Just only do the guides. And they're like, well, no, we have these reporters and these reviewers and all these things. Like, no, I'm joining now and make number higher with guide. And so people just get fired. It sucks.
It does. It does. Hopefully everyone lands back on their feet, especially Grubb and crew. I sent him a message on Discord and he didn't reply.
He's not on Discord that much.
No?
Nah.
Okay. But yeah, that's not good.
No.
He's putting out videos though.
Mm-hmm.
Assassin with a $10 super chat, which I wish we had read while we were talking about EA.
It just came in.
To recap, Dead Space, shelved. Dragon Age, shelved. FIFA Madden, shameful. Titanfall, dead. Apex, declining. Command & Conquer, dead. Mass Effect, massive concern. Being an EA fan is just pure pain.
Got an Iron Man game coming.
Got an Iron Man game coming,
Black
mate.
Panther.
Ooh, boy. And Dead Space remake still. It's there. And it's still one of the greatest.
Yeah, it was
horror
absolutely
games.
amazing.
Yeah, but we'll never get a Dead Space 2 remake, though.
Nope, didn't sell.
Which
People
is
have bad
just...
taste. That's not an EA problem. That's a you problem. Customers.
Yeah. Yeah, people.
Well,
I wanted that Dead Space 2 remake so bad.
Yeah, one of the worst things about gaming and TV and movies is what customers actually want. they want dog shit, they will watch The Real Housewives of LA more than they'll watch The Wire. Bar none. Like, it sucks.
I mean,
People are the
look
problem.
at Prince of Persia.
Yep.
Look at Prince of Persia.
Hey, 2 million players for Prince of Persia.
It went on
Did you
PS
see-
Plus.
were they teasing a sequel?
I mean, I wouldn't want a sequel if it wasn't made by the team that made it, and they all got disbanded, right? And moved to different projects. So
I know, but like, what did they mean by that?
Well,
I
they're
mean,
still
they hit
working
2
on,
million sales. I don't
and
know.
they're working on the Sands of Time remake, so there's going to be more Prince of Persia.
No, but listen, Rand. Well over 2 million players by now. You've revived the legend. The prince is back. And believe us, he's just warming up.
Well, they've got the Rogue Prince of Persia being made by Evil Twin, and they've got the Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake being worked on in-house.
It does sound like more Prince of Persia's coming, but
They
I don't
technically
trust
have two
them.
things in work.
If Lost Crown got a sequel,
Mm.
I would be so excited.
Game of the Year 2024.
Oh
right?
my god. Oh, 100% Game of the Year.
Me
too.
and Nick, I think, both had it as Game of the Year last year.
Yeah. 2024 Game of the Year, mate. That game was, oh my god.
It was
Like, it
mine
was-
until Dragon Age. Like, it was mine all the way through, and then Dragon Age was just the tiniest little bit above it.
Oh, you know, I told you I got a free copy of Dragon Age with my Doom controller.
hmm
It's a disc, by the way. It's not digital. It's a disc.
Weird. Was it
Yeah, I
through the retailer, just finding something to throw
I
in there?
think it's just through the retailer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Retailer's like, we got a whole bunch of these.
Yeah.
Just give them away.
Like, I'm not lying. I got a free copy of Dragon Age with my Doom
It plays
controller.
great. You'd have, I mean, obviously you'd skip all the cutscenes, so it wouldn't hit hard for you, but it plays wonderfully.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend you playing it.
No,
'Cause I don't-
it's
the,
a story
the
game.
gameplay, while good,
It would be repetitive if it's the only thing you're doing.
it'd be like Expedition 33.
Yep.
And you'd be like, yeah, the gameplay, but I don't know. I mean, also, I think Dragon Age is way longer than Expedition 33.
Yeah, it took me 60 hours on Dragon Age. I had pretty much beaten Expedition 33 in 24. And then I played another 6
the
leveling up.
And you know the Doom controller, it's a smaller box than all the other Xbox controllers. They've changed the box.
Yeah, I did
It's a bit-
notice
it's a
that. I
bit
bought a
shorter.
controller a couple months ago, and I did notice that it was smaller box. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, they've changed the box.
Save on
But the Doom
storage.
controller is very nice. It's very, very nice.
We didn't get
But
one.
yes, so I was hoping that they were teasing a new a sequel to Lost Crown. That's what I was hoping for. They're probably not, but God, that would just be. It would instantly become my most anticipated game of whatever year it comes out in.
If it was just greenlit, 2029.
It would like.
Yeah.
It's literally the one game Rand and I align on perfectly.
Yeah, did you see,
just-
since we're talking about Ubisoft, did you see Tom Henderson's post today
You mean
about
Assassin's Creed Soft?
the Assassin's Creed roadmap? 9 games in the next
In
6 years or whatever it is.
9 projects in
9
various
projects.
forms. Yeah.
2 multiplayer games and 2 remasters or remakes.
Yeah, Black Flag this fall.
Yeah, Well, I think maybe Shadow's getting delayed. Probably maybe shifted.
Yeah,
it, but
maybe, yeah.
Hexy, and then like.
Hexa sounds cool.
some others. What do you think the other remake is? Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2?
I don't know. And like, if they
Unity?
want the most impressive one
Unity.
graphically, it would be Unity. Because that game still has, it's not as good to
Still
play,
looks good now.
but they had such a focus, and funnily enough, it was the Sony focus on animation. Like, it's still some of the
Yeah.
best, smoothest animation you'll ever see, though I don't
But-
like the way it plays because of that focus.
But like, if you want to go fan favorites, it's probably Assassin's Creed 2,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So-
Well, they've got the Ezio collection remaster,
Sure,
but that's, it's
sure.
not much of one. It looks worse
I
than the
wouldn't
original.
mind
really.
a full-blown remake of 1 and 2. Full-blown remakes. Like Dead Space remake style.
Yeah,
It's
well, just-
incredible how
like,
much
yeah.
better 2 is than 1, though. It's
Mhm.
like one of those, like,
Yes.
we
But
got
1
it,
is
like,
still good.
one's
One
still
is still
good, but
good.
like 2 is significantly better than 1.
Yes. Two is one of the best sequel jumps ever.
Yeah.
from an original
Like the
game.
Uncharted
to
to
a
Uncharted 2 type thing.
Street Fighter to Street Fighter 2.
Not Halo to Halo 2 single player, but Halo to Halo 2 multiplayer.
No.
From non-existent
Yeah,
to
that was. Yeah, that was a unbelievable jump.
Assassin's Creed 3 is great, Joser, once you get through the really boring first like 5 to 10 hours. Then it's very good.
Yeah, where
Connor,
you play as
yeah.
the other guy, right? I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't played it.
It's been a
Granted, the
long
game's
time.
old as hell, but like his
It's been
dad.
a long time.
Yeah, Connor's kind of cool, but he's like subdued and understated, and people latch on to the more bombastic ones.
I don't know. I got Assassin's Creed 3 for free on Ubisoft. I can't remember. They were giving it away. So I tried it. And I found it incredibly boring.
It's a very slow start.
Hour.
That's the problem with it.
Yeah, and I was like, oh my God, this is so boring. And I just dropped it.
It was amazing technically, and it gets really good. It just takes a long time to get really good.
Hey, and you know how I can't play games on a Mac? But you know what game is on Mac, Rand?
What?
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is on
Oh,
Mac.
okay.
Mate, you don't need other games. You have like
yeah, but you need
best
active
game of
cooling,
2024
which you don't have
for Lost Crown.
for any game. They're all going to thermal
What
throttle.
other game came out? What other game came out?
Resident
on
Evil
Mac?
ones.
There was another. Never. Resident Evil 2, and there's a new one. There was a new game that was just
It
announced.
was
RoboCop.
Yeah.
RoboCop just got announced for Mac.
Isn't Shadows on Mac?
Yeah, Shadows is on Mac, and RoboCop Rogue City was announced. Came out on Mac. $70.
There's like a new RoboCop coming.
Yeah,
July?
Expandalone.
The Expandalone. The Expandalone.
Unfinished business. It's pretty much RoboCop the raid, and then they mix in some Alex Murphy like memories to play through.
You know what I just ended up buying on the Xbox store because it was on sale? Was that Terminator Resistance game.
Not bad.
It was on
Was that any
sale
good?
for like it was on sale for like $10, and I'm like, you know what? I love Terminator. I hear this one's not bad, and I was like, screw it, I'll buy it.
Yeah.
How
was it?
It was terrible at launch, and it was Teon, same company that did RoboCop, and they've gone back and done a ton of work. Pretty solid. It's more of a survival game, obviously, because you're a human going against super robots. You're not the super robot going against humans. But I played a bit of it on stream. I actually played it 2 weeks before I was supposed to. I didn't even know, and no one ever noticed. They gave it a current gen console version. It's fine. It's like a first person shooter survival-y thing that looks and runs well enough and is interesting. It's not bad. If RoboCop was a good 7, it's a fun 6, which people will scoff at, but it's the good one of those because they weren't aiming to be higher than that. They were aiming to be good fodder, I guess. It was fun.
Okay. It's the same. I think it's also aren't they making the 2D side scroller too, or no?
No, it's a different company. I think.
'Cause I could have sworn like I saw Reef, because I think Reef is making the 2D thing, and I could have sworn I saw them. Maybe they're the
I don't know.
publisher. Or
I think
something,
they're
but I
the
don't know.
rights holder for that. Or,
Okay.
Yeah. Terminator 2D No Fate is a different company, but also looks
God, that looks
really
amazing.
cool.
Now, Jesse,
I'm showing
we
Terminator
have
2D
a
No
couple
Fate.
we have a couple of community questions on the game's media layoff.
We also have super chats. Remember?
Do we?
I don't know. I don't recall you.
No, I read Assassin's one about EA.
Yeah.
What about the? What about?
Oh yes, Assassin had another one. Oh
Yeah,
shit,
that was the
Assassin
member one
had
I can't
another
show.
Never knew how much Microsoft respected Nintendo. When Nintendo was getting flack for the price increase across the board, Phil just looked at Nintendo and said, "I got you, boo," and took the hit. Lol. It's so true.
I mean,
That's
Nintendo
so
took
true.
a hit. People ignoring it. It's like they just opened the floodgates and everyone's going through. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean that we may as well let that segue us into the Microsoft part.
yeah.
So first, Microsoft's financials dropped, and as expected, everything was up, bar hardware, because no one buys Xbox consoles anymore.
Hey, hardware was kind of like basically flat almost. 6% is a lot better than what it has been doing in previous quarters.
And it was
of
less than they were
30% or
expecting. Yeah.
25%. It was like 6%. But I bet you it's gonna decline pretty bad
Pretty
this quarter.
sharply. Actually, no,
Yeah.
there'll be a tiny little spike before a massive drop. So Microsoft was like, well, hold on. Nintendo and Sony can't have all the bad news.
Yeah.
We have to do
It's
something
our turn
too.
now.
It's now, hold on, guys. You guys have had it for too long. We need some of this spotlight too. And Microsoft was like, you know how no one's buying Xboxes? Well, we're going to make sure no one buys an Xbox ever again. And they increased their prices.
Well, they had
The
already
Xbox
mostly
Series-
stopped shipping them. They weren't shipping many.
The Xbox Series S, I think, is now officially more expensive than a PS5 digital. I think. Is that right?
One of the
America.
versions is the black 1 terabyte one is more expensive. Yes.
Ah, the black 1 terabyte
Yeah,
one
because
is more
Sony,
expensive.
we're the one main place that Sony didn't up anything yet. The
Yeah,
main
and
thing I
that
take out of
doesn't
this
make
is if
dodgy.
you want a PS5 in the US, go get it now. There's no way
go
they're gonna
get
leave
it
it.
before Sony.
Yeah.
Before Sony may increase the prices.
Almost
I
guaranteed will.
don't see it. I was about to say this. They'd have no reason not to now. Because now Sony would be looking at it going, well, we could just keep our prices low and sell more, but we're going to sell more anyway, so why not increase the prices and make more money? But yes, so and you know what's weird though? Did they blame the tariffs?
No,
They
they
didn't
called
use
it.
they didn't
yeah.
use the T word.
They used
economic conditions
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Because the price increased everywhere. It wasn't just America. It increased everywhere.
well,
They're
it's
spreading the cost all around everything.
one of the main things you always find out is that high volume sales in America typically subsidize keeping the price down globally. So, like, comparative to USD, a lot of places are normally a little lower because the Americans are buying the most anyways. And so, you got to be a little lower to sell in those other markets. You're not as big. When the US market now is going to cost you so much more. Like, I was watching one company that does a lot of merchandise, and they're like, US subsidized all of our sales in our native Canada. So our Canadian prices had to go up because we didn't have a choice. We had been subsidizing based on the huge volume we sold in America. And so it's just the same for everyone. Like, tariffs in America are going to raise prices globally for everyone that did a lot of business in America. It's just, there's no avoiding it. But companies in America are not going to use the T word, because then the government gets very mad at you, as we saw with Amazon, when there was a rumor that they might show a tariff cost on price increases. So,
yeah, I just, I feel like, I don't know. I know how you're going to explain it. It just still feels like an odd move. Like,
what part?
I don't know. Like, I understand what you explained, but realistically, we all understand that the tariffs are the real reason for the price increase. So I
Yeah.
don't know why the rest of the world copped it.
Well, they already did with Sony.
Well, I
Sony
mean,
just held
look
it
at-
off in America.
That's
Look
right.
at-
Sony was the other way around.
I mean, they're basically, instead of, now Jesse can correct me if I'm wrong, but China tariffs are 145%.
Up to.
Right.
Not guaranteed
Up to.
to be, but could go all the way up there. Yeah.
Could go. So they only increased the price of the Series X here in the States and all that other stuff by, well, not 140%. So they just increased the price globally on everything to kind of spread the cost around. And not only that, but also, game costs, like $80 games and stuff like that. But the thing is, like, nobody really cares about the reasons or the lack of reasons. It's the same thing when Microsoft or Xbox lays off people or shuts down studios. It's like, you look at the company and they're a $1 trillion company, and it's just like, you could easily keep these people employed. You could
Yep.
easily, if you wanted to, absorb the costs.
Yep.
But they're not going to, and it just looks like pure greed. People looking at it like,
Realistically, it is.
yeah, so it's like, you look at, like, okay, and honestly, like, Xbox has increased the price of the games $20 in 2 years. Right? Because they didn't actually increase the price of their first party games until Redfall in 2023.
Yeah.
Now 2 years later, price of games are $80. And I think for most people, that increase in price is not reflective on the quality of the games that are being released by anybody, really.
No.
So people are looking at like, it'd be one thing if the game was like you felt was worth $80 and you're playing it and you're like, yeah, this was totally worth it. But for a lot of people, they're looking at like, it wasn't worth the $70 because, you know, it's like now it's just like even more. And now, since Microsoft has been like, we're doing this now, you know, people will think, well, that just gives free reign for everybody else to do that. So everybody else is going to like increase their prices, and then it affects me because now I won't be able to enjoy the games that I want to enjoy because now I got to think twice about buying stuff when everything else in my life is also increasing in price. So now I have less money to spend in general, and everything's sort of spiraling out of control. And now this hobby that I could afford is now almost like really out of reach.
If you need to buy things new.
Sure.
I think the group of us that do buy things often and buy them new don't always just buy the basic bitch edition. Everyone that's going to play Doom 2 days early is spending $100.
If
Like
you
that's-
want to play it 2 days early.
Yeah, that's what, but
I don't-
they know those
personally,
numbers.
I don't think 2 days is... Look, if
But
it
it gets
was
you,
5
it gets
days,
you other stuff, and it
I'd
gets
be
you the
like,
expansion. Yeah.
but usually expansions and stuff usually aren't as good as the main stuff.
They were
But
better in Doom Eternal, though.
Doom Eternal's DLC is one of the exceptions to the rule, but I think you'd agree with most of the time the expansions.
Yeah, no,
aren't
because they
nearly
know
as
they're
good
not going to
as-
sell that much. But like with these games, especially Ubisoft and Take-Two, especially, they know the numbers on what people are buying the game at, like what cost they are, and they just do
and-
more and more and more of these extremely $120 for PGA Tour.
Well, see, that was the other argument I was going to make, is how much of this is the online reaction to the pricing, where like in the real world nobody cares, because if you always look at the pre-order numbers for stuff, it's always the edition that's like the most expensive is the one that's like most pre-ordered.
Yep.
So like a lot of people at least feel comfortable enough to pre-order Assassin's Creed Shadows at $120. So they might not be put off by, you know, the price increase or what have you. And like Jesse just said, like Doom Eternal or Doom Dark Ages is, how much is the
It's
Ultimate Edition,
$30
like
more because
130?
you get the expansion, you get a digital
So it's $100.
stuff. Yeah, it's $100 total, and we just saw on PlayStation with the Indiana Jones version that gives you the DLC,
yeah.
and Forza Horizon 5 that was
Forza
early
Horizon
access
5
and
is
DLC.
$100.
Like those sold
So
really well.
So I sort of wonder how much of the reaction is just strictly like online. And
Most.
I'm angry because I don't like. I mean, who likes paying more for the same thing?
No one.
Nobody.
No.
Absolutely nobody. And you're already in a situation with Xbox that's like, hey, we're having a tough time selling our consoles. Even if like we kind of accept, even if like they are like, we don't even really care. Like we don't, you know, we've moved on past it. Like now it's like with the price increase on all this stuff, it's almost like, well, who's really going to buy a Series X at $600 now? Because it was tough to sell at $499, and then the Series S is the same price as the PS5 digital, and the PlayStation 5 gets Xbox games and PlayStation games. So you know, like, so the prices are sort of out of whack unless PlayStation raises their prices, but. You know, you could be like, oh, this is tariff related. Nobody's really going to care what the reason is. All they're going to see is that things are costing them more, and they're just going to look at these corporations and be like, you're just greedy greedy MFers. I did see like Apple in their recent reports that they took $1 billion tariff hit, or whatever it was.
Yeah, they've
So-
moved a lot of their stuff over to India, which has helped them avoid it because this all happened last time, just to a lesser extent. And that's when Microsoft, Nintendo, and Sony all sent a letter in 2019 to the president saying, hey, please, for love of God.
You know how Nick's always like, you know, if I was in charge of Xbox, here's what I would do. And this is where Nick would say, instead of raising prices, I'd lower them.
Or just keep them the same.
Yeah,
Like,
keep them the same.
The 2 terabyte Series X, the Galaxy one, is more expensive than a PS5 Pro.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you can even
that's
buy that one
insane.
anywhere. Really, like
That's insane.
I don't really
In
think
Australia,
they made that many of them.
It's $1,000, so it's less than a PS5 Pro in Australia. That's good, I guess. It's cheaper than the PS5 Pro here. Woo, winning. That's just, yeah. But the financials are good, so yay for the shareholders.
And they made like $5.7 billion.
It was their biggest Q3 ever.
Yeah, and this year will be
For Xbox.
probably their biggest fiscal year ever for Xbox. But
Just one step closer to the death of the hardware, eh, Rand?
No.
yeah, I mean, I think the new hardware coming out in a couple of years will be the last hardware from Xbox.
Be the last one.
I mean, I
Yeah.
guess they could keep it around like Surface, where they make it because they can, and
And
there's
because there's
a user base or whatever.
They
but-
have an enormous subscription base that is based around their hardware. It's not going anywhere.
But imagine if like I sort of wonder how this would all go if Nintendo didn't kind of start the conversation surrounding a lot of this, like $80 games, accessories going up, right? The fact that they wouldn't let people in the US pre-order because they weren't sure what the price was going to be because they were debating what to do, and I sort of wonder
Here's
if
the thing, right? The price increase thing, and again, this is me being consistent, right? Like, I've always said, Jesse will tell you, he's been doing this show with me for quite a while. I have always said that we've had it too good for too long with game prices. I'm not saying I want games to be more expensive.
We were lucky that they hadn't gone up more. Essentially.
We've been extremely lucky that since 1985, games have stayed roughly around the same price, which when you think about it is insane. That's
I think
actually
they
nuts
had
that
gone
for
down
40 years.
From the cart days of
Well,
the
if
Super
anything,
Nintendo,
yes.
they went down
Yes, if anything, they got
comparatively.
cheaper. Hold on a second.
1 second. All right, go.
Yes, like if anything, they got cheaper. Like there was a time in the 80s and 90s where Nintendo cartridges were like 80, 90 US. So games, if anything, got cheaper for a long, long time before they slowly started to creep up. But then everyone, wait a second, coffee's here.
Don't show me on screen. I don't want to be on there.
Yeah, no, I don't think she wants to appear on camera.
Don't put me on screen.
I won't do that too often.
So, like, games, if anything, got cheaper, but then game development costs exploded. Because remember, games in the 80s and 90s used to cost like 73 cents to make. And then they'd be selling them for 60, 70, 80, $90 because of the cartridges. Now games cost tens of millions, hundreds of millions to make, but then we bitch and moan if the prices go up. So the prices stay at 60, but then they have to start finding other ways to make money. So they introduce microtransactions, DLC, all that sort of stuff. And then people bitch and moan about that. You can't fucking have it both ways, people. You can't. Like, pick your poison. You either accept the games going up in cost and hopefully they don't still include things like microtransactions and all that sort of stuff, or keep your cheap games and they'll be microtransaction and DLC to hell and back. Like, you all want the greatest graphics, you all want hundreds of hours of content, you all want the greatest physics, you want all your fruit exploding, you want your grass to move when you walk through it, but you don't want to pay more for your games. So when Sony increased the price of their games, I kind of understood it. Their games in particular cost a shit ton of money to make. I'm surprised Microsoft held out as long as they did.
We saw with
Nintendo
Project Maverick, it's just a support studio is a $30 to $50 million budget for Gears E-Day. Like it's crazy how expensive things can be.
That's
what
why
I
a lot
mean.
of people thought that it was its own separate game, because they're like, no way that's just support studio for work on the game or whatever, right?
But when you got that many people working on something for years, it's just not cheap.
And I just sort of wonder how expensive Gears E-Day then is, because if you got 50 million, I sort of wonder if they're on the multiplayer portion of it, and like some of the multiplayer stuff or what have you is costing that much. But it's a lot of money for games.
Nintendo, though, we've always said here, I have always said many times on this show, Nintendo's good because their games are cheap to make. So I have no idea why Nintendo increased their game prices.
Because
Nintendo's
they
also,
can.
because they're scum.
Yep.
Nintendo
They are all scum.
also never discount their games. Like when they discount their first party games, it's like, it's like this tiny amount, like it's nothing.
Like the MSRP on Breath of the
why-
Wild is still $60. So that's why
to me, Nintendo was the one that had no legitimate reason to up their prices to 80 because their games don't cost a lot to make.
and the part that
Everyone else, I understand.
like you can still get more games than you can ever play cheaper than ever. You just can. It's just when you want the big things new, it sucks that it's getting so much more expensive. But as far as like the actual hobby itself, most people have way more games than they can play. And it's us in our bubble that want to play stuff right away that, then would have to pay full price if it's not in Game Pass. Like, that's the big hit. That really sucks. But that's not really going to hit most people because most people buy 1, maybe 2 games a year. And they're just on free to play and doing microtransactions here and there. Like, the reality is that no matter how angry we get about all this, it's not changing.
Oh, no, of course not.
I mean, it just sort of also is like the more expensive games are and the higher the budgets, it just sort of seems like the AAA space will kind of remain. Nobody's going to take risks because there's too much riding on the line, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for innovation in the space, you're probably not going to get it
Indies.
from like a $400 million AAA production budget that also needs to sell a game at $80.
Indies and double A's.
Yeah, so I mentioned the show yesterday, and I'll mention it again, and it's like, it's pretty, I don't know if it's damning or just the state of the industry, but like the 3 highest rated games this year are
Indies.
Expedition 33, Blueprints, and Split Fiction, and they're 50, 30, 50.
Yep.
Right? And, I know they're each one's different. One's a turn-based RPG. One's a roguelite. What would you even describe Blueprints as? A roguelite?
That's a puzzle game.
Architecture puzzle game.
Yeah, it's a roguelite.
And the other
puzzle
is a co-op like action game, right?
Yep.
But the one thing I think that threads through all of them is that they're all innovative and unique and are doing something different in the space that nobody else is really sort of doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I sort of just worry that like as prices go up, one, these companies will just be less risk averse, so everything's going to kind of be bog standard, and then
more
2,
risk averse.
More risk averse, yeah. And then 2, you're just going to drive more people to free to play games, which already seems like a big problem.
Yep.
Considering it's like you can get a console, you can get a PC, and not spend any money on buying a single game.
Correct.
Because you can play your Fortnites and your Rocket Leagues and all this other stuff. And then, you drive more people who would normally spend the money on it being like, actually, I'm going to go spend my money on, Fortnite skins like Nick does or whatever. And so because it becomes more expensive, it's like the free-to-play games get more popular. And then, we're in that cycle.
We've been in that cycle for a while.
I know we've been in this cycle, but it seems like this is only going to exasperate it.
I mean,
right?
we look at review scores, and in the long run, they don't really matter because still the biggest moneymakers this year are both Monster Hunter Wilds and Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like they've come, one of those has probably made more than both of those 3 games combined 5 times over. Like it's just the nature of the business. So focusing on what's critically reviewed the best is a us thing. Like we're the only people that would watch them. We're the only people that would make them. Like the actual business realities of it are, again, it's mostly the trash that does the best. It's like, why did Netflix move to having 700 reality shows instead of
Cheap
constantly paying for more? Yeah, you can throw $50 at a reality show that's completely scripted and bullshit, but people will eat it up compared to having amazing shows that you constantly cancel because nobody watched them. because they're more of a commitment. They're not just background noise that you can play. Like the reality is, games aren't growing. Like the gaming business has stopped growing console-wise. Like consoles had 40 years of doing this, constantly making more money and selling more.
Yeah.
And now they're doing this, making insane amounts of money. But the flat lines mean you then move to try and get as much out of your existing audience as you can instead of subsidizing anything to try and grow it. So you will see them still subsidize on the PC side because you can grow there. The cloud side, you can grow there because you have to subsidize because it's so goddamn expensive to run. But when it comes to the best reviewed shit, that's make your people that are working there feel good. But did that game review that well? Well, who cares? Days Gone sold really well, but it reviewed like shit. And so Sony told them to go stuff it and make something else.
And they still remastered it late anyways.
Yeah, because remasters are a cheap way to pay for the cancellation they just had.
It sure is. And we got Yoshida. Thanks for that when he said, hey, you want the new games? Buy the remasters.
Yeah. Super chat from Assassin. Should game reviews take the price into account for reviewing games?
Absolutely.
This game isn't worth the $70/$80 price. Was discussing with a friend.
Yeah, we always do. It's not this is going to change the score so much as when you're just talking about, do you think people should buy it? Like, it's like the ACG thing, buy, rent, wait for sale. Like, I'll say, this game's fine, but I don't think it's worth its launch price, but this is what I think this game is as a game. Like, if a game was $80 or a game was $60, like, it's not going to change my final score, but it might change my recommendation about it.
Yeah, I'm actually in the same boat with Jesse. I'd be like, hey, recommendation-wise, it's like, I think it's worth the full price, or
Clair Expedition
I'd
at
wait for a
$50.
sale.
Holy shit, yeah.
Yeah, buy it day one, buy it full price because I think it's worth it, or get it in Game Pass. But then you something else. It's like a game that comes out at $80. You might be like, while the game's really good, it's not like good enough where you'd be like, yeah, you know what, you need to go out right away and buy it for $80. But if it ever goes on sale for $50, go ahead. And that's the other thing like this, like, Nick, I did not have on my bingo card that Microsoft would be the one to follow Nintendo. Like, my bingo card was Take-Two or EA, maybe even Sony.
Yeah, because Microsoft
I did
was
not
the
expect
last.
it to be Microsoft.
Sony were the ones that went to 70.
Well,
Take-Two went to 70 first.
Yeah.
Then Sony did.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I think, what happened, Rand, is like Sony already had everything set up for 70 with Ghost of Yotei, and they don't have anything else for a while.
True.
So,
True,
like,
that
it's a Microsoft's like, hey, we're going to have a lot of shit this fall, probably fall and winter, probably going to have stuff you haven't even heard of yet. Obviously, no one's heard of Call of Duty. That's going to be 80. I would be surprised if Outer Worlds 2 was, but it could be. You never know, because they can also just really push Game Pass along if it hasn't gone up too much by then. But, like, Sony doesn't have a lot that isn't already announced. The Death Stranding 2 is already there. We know it's coming soonish. Boy, and I can't wait to see Dan Rykkert's preview of that one. He went to Japan for it, for Giant Bomb. And Ghost of Yotei was already up.
He ended up loving the game, though. He hated it in the initial release, and then ended up loving it with the director's cut, so he'll probably end up loving it.
But with the pricing thing, though, I don't think the price should be involved in a review score. Like, I know I've mentioned pricing in my reviews. I've been like, this game is only this much.
Yeah,
so,
because you do a lot
really
of cheap, really cheap ones.
Yeah. I don't think it should affect the score per se. Like, if the game has great gameplay and great graphics and a great story, the fact that it's cheap or expensive shouldn't factor into the score. But I'm fine mentioning it as part of the review as a consideration for the person reading it or watching the review. But I don't think it should factor into the score.
Yeah. So you took a long time to say exactly what I said and Rand agreed with.
I know, and I wanted to say
I'm
it.
teasing.
And
I know.
But yeah.
But yeah, no.
I do got a question for you guys, though.
Yeah.
So I asked this to Paris and Colt. Let's just say hypothetically, tariffs go away. China, U.S. come to an agreement of some sort or something. But either way, like let's say
We
tariffs
bend
are a
over.
non-factor. Tariffs are a non-factor. Does Microsoft then drop prices back to what they were before?
This is a floor.
Okay.
This is the new floor.
So then you could you make the argument that this isn't tariff related then? If the tariffs go away, shouldn't the prices come back down?
It is tariff related, but they will. This is happening because of tariffs, and it's an excuse to never lower it.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
They
Because
can just be greedy.
Well, sure. I mean, the corporations only want one thing from you: their money. They don't. They're not your friends.
Yeah.
People at the companies might be your friends, but the corporation doesn't care.
Oh, Phil and I are best friends.
Yeah, he's never taken you out for dinner like he might have some other friends, but
I've never been to America.
Yeah. Hey, we were all in
If I go
Germany
to
together.
America-
I saw him standing up above Gamescom while we were there. I saw him in the theater showing off Indiana Jones and Starfield. Him and
Because there's
Sarah.
the thought I had of like, if they remove the tariffs, I thought the hardware could come back to what it was, but they would keep the game prices and accessories at what they are.
They might. I think they'd more readily put them on sale, but the MSRP probably wouldn't
selling
change.
hardware anyway.
Yeah.
They're not selling hardware
But they're
anyway.
not
so why drop the
stocking
price?
hardware. But I also think they might have really
And
stopped stocking hardware because they knew the tariffs were coming.
You know what the funny part is? In anticipation of the price increase, have you seen Xboxes have sold out on Amazon?
Well, because they were still the same price. They hadn't changed it. They
That's why I
had
said-
lowered it back down.
There'll be a small spike in hardware and then a big drop. There'll be a little tiny spike. Like Xboxes on Amazon are sold out everywhere, all of them, even the 2 terabyte Galaxy Edition.
Yeah, my
It's
kid
sold
got
out.
a Series S with a ton of DLC for Fortnite and Rocket League for $159 a couple years ago.
That's the one I got for my kids. I got them the Series S's with the Fortnite
Yeah, with
and
the
Rocket
gold,
League
the black
DLC.
and gold DLC stuff.
No, my kids got the purple one.
Ooh.
There was an earlier version, the purple one that my kids got. I took one of the codes for
Of
because
course
my
you did.
daughter at the time. My daughter doesn't play Rocket League, so I took her DLC code, and I think I let both kids have their Fortnite codes. I think that doesn't sound like me, but I think. Lucius Augustus, member for 14 months. That's amazing. According to Shirkana, people are already buying less games at the $70 price point. Setting it to $80 may lead to all but the most hype game to flop. Yeah, totally. Yep, totally agree. Or do what I tell you all to do and just fucking wait for sales.
Yeah.
People don't want to wait. It's FOMO, bro.
Why?
The
Fucking
casuals
FOMO.
are fine waiting.
You're all
Sure,
adults.
but the casuals only play 1 or 2 games a year. So
Yeah.
what does it matter? And that's
You're
usually
all
just Call of
adults,
Duty.
man. Just wait.
Because they
Just
got to be involved in the conversation on Twitter and
Oh
on
my God.
podcasts.
Or,
I'm telling you,
or-
bro.
I've already got them in my
Do what
mentions
the-
saying, you're going to give Doom a 10 because it's Xbox and you a fanboy. And it's like, I don't...
Yeah,
the
you better
score-
give it a 10,
The
Jesse.
score is the last thing I think about when I'm doing the video for a review. That's when it finally goes in. I hate them.
Mate, like, I just... Or do what the smart people do, which is subscribe to Game Pass and then buy the game cheap when it's on sale.
Yeah, but
Look at me.
not every game
I
goes into
didn't-
Game Pass, though, Nick.
More than enough
Sorry.
to, for most people.
I mean,
What
the
do you mean?
They
biggest
just don't know
games
it.
out there don't, though.
Call of Duty's on Game Pass. That's
Sure,
the
if we're talking
biggest
about
game.
Microsoft's games, but
But
you
they're
know.
the only good games. So
oh,
why
they're
does
the
it
only
matter?
good ones. Oh, okay.
That's right.
They're no
Microsoft's
Returnal.
games are the only ones that matter.
So what happens when this year's Call of Duty is like a 50 meta?
Why will it
It'll be like
50
Modern Warfare 3 and still
I
make
don't
a
know.
ridiculous
A
amount of
lot
money.
of the Call of Duty insiders are like, early word is that this Call of Duty is a piece of garbage,
It's-
like Modern
yeah,
Warfare 3.
It's similar to Modern Warfare 3.
Okay,
Modern Warfare 3
Modern Warfare
still
3
made...
still, yeah, it's still
If it
made
still
money
sold a
hand
lot,
over
but
If it
fist.
hadn't been for Hogwarts Legacy, it still would have been the top selling game of the year.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you say that like reviews affect Call of Duty.
No, clearly they don't. But you just said
No, they
only
don't.
good games. Because I don't think they've even said, like, nobody could even say who's making this year's Call of Duty.
No.
Because it's in between the Treyarch Infinity
I'm
Ward
sure
thing.
Tom
It doesn't
Henderson knows. Is he still in chat or is he passed out from his whiskey?
I don't
Tom,
know.
who's making this COD? Is it
But
Sledgehammer?
Tom Henderson, is he still in chat? Let me try. He is not.
No, it's pretty late.
He said he liked my new office though.
Hey,
He
looks
goes,
nice.
new office, Nick? I said, yeah, I did it myself. And he's like, wow, it looks nice. He goes, I like that wood panel look. He wants
Yeah.
the same thing. It's
Well,
classy.
Well, you are
me.
going to have more neon-y stuff, though, so it won't be as classy. It'll be gamerified.
Nah, it'll still be, I'll do it in a nice, subtle
Mm.
way. It won't be like full fucking gaudy RGB shit.
You know what we need to do if we ever get a budget? We need to always make sure we're wearing XboxEra t-shirts and that people can go buy them at XboxEra.com right now.
least
You
I'm
can go up
wearing
to the
Xbox.
merch. Yeah. I'm wearing charity.
Deadbox, baby. Woo!
I played Xbox games on this charity stream 2 years ago.
What shirt are you wearing, Rand? Get on camera, you fuck.
Nothing. Titties are out.
I got a black Carhartt shirt on.
Hmm.
What'd you want me to say? I'm actually just completely in the nude.
Aren't you wearing a South of Midnight shirt?
I don't actually have any gaming shirts.
Oh, don't you? God, I've got so
No.
many.
I don't know. I don't really care about them.
I'm a 44-year-old loser that wears video game t-shirts.
Ah, you're 1 year older than me.
I know. It's fucking scary. Okay, so that's enough about
Community
Microsoft.
questions.
So who'll
Being-
be next,
no.
Nick? Let me ask you this: who's next? Who's gonna be the next publisher to announce that their future releases are $80?
Are we talking about? I was about to say, obviously, we're not talking about the big three because there's only one left. EA.
Even so, like Madden and college football already have their prices set at $70. I don't know what FC is because I don't think they've announced that yet.
Well, I don't think anyone will this year because
I mean,
Sony
Borderlands-
only has Ghost of Yotei.
Borderlands 3 doesn't have a price yet, as far as I'm aware.
Nope.
And they are Take-Two, so
Mhm. But they really sell a lot of those $120 editions already, so they might hold off until GTA.
GTA will definitely be. I'd be shocked if GTA is not 100.
I think Mafia would stick at 70. Mafia is not big enough.
and how many
you reckon-
games are big enough to be 80 though? That's the question. Because I
Do you
don't think
GTA
Outer Worlds
will
2
be
or-
100? Do you think
Well,
GTA
didn't
will
you
be
hear what
100?
Jesse's prediction was? $80 for the
What?
story, $80 for the multiplayer, $160 for the complete edition.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think they'll do that.
Why not?
Hey, it would save me $80. I mean, it wouldn't actually save me anything. I wouldn't buy the online edition. I just would buy the story at 80.
I'm good with Take-Two. I might be able to get your code.
I don't know. I'm going to be smart and not buy Grand Theft Auto at all. Super chat from Gavin House, who's new. He's a new viewer of the XboxEra podcast because he normally follows Rand. So Rand brought Gavin here. So thanks for that, Rand,
Gavin.
and welcome, Gavin. He's got a £5 super chat. The article I read on my Xbox is still included with tariffs. Is that its classification is a toy? Surely there's legal grounds to contest.
I mean, it is classified as a toy, which I think in general is better for it than being tech. I think there's like more. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure if they haven't tried to change it now, they probably wouldn't want to. Just over this, because even the tech stuff that's exempt is temporarily exempt. It's not some guarantee that you're not going to get hit.
Rand blocked me. Why'd you block Gavin, Rand?
Oh.
I don't block anybody.
Technically, it could have been me,
You sure
except
Rand
I've
blocked
never
you,
done it on
Gavin?
your channel.
I
Ever?
haven't blocked anybody on my channel in like 2 years. So if it's happened recently, it wasn't me.
Unblock him, Rand. Come on, mate.
I never block anybody.
It's
Could
really
be
hard to
Jesse.
unblock someone on
Probably
Google.
is Jez. Jez blocks a lot of people if you're
Yeah.
talking
Oh my
smack
god,
about
Jez!
players.
I'm surprised I'm not fucking blocked by Jez.
I'm in the Jez camp. Our comment section is infinitely better from blocking obviously shitty people who are just there to hurt others' feelings, especially mine. You don't do enough. Most people are just like, he's so handsome. Oh, he's dreamy. Oh, he's so pixelated when the fireworks go off.
Yeah. It does. It is so weird. But when we do it via Discord, Discord's like
Yeah.
flawless.
Discord will
has
go at
no
a high.
problem handling the
Discord's
fireworks.
less concerned on latency, so StreamYard will give up latency to keep. Will give up quality to keep latency as low as possible.
You know, I love having this boom now because I can just sit back and still have my mic there and still use my keyboard and mouse. This is great. I love this new setup.
Yeah.
It's so nice. It's so good. Okay. So the last thing we're going to talk about, since we're talking about GTA, this is the big one, even though it should be no surprise to anyone who uses any kind of logical thought. In the least surprising news, but apparently biggest news of the week, Grand Theft Auto 6 delayed to 2026. Oh my god, this is my shocked face.
No one was shocked.
That, like, come on, man. Who legitimately thought this was a 2025 game? Like, seriously.
A couple of executives at Rockstar and none of the people that were actually making it.
Someone on Twitter goes to me, so does that mean that Zelnick, like, lied when he said it was coming 2025 to shareholders? I'm like, yeah, bro. They did, because they didn't. Have you seen Take-Two's share price now? It's gone. That's why they mentioned that it's still coming in 2025 last quarter, so that the shares wouldn't do that. Yeah, they did lie. Oh, but that's illegal.
No.
So they can't prove that he lied anyway.
It's only illegal if he can prove it.
That's right. Like, they can't prove he lied, but of course he lied. Like, GTA 6 was, to this point, right, they had shown nothing but a small trailer. No gameplay, no nothing. They had said nothing outside of that trailer. How was it going to be a 2025 game? How? And in the end, there's more games than you have time to play in your lifetime just in 2025. Don't stress about it, man. Go play something else.
Well,
and you're going to need to save up the money because it's going to be a $100 game anyway.
It's a big story in the news because it was going to help pay for a lot of websites to continue to exist. Like GTA Guide and SEO work was going to be enormously important. Yep. So it's
yep.
And that's it was also going to sell a lot of consoles.
Yep.
I was just about to say it's also going to sell consoles for mostly Sony and to a lesser extent Microsoft.
I think it would have done fine with the Series S for the more casuals coming in, looking and seeing when it was cheaper. Now, not so much. But next year,
here's a question that I think is a more interesting question. And don't get upset, Rand.
Nintendo.
Do you think the Switch 2 will get a GTA 6 port?
Maybe down the road. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Is that
possibly
the reason for the delay?
No. The reason for the delay is because the game wasn't going to be ready.
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm just being a smartass.
Although you asked like who thought it was this year. See, I got to throw myself under the bus here because I was doing the Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I was trying to connect dots and things to like the release dates because I was be like, Borderlands is in September. I was like, oh, but then Marathon's the same day. Like, do they know something? Why wouldn't you be in like October? Oh, Ghost of Yotai is the beginning of October. That's odd. Yeah, why would they? And most likely Sony's the marketing partner for GTA. Maybe they know something. And then the leaked release date for Take-Two's Mafia was August. I'm like, why would you release a game of that caliber of Mafia in August when games typically don't release? Why
There's
wouldn't
another
you put Mafia
thing,
in
Rand.
October? You know, like...
It's come out from data mining. The Game Pass deal for Xbox expires late October for GTA 5.
Right. So I was like, I was trying to like do the Charlie thing where I'm like, Pepe Silve, like, and I was like, oh man, I really think GTA might be coming out here based on these things.
No. Well, they had the planning for it too. It just probably was never going to. But
I just looked at it from that.
Yeah.
But then when they announced the delay, I was like, yeah, of course. Because my initial thought was like, it's next year. And then, of course, now people are like, it's not even going to be May. It's going to be September of 2026.
That's what I reckon. I don't even think it'll be May. I think it'll be like September, October, November. It'll be like fall next year. Like, it's not going to be May. Not going to be May.
Well, the only reason... See, I don't know how Take-Two's fiscal years are set up because Microsoft's end in June, start in July.
Mm-hmm.
And if May would be essentially the end of Take-Two's fiscal year, do you know when it starts, Jesse?
Oh, we'll look it up right now. Let's see.
Because they may set it for May because that may still fall in their fiscal year.
Reported in May last year.
Oh, so it would be the end of their fiscal year then. So they might be setting it for the very end of May because it would do well for their fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and then they'll announce it.
And then it'd be like, oh, well, it's delayed. So that could be...
It's not going to be in this fiscal year. It would be in the beginning of next fiscal year. Because they reported their fourth quarter in May, which means it ended before that.
Okay, so... All right, yeah.
You know what? This time I'm going to remember, Jesse. We have a community question on this. Which
I tried to call you into the other two for the ones about the friggin' Xbox prices.
Yeah, but they're
But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it's
right,
fine.
we'll work
It
it out.
doesn't matter.
So we have a community question from Emargonaut.
I gotta find it. Got it.
Okay.
Oh god, it's
His
so
question
long.
is, I know.
I gotta
Oh,
resize.
wait till you see its fins.
I know.
Wait till you see
It's Finn.
fins.
The new Karis.
Uh,
Hopefully not turned
hello, Nick.
to hate us by someone like Karis was.
by another competing console Discord. Hello, Nick, Jesse, and the one and only Thor 19. After months of speculation, GTA 6's delay to 2026 finally happened. While not unexpected, it completely reshaped the industry's release calendar. Publishers avoided the blast zone of late 2025, leaving a strangely empty window. So my questions. Which studios / publishers stand to gain from this? And who's taking the biggest hit? Do you think other AAA games such as Fable were delayed because of GTA 6 rather than genuine development needs? Could some publishers now reconsider their plans and push titles back into 2025 as a way and scale we haven't seen before, despite potential development, PR, and marketing setbacks? One silver lining, GTA 6 won't be sweeping the awards this year, giving titles like Blueprints and Clair Obscur a better shot at recognition. I can't help but feel Rockstar handled this poorly. They almost certainly knew for months but kept quiet, causing industry-wide disruption. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Keep up the great work. It's very much appreciated. Best from Spain. Thank you, Emargonaut.
I don't think
know,
it's
like-
going to change this year that much. I think it's going to change next year a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So
But
like early
here's
next
the
year,
thing,
late
though.
this year, maybe.
How much do we believe? See, everyone was like, oh, getting out of the way of GTA, getting out of the way of GTA. Look, I love a good conspiracy theory, and if you can convince me of why a conspiracy theory will exist, I'll believe it. But my thing is, Take-Two is a very close partner with Microsoft and Sony in particular. I want to believe that Microsoft and Sony knew this delay was coming. Like, they knew that it wasn't going to be a 2025 game. So I want to believe that Fable was delayed for development reasons and not GTA 6 reasons.
I mean, they delayed Fable in February of this year. The game wasn't even supposed to come out until fall. I mean, they clearly delayed it because it just needed more time. Look when they
Yeah.
delayed Avowed, right? In
Yes.
comparison, it was just like, yeah, Fable just needs the time. So
Yeah. Because a lot of people thought it was a GTA 6 thing. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I would guess that Microsoft and Sony both knew that GTA was going to be 2026. And the fact that they announced Yote's date so early would lead me to believe that they've known all along. And Take-Two would, that's how, like, they would have a very strong relationship with both publishers. So I would wager that they both knew.
potentially, but that also could lead to stuff leaking because, you know, the more people you tell, the more people chances are to get out to other people and stuff. So
Yeah, I know, but like, if to me, something like that stays between, say, Zelnick and Phil, and Jim at the time, or whomever. I'd say that would stay at that top level, which is why it's not going anywhere. I just find it difficult to believe that this would be a genuine surprise to, say, Microsoft and PlayStation. Personally.
I mean, they probably believed it wasn't coming either. I mean, most of the industry, most
Yeah.
of the people didn't believe it was coming this year, regardless, right? So
I don't know, man. I reckon a lot of people did. Like, I saw a lot of discussion about, the GTA is going to win the Game Awards, and all these games have to get out of GTA's way. Like, come on. Like,
I mean, sure, but the thing is, games do have to get out of GTA's way.
They do, but they didn't have to get out of the way this year. It was never going
Well,
to be a
but
2025
like the
game.
thing is, like, nobody really knew for sure. So you kind of got to plan for both. You got to plan for. Well, okay, sure. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of people who be like, I knew for sure. But when you're planning your title and everything's based around it, you're going to be like, oh, well, we got to plan for every possible outcome here, right?
Yes, planning for possible
So-
outcomes, yes. But mate, me and my buddy Masayed was saying from last year, we're like, GTA is a 2026 game. It is not 2025. This is the GTA cycle. They say, here's a trailer. Here's when we're going to release it. Oh, it's delayed. here's the new date now. Oh, it's delayed again. That's the GTA cycle. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Guess what they're
which
going to
is-
do with GTA 7? GTA 7 will
Well,
be the same.
We won't hear about GTA 7 for
Yeah, we won't.
15 years.
Yeah, GTA
Maybe there won't
7
even be
is-
a video game industry by then.
Yeah, GTA 7 is like, what? If we're 2025 now, GTA 7's like, what, 2040?
Yeah, right?
Something like that. 2040? My God, I'm going to be 60 years old when GTA 7 comes out.
I guess you could say
That's
like
hilarious.
who's going to benefit from GTA leaving is like really any of the games that are releasing around that time frame. Like Ghost of
That's
Yotai
right.
probably is going to benefit.
COD.
You know, like you could even argue like Marathon or Arc Raiders because of, you know, there's not another big multiplayer game that you would be competing with, so those might see more players.
Yeah.
I think we'll start
Everything.
seeing. I
Everything
think we'll
in
start seeing
2025.
release dates and announcements at Summer Games Fest for this fall. Now that everybody knows it's out of its way, there's a big show coming in a month, so the people are going to want to be like, okay, it's coming this fall and it's this date. Because right now, like we don't. I guess you can even argue Call of Duty would benefit.
Yeah, I
like
said
Call of
that
Duty's
just now.
always,
Yeah.
the best seller, but now there's no GTA 6.
No competition. Although,
and you know what?
is Battlefield this year?
Well, that's
Is
the thing I was
Battlefield
going to
this
say
year?
because Vince did say they would be fine delaying it to 2026 to get away from GTA 6. So I wonder if there's a push for Battlefield to be this fall, so they could, like.
And did you
that
see the
could
leaked
be-
gameplay of Battlefield?
I have not. I'm not really looking at anything for it.
Man, it looks.
I mean, people said
Nice.
the same thing about Battlefield 2142, though, that it, or 2042, whatever it was. I forget the
I
name.
don't know. I'm just going personal opinion. This looks more like Battlefield 3 and 4.
Good. I mean, in Vince Zampella, we trust. When has he ever led anybody astray? Never.
Doesn't do it much.
So that could be a big.
Look, in the end, literally every late 2025 game benefits.
Sure, yeah.
Everything.
Outer Worlds 2, Ninja Gaiden 4, you don't got to worry
Yep.
about potentially
Oh
pushing
my God,
those
Ninja
somewhere.
Gaiden 4, yes. Yeah. And it's funny, like I just think now. So to me, again, if publishers and developers are smart, GTA 6 will. I strongly don't believe it will release in May 2026. They've given that date. Again, it's a shareholder play. I don't believe it'll be May 2026. I firmly believe it'll be late 2026. I wouldn't even discount a delay to 2027, personally.
Ooh.
I wouldn't even discount that.
I would be shocked if it was pushed to 2027. But another
just saying
delay
I
to the
wouldn't
fall,
discount
I would not be shocked. But 2027, I would be.
If I'm 2026 games now, I'm trying to get out in the first half. Try and get out in the first half as a just in case, because it's not going to be in May. So just get out in the first half of 2026 before it hits in the end of the year.
I guess it's
Is
also
Perfect Dark. Is Perfect Dark next year? Perfect Dark should be next year, shouldn't it?
should it be?
Jesse
I,
is
I
muted.
don't know.
Jesse is muted.
Yeah, because I was talking. It would be weird if it wasn't, because it would have been 2 years since showing gameplay, which seems like a long time. So I would assume
Yeah.
yes.
And it was announced in 2019.
Yeah.
Like,
It was
No,
announced
in
surely.
it was announced in 2020.
Yeah, they were announcing that they were pretty
Oh,
much
was it
starting.
2020? Sorry.
Yeah, starting building a studio to start making it in 2020. Really.
I could see
So
I could see Perfect Dark 2027 though, easily. It could be like Fable, hey, we're 2025 and then it gets delayed to 2026. It could see Perfect Dark being
Yeah,
like
'cause-
we're 2026 and then eventual delay to
And
2027.
they'll have enough where people won't care. Like
I
they'll
don't
have
want that.
enough.
I want Perfect Dark now.
I mean,
I want
sure.
it when
like-
it's ready. They have so much.
I
So
want it now.
like I see in chat, people are a lot talking about, oh, Microsoft would be stupid and just put games out around GTA. I'm like, they have too many. They can't just like say, oh, Rockstar says it's going to be out here. All right, we'll change our entire lineup where we're having games like every month just for a potential third party that then changes it and then ruins everything. Like they are big enough now where their content pipeline is dictating where their games go and not third party that often.
But you don't. Sure, maybe it's one thing if you're going to plan to release a State of Decay 3 around GTA that probably doesn't have as much money pumped into it as, say, a Fable.
Mhm.
Like, I think it would be very bad if Fable released within the time frame of a GTA 6 launch, because
Yeah.
I think that would negatively impact Fable, considering how much money and how much time has been invested in that game. So I feel like you're right. It was like, well, we're going to release games as we finish them, and we can't really worry about everything else. But when it comes to the games that we spend a ton of money on, we need to really like make sure that those aren't going to be in the blast zone, because there's too much riding on it.
And some of them are also so big, like Doom could be almost any time and be fine.
Sure.
So
Call of
they
Duty
have their
be anytime
tiers.
and be
Call of
fine.
Duty, they do it whenever the hell they feel like. If it was the same week as GTA, they might have an early access for a week before. But even then, they probably wouldn't give a shit. But everything that's first-time studio making this type of game thing, I think they'll do their best to give those the best chance they can. But it's something like a Towerborn. I don't think they delay it to move it from GTA, because it's just smaller budget, smaller title, very different audience. Like, there's also who is going to even play this versus who, like, everyone plays GTA. In the more casual sphere, everyone plays Call
Everyone
of Duty.
except Nick.
Well, yeah.
I don't play Grand Theft Auto.
You would play... Rockstar's games feel amazing on mouse and keyboard. And even GTA 5 feels pretty damn good on console now with a much better frame rate. Like, I know you say, oh, they're super heavy on that, but it's because they were always freaking 30 and had massive input latency.
If GTA 6 legitimately feels good to play, I'll play
They
it,
won't on
because I
console?
like the idea. I like the idea of a game that you can just fuck around in. Like, I enjoyed the old GTA games on PlayStation 2 and OG Xbox. I enjoyed those.
Yeah.
And I was hyped for GTA 4. I bought the collector's edition, lined up early in the morning. I was hyped for GTA 4. Took it home, played it, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why does this game feel like I am a snail that can't do anything?
Their GTA 4 and GTA 5 on all of its initial console releases didn't feel great. And GTA 4 still feels pretty good on PC. GTA 5 feels great on PC, and Red Dead Redemption 2 feels amazing on PC. But none of them feel that good on console because they still have too much input latency. So that's going to be the thing with 6. Do they still have that or not?
I'd like to enjoy GTA 6 if it feels good, because visually it looks incredible. That just looks amazing.
Things you can do when you're $1 billion budget, right?
Correct. And unlimited development years without pressure. I don't know. Again, everyone's going to want to get out of its way, but Microsoft doesn't have a lot of wriggle room because they've just got so many games coming. So many games.
So I think that they
Like, they've
definitely
got to release
would.
them at some stage.
They'd put the smaller budgets around it, and people would be like, "Oh, they're going to get destroyed." But it's also like, but they don't have to get back as much as Gears or Fable or
Correct.
Perfect Dark.
Thanks to Game Pass.
Mhm.
Thanks to Game Pass. Because in the end, everyone that gives a shit about those games that has Game Pass is going to at least download it and maybe start them before GTA 6 hits. So Microsoft, I feel like probably Sony and other third-party devs need to manage what they do. Like, how many times have you seen Sony release a Horizon game right before a fucking Zelda or something hits? So
It was Zelda, and then it was Elden Ring.
yeah, like
So we saying the Horizon co-op game's going to come out next year right before GTA?
all I'm saying is whatever Sony's got planned for next year, whether that's Wolverine, whether that's whatever, maybe try and have it avoided. Like, speak to Take-Two, speak to your buddy Zelnick, and be like, hey, can you tell us the real date so that we can get Wolverine out before it? Like, come on, do us a solid, please. We don't want Wolverine to get buried. But yeah, I just, I don't know. I mean, it'll win all the awards. Will it win all the awards next year? Is GTA 6 like Game of the Year type stuff? Did it win it in 2013?
Yeah, it won over Last of Us, I think.
In 2013?
Yeah, I believe GTA 5 won over Last of Us, yes. But Red Dead 2 lost to God of War.
Yeah. Which I vehemently disagree with, and I liked the 2018 God of War.
I'm pretty sure GTA
yeah, Grand
5
Theft
won
Auto
over
5 won.
Yeah, of course it
Yeah.
did. It was like a 97 Metacritic.
which is crazy to me. But anyway,
Not for me. Great game.
You know, this is the first game without Dan Houser.
Mm.
So, everyone's always assuming that GTA is going to be amazing, but it's like what if it's not?
Mhm.
Right? What if it's like all this anticipation for something that's like mid? But regardless, I'm sure it'll be, it'll be nominated for Game of the Year and probably a heavy contender for next year.
And its biggest thing is going to be its online component anyways.
Yeah. So
that's what's going to make them the most money.
Yep.
I mean, the campaign will still make a shit ton of money because they'll just sell so many copies. Yep. I mean, put it this way. Even I bought GTA 5 in the end because when the enhanced edition came out for PS5, it was discounted for a limited time for 15 Australian dollars. So I'm like, I'll just buy it. I will never install it and play it, but I just bought it because it was $15. So 6 will go through the same thing. That's what I do, man. I just wait for games to go on ridiculous discount.
You keep an eye on your Xbox For You sales where it's like 90% off.
Hey, I've turned that on. That's a cool feature.
It is. It's nice.
It's actually a cool feature.
They also had
I log into my console.
Buy two, like for the price of one. They've been doing a lot of different stuff.
It's actually cool. Like I log into my Xbox and it goes, this game's on sale for 90% off. I'm like,
yeah.
And then
when I usually get those, it's like just for you, 90% off, and I'm like, I already own this game.
Yeah, it did that for me for Gears Tactics. Gears Tactics popped up for me yesterday. It's like, Gears Tactics is on sale. I'm like, I just bought this like a week or two ago. Why are you telling me it's on sale? I own it. Okay. I think that's pretty much all the news covered, don't you guys think?
Mm-hmm.
And only 3 hours. Wow. 3 hours to go, people. Buckle up. Now, has Rand got...
I put the buzz-in code in.
Buzz-in?
I put it in chat. In private chat.
Do you have the link for buzz-in, Rand?
I think.
Yeah, you go to buzzin.live and then you put that game code in.
Join game.
I'm going to send Rand the link to buzz-in, the website.
Yeah, just buzzin.live.
Jesse did.
That's all. But it is, of course, because it is time for Name a Game. Hit that button.
Name a game.
Okay.
Back with Name a Game. Welcome. How's it going? I can't even hear Nick. Oh.
Favorite. What?
Now I hear you.
Okay. We are back with everyone's favorite video game podcast game show. Name a game. The game that I invented all
you. No one else.
All me. Rand has hosted the show.
That's right, I have.
Never been a participant.
Actually,
I
don't know if I have or not. I don't know. I just hope it's a category that I actually have knowledge in, because sometimes you guys do categories.
It's been what most of our show has just been about. The category this week.
I have no idea.
Upcoming games.
Oh,
upcoming games. Well, that's good.
And so what do we? So we just.
Wait, hold on. Actually, you know what? We'll do that super chat later. We should have done that super chat while we were talking about it, but we missed out. Sorry, Ashashin. We will read your super chat.
It'll be the beginning of our community questions.
But speaking of Ashashin, that's who we play for our patrons. So myself and Rand play as champions for our patrons. It's another perk of being an Xbox Era patron, which Rand is. Rand is an Xbox Era patron, aren't you?
But you're not a patron of mine and Jazz, so that's not fair.
Not at the moment, but I was actually thinking of subbing to both yourself and Jeff Grubb, especially Jeff Grubb now that he's out of a job. But Rand, I've been spending a lot of money lately on stuff you see here, so money's been tight.
And technically, Xbox Era is completely broke thanks to Console Wars.
I don't get paid, and that wall. Not even joking, that wall was 650 Australian dollars.
Damn.
And
I wrecked my foot. Tell Jesse to send you the photo.
Yeah.
Of what
give me a couple months, Rand, and if our hits hit, I'll back.
What's your lowest tier, Rand? What's your lowest tier?
$2, I think.
I
don't know.
I'm an XboxEra patron, and I'm on $1.
Yeah, the old grandfather
Of
tier.
course you are. Of course you are.
I'm on the $1 tier of XboxEra. So if I go on your $2, I'm giving you more money than I'm giving myself.
So what? So what's the? So this one is the. This isn't the year one, right? That's
Nope.
what,
No,
what
this is
year
the name
might
of
be
game. I am
Okay.
playing for Gonzo,
Okay.
and Rand is playing for Troy Turgano. Sounds like
Okay.
the cousin of Dominic Toretto. Fast and the Furious. Okay, the topic is upcoming games. You got your buzzer ready, Rand?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, let's do this shit.
All right, gentlemen, number 1 in this episode of Name a Game.
Why are you echoing?
It's called Reverb. I'm hosting a game show. We're in the studio. All right, fine,
I don't
Jesus
like
Christ. This is Echo. This is Reverb. Jesus
I
Christ.
don't like it.
You like this? You like that?
Yes, that's much better. That's way better.
All right, Daddy. First one.
Okay, I'll turn it off. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1
Yep.
is putting it in chat for you and now showing it.
Oh, good.
That's not. Why is that showing? Oh, I didn't change it here. Boop, boop, boop. It is Scuff, input, output.
Scuff,
Mind-moving device, planet.
Device
3 words.
Planet. Upcoming games.
Upcoming games. Plenty of big
words.
ones. That you should know every one of these. Scuff, hyphen, input, output, space. Mind-moving device, space. Planet.
Gentlemen, here's me your Wow, that is that's one.
One notch was that deep. What the fuck?
Scuff. So scuff input output is one word.
It is 3 total words, with scuff, input, output being the first word.
Scuff input output.
And I don't know that I could give a hint for this one that wouldn't
Device.
immediately give it away.
Gentlemen.
I know the last word.
Well, if you know the last word, what would it be?
Upcoming games.
One of the biggest.
Oh, shit.
Nicholas Baker.
Mario Kart World?
Correct. Scuff.
Nice.
Mar. Input, output. I/O. EO. Mind moving device. Cart. Planet. World. There you go.
Yeah, baby.
This is all Nintendo related, so.
No, it's not. Not at all. Nintendo doesn't have enough
not.
games for that.
Yeah.
But the next one, do I have? I don't have anything else in Nintendo. You're good.
Next.
All right. Up next, I'll do a little bit less on the gender dial. Trying to give myself a cool announcer voice. Is this one? Boop, boop.
Between galaxies.
Between
The
hyphen galaxies, colon, the nonconformist soothsayer. Between hyphen galaxies, colon, the nonconformist soothsayer. Nick.
Intergalactic. The heretic prophet.
Correct.
Fuck yeah.
I hate it when Nick wins. Please don't let him.
Where's
I mean,
John?
probably
I wanna
going
fucking
to,
kick
'cause-
John's ass.
Because I am not good at these type of games.
I like Rand.
Because I can't think of the upcoming games and then apply it to this.
All right. Up next for a potential sweep, and I apologize, Rand, but it would be highly disappointing, is
Oh, I mean, Nick's going to win.
rodent. It's supposed to be rodent. Rodent.
Rodent.
Colon. Confidential research for employee.
For employee.
Rodent. Colon.
Rodent.
Confidential research for employee.
How many words is this game?
Technically 5, but realistically 4.
Rodent.
Oh, I forgot to use this. Nick got this twice. And again.
Rodent. Confidential research for employee.
No one in chat is even getting this one.
Rodent.
Gonna start the timer. Oh, not even put desk. Man, I'm off on everything now.
Rodent.
Now they can hear you
Mouse.
buzz. Timer's going 9, 8,
What's a mouse game?
7, 6, 5, 4. Rand.
Is it that mouse PI detective game or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
I need the full name. You're very close. You've got 10 seconds to give me the full thing. They gave it a full name
I
now.
gave him the answer when I said mouse, didn't I?
No, I was already
Rodent
thinking
is
mouse.
mouse.
I don't know the full name. That's just
PI for hire or something?
God damn it. Nick has stolen it and won. It was PI for hire.
No, I didn't buzz. I didn't
Okay,
buzz.
good.
I didn't
Yeah,
buzz.
fuck you. All right. You're
Is
going
it-
to give
what is
Rand
it?
that one.
Mouse
It's 2 to
PI
1.
For PI detective for hire or something?
Yeah, it's mouse PI for hire. So rodent,
Yeah.
confidential, private, research, investigator.
In my
Research-
head,
you
I'm
know, I
like,
should say
rat,
researcher.
Mouse?
We'll discount
Rat,
it.
mouse, something?
Because a rat is not a mouse. So I didn't want to do that.
True. But it's still a rodent.
Yeah. They're in the same genus.
Mm.
Gentlemen,
Genus-
the evening crypts enemies.
How many
2
words
words.
is this game? Evening Crips enemies.
Yep.
The Evening Crips enemies.
Mhm.
2 words.
2 words.
Upcoming game.
Coming in
What year?
2026.
2026. Okay, so 2026.
Oh, it's 2026.
Yeah, I mean, upcoming can literally mean from now until the end of eternity.
Have I heard of this game?
Cisco Rogue and Assassin have gotten it. You have heard of this game. I made sure of that with all of these. You have heard of them.
Evening Crips. Crips
Starting the
in-
timer. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Oh, wait, is Crips enemies?
2, Rand.
Now, okay, so Crips. I'm gonna say, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking wrong like this. I was thinking Crips are blood, so I was thinking Dust Bloods.
That is correct.
Oh, really?
Have I heard
so,
of that game?
Oh, wait, I give all the points to Rand. Oops. There you go. Now have your 2 points. Don't have your wife yell at me. The Dusk Bloods. It was the From Software game, exclusively coming to the Nintendo Switch in 2026.
Oh,
I lied about no more Nintendo games. No more Nintendo published. Wait, no. Nintendo developed. They're publishing.
are the Crips the Bloods though, or am I thinking
The
of something
Crips
different?
fought Hate the Bloods, yeah.
Crips enemies
Okay,
are the
yeah.
blood.
And now they're mostly in the LAPD, so. Please don't arrest me when I go to LA. All right. We'll go with this one next. Gentlemen, please answer me this. Yeah, I gotta put it here for everyone else to see. There's for you. There you go. It is Illusionary Sword Nothing. 3 words.
What year?
Three
What year?
words?
I think maybe this year. I don't know if it has one directly yet.
Illusionary Sword Nothing.
I'll look it up and see if it's got a year yet. Been in development a long time.
Oh,
Rand.
Phantom Blade Zero.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they've given a date yet. for
No.
that game.
It might
Or
be
even a
this
year.
You never
I don't
know.
think they've even given a year.
Because they got that other one from China that just got delayed. But I can't remember the name of it.
Lost Solicide.
There's some cool looking things. This one's gameplay looks a little too driven. Like, you get locked in on animations.
That's
just press Y.
too old, right?
To all.
Yeah.
Don't call it a cum sack. All right. Gentlemen. I was looking this up. Gotta go back to StreamYard chat. Oh my god, there's so many buttons to press when you're also hosting. Principality Nuclei 4. Principality. Whoop. Rand just got the buzz in.
Borderlands 4?
No, it's 3
Oh.
words. Nick.
Oh, it's 3 words. All right.
No, I think I'm going to get it wrong too.
Go for it.
Shit.
Oh, wait, for Rand. All right, Nick, your timer is coming up. Starting it now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 4.
Metroid Prime 4?
Kingdom Hearts 4.
Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Principality Kingdom.
personality.
Hmm?
I mean,
Was
Kingdom
that-
Hearts
I
was
didn't
announced a couple years
Yeah,
ago.
Kingdom Hearts was announced a long time ago.
Yeah.
Oh
3 years
god,
ago?
I completely forgot about that. Okay.
I don't know. For
was
whatever reason, I
about to be
thought Principality in my like Borderlands.
It could work,
Principality, but whatever.
technically.
No,
Yeah.
it makes
It's a dumb
sense.
game.
I was thinking, I went to say Ninja Gaiden 4, and I'm like, wait, Principality Ninja? That makes no sense. I was like, okay, Metroid Prime 4.
It's a ninja who owns a lot of land. All right, gentlemen.
Oh.
This is one word.
Buzzer.
Got Jesus killed. Nick.
Judas.
Correct.
Son of a bitch.
All right, we got a
Is
few
that
more we
coming
can do
this
for
year?
fun.
I don't even know. I don't.
This isn't coming in 2026. This is just upcoming.
You just said upcoming.
I know, but I mean, I'm asking you. do we know if it's
Supposedly,
coming
yes.
This year?
Realistically, no.
It's a Take-Two game, right?
Yeah. And people played it last year and said it looked good. That doesn't mean anything.
It looks good.
All right, last few for fun. We've got story. Nick.
Fable.
Correct. And you get 2 dings because I forgot the last one. Right, what do I got? 1 more? Looks like I have 2 more. Real quick. This one is 2 words, but it's kind of long. Clearing the buzzer. Back in. It is chronometer hyphen job spinning in a circle.
2 words.
2 words.
Maybe.
Nick.
Clockwork Revolution.
Correct.
Mm.
One last one. If you get this one wrong, Nick, Rand wins. It is
Piss off.
Bend Pillagers.
Bend Pillagers.
It's been talked about on this very show. Show. Show.
Ah,
Nick.
Arc Raiders.
Correct. And Rand wins.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right. Well, that was fun.
Yes. So
Thank you for playing, Rand.
finally I won a game. It was close though. Rand almost got me in the end.
You came
back. Congrats, Gonzo. If you even watch our show, I know you're a patron, but if you even watch our show, reach
I
out
don't
to
think
Jesse.
most do
and
because they
he'll
never
give
reach out to me.
Yeah, he'll give you a free game code from his ginormous list of free games to give out.
I used to chase people down, but I've given that up because it was annoying.
Yeah, fair enough. So yes, that was Name a Game, which is one of the many perks of being a patron, and we love our patrons, especially Rand. Rand is on the very special appear on the podcast tier of our Patreon.
The one that doesn't, the one that it's so exclusive nobody else even sees it but me.
Yeah, that's right. So yes, we do love all of our patrons. Now that John's not here, we can actually really focus on them and really lavish them with praise. Yes, so look, we like Rand, we have. Do we still have the $3 tier? We do, don't we?
It's 3, 6, 12, 30, 50, 150, 250.
Ah, yeah.
The 150 and 250 only exist because Torn Raptor is a maniac, and then Assassin and Croat and Kevin S. all followed him at 150. So he had like 250 just for him. We also have we have a ton of executive producers. I feel like I want to do something real quick that we don't do often, but I think we should. And I'm going to call out our executive producers and our MVPs because most of them have been with us for years. And it is insane that they're doing $30 to $50 a month. You have executive producers, Top, Not Jack, Kevin S., who used to be there, Korkenstein.
Not Jack and Top have been there since the start.
Korkenstein been there a long time. Jordan White been there a long time. Mohammed Sherez, who's in chat all the time. Taryn, Britt, who's always in chat. Jordan Andow, and Peter. Our MVPs are Sebastian B, Gary B, Hargeet Chani, like forever. Hebs,
He's been there a long time too.
Spartan P451, Creed Neve, Ben P, and Matt V. Thank you all very much.
Legends. They make so much of this.
I try to do that every show, and John just tells me to shut the fuck up. Like, no. Stop thanking
He's in
people.
the private chat going, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We've got to move the show on. I want to go to bed. But we're like, there's no John now. It's only, what? It's only 10:55 a.m. here in Melbourne. It's not even that. It's fine. Got plenty of time. We can
Yeah,
go
your
all
wife
day.
never minds when you're on the show all the time. She loves it.
Yeah.
She hates you. So it works out.
We can go. We can be here all day. So can Rand. Rand's got all night. Don't
Well,
you?
I want to play Expedition 33, but I mean,
Just pull a Jez and play
I
it
want
now.
to. I want to.
No, I
a few
can't.
more games of Fortnite. I want to get my Fortnite.
I have
level up.
been. I was considering playing Doom during this, but I didn't.
Man.
who's your
Wait.
favorite character in Expedition 33, Jesse?
One
Or
I
is it a
can't say.
spoiler? Yeah, the spoiler.
I would say of all the characters, I was shocked at how much I came away enjoying one Ben Starr's Verso. Because
What about who did you really like in combat?
Mael's
I
the
am-
strongest.
Mael is just amazing.
You
in
can
combat.
get the others to. You can get Gustav in Verso pretty close to her. But yeah, she's pretty good.
that virtuous stance.
200% extra
hard.
damage, Nick. It's pretty crazy.
And then you get roulette, which could also 50% chance of either hitting 50 or 200%. Oh boy, will that get you the 200% on 200%? Whew.
It's a fun game, Nick.
So
you
you-
should play it and watch every cutscene with
Maybe
our
I'll try.
Patreons. Only fun.
So yes, as we
Go
said,
straight
we love
down the
our
list,
patrons
and I will have them all showing.
because they make all of this possible. I mean, to be fair, I paid for that wall out of my own pocket.
Mhm.
XboxEra didn't pay for any of it,
bought
despite
this-
that wall being for XboxEra.
I bought this $300 microphone, not expecting it to be paid for, and then it was. I'm sorry.
I pay for all of it. Out
So
of my own
Xbox Era owns a part of your house, Nick?
No, they didn't pay
No,
for it.
They didn't pay for anything.
Oh.
We
but if they did-
technically
I paid
have
all out of my
absolutely
own
no money
pocket.
right now.
All of this you see was for XboxEra, yet I get nothing outside of my free games,
Hey,
which
everyone.
I still have to like beg for.
If you want Nick to shut up about not getting any money, you don't beg for him. He just didn't. I have the email now. I'll give it to you after the show. And I give you like friggin' 20 codes a month. Be quiet.
I wish.
If you want to know why we have no money in Nick's bitching, it's because we placed a big bet on Console Wars, the card game, which is coming to Amazon in the UK, in North America, in the EU, in the UK, later this month. If you did not get the Kickstarter edition, it will be up there. And it'll probably be cheaper if you live in the UK or EU because of tariffs.
Did you get Console Wars, Rand?
I did not know. I don't have anybody to play it with, so
I don't blame you.
you know. Plus,
Get it anyway.
you weren't a
Look how nice
Patreon
it is.
member, so whatever. You know,
Look how nice it is. It's
Technically,
such
get
a
mad
nice
at John for
Looks
not being a
nice.
Patreon member.
Not my thing. I also don't like card games. So
I
You know,
don't like
I don't-
card games.
I don't like card games either, and we actually had a lot of fun playing that. It was
Yeah,
good.
I won.
if I ever see you guys in the future, we can play a game.
If you're going to
But
LA,
I will
you know,
come
me
I
and
am
John
not.
be there.
the US
I'm
eventually.
not gonna go. I'm not going to LA.
Yeah, I would not go.
I will
we,
come to the US eventually.
just to let people know, next month we are, myself, John, and Ursel should be going to LA. We are signed up to see a lot of stuff. Can't talk about it now, obviously, but many things should be covered by us, and I will try to figure out a way for us to co-stream the Xbox show with Nick.
You know what, Rand? How about you come to Australia?
That won't be expensive.
I've never. No, I don't. I've never actually wanted to visit Australia. Honestly,
Why?
I don't know.
Like 30 hours of flying.
Yeah, I mean the flight
It's
not
that,
enjoyable.
It's not that long. It's like be like 15 hours.
Oh yeah, because everybody wants to spend 15 hours on a plane.
I kind of did going from Tampa to Germany eventually. It wasn't fun.
Plus, like I'd have to get first class because I'm not going to sit in a cramped thing for 15 hours, and that's just too
business.
expensive.
Just go business. Go business.
First class would be like 20 grand.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
It's not
go
worth
business.
It's not
You don't
worth
have to
going to
first class.
Australia.
You can go business.
How
Or
long to
go
fly from
premium
Tampa to
economy.
Melbourne? 20 hours.
Pick the right airline and go with premium economy, so you've got a big seat.
If it's 20 hours for me, it's like at least 18 for rent.
Yeah.
It's a lot
You
of
won't.
fun.
Sorry.
You'll enjoy it.
Sorry, Nick. No. I don't think Australia is going to be in my future.
I don't
It
have a
should be.
Celtics jersey.
Well, if I'm flying to the US, you have to fucking at least meet me somewhere.
Well,
in
it depends. The US is a big country.
Yeah.
Where are
I
you
know,
flying
Australia's
into?
just as big.
Okay,
Australia's
but
just
if you
as big, bro.
tell me, hey, I'm flying into New York, guess what? New York is still probably a
On the
3-hour
other
flight
side.
for me.
It's on the
okay,
other side.
well, guess what? If you're going to California, that's 4.5 hour flight for me.
Is Chicago middle?
More
yeah,
east.
Middle East.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right next to Lebanon and Syria.
So so here's the thing: if you're coming to Chicago, we'll meet up. You can come to my house. I'll take you to my favorite pizza place. It'll be great. If you're going anywhere else,
If he's going anywhere, it's LA or San Francisco.
yeah, I'm sorry, we won't see each other.
Yeah, and also to let you know, Nick, the United States is roughly 1.5 million square miles bigger than Australia. Pretty big landmass.
1.5 square miles.
Yeah, so according to this, hikecamppaddle.com.au, it says Australia is 7.68 million square kilometers, sorry, and the United States is 9.14 million square
Pretty
kilometers.
similar in size. Still fairly similar.
Yeah, they're not too far off, but the U.S. is a little bigger.
So where do
Very
you
wide.
live? You live on the eastern side of Australia, or the
he's
western
the
side?
southeast. Yeah.
Southeast.
So if I went to the northwest, would you come visit me?
To the northwest. So if you
If
went
I was
to
in the
Perth,
opposite
let's
corner
say-
of where you're at, would you be like,
you-
yeah, I'll come?
Look, if you went to Perth, maybe not. But if you went Sydney or Adelaide or even Queensland,
My
I would.
knowledge of Australia, when I can, I'll pull up a map here. Google Maps.
I've driven to Sydney, and that was an 11-hour drive. And I've driven to Sydney before.
Yeah, how long would it take for you to drive from Chicago to LA, Rand?
Probably. It's
I'm gonna look it
probably
up.
easily over 20 hours. I mean, because I'm not going to be driving straight through.
Yeah, I
If you came to Australia and said, I'm going to Sydney, I'd come to Sydney and say hello.
It's a 30-hour drive to go from Chicago to LA. That's how
Wow.
far away he is. Like it's a
Is
really
that
big
where
country.
Chicago is.
Yeah.
Is
Chicago's
that where
right on the lake.
Chicago is. Well, Chicago to New York's not that bad.
Because I'm closer to New York.
Yeah.
But if I came to the US, New York might be the place I'd go to.
Yeah, but even New York is still, still
that's not
probably
that bad, bro.
it's a
Come
10-hour
on.
drive. Probably.
Yeah, okay, fly it.
It's also expensive as shit because of
It'd be an
tolls.
hour flight. It's an
It's
hour
a-
flight.
It's not an hour flight.
If it's a 10-hour drive, it's a 1-hour flight.
It's a 12-hour drive.
It's not a
Okay.
1-hour flight.
2-hour
well,
flight.
Sydney is a 10 or 11-hour drive, and it's like a one and a bit
Well,
hour
okay,
flight.
who are you going to visit in New York? Who are you visiting in New York?
No one. I just
Okay,
always wanted to go to New York.
You always just wanted to go to New York? You come to New York
Yeah.
and okay. I thought maybe you go to
He always
LA.
wanted to come to New York and get stabbed. But like, here's me driving from where I live now to where I used to live, and it's to get
And
all
my
the way
wife-
further up. It
my
was like
wife
20
wants to do
hours.
New York as well.
It's a big
My wife's
country.
always wanted to go to New York as well.
Go see Broadway show.
Well, it's just, I don't know.
Go see Spider-Man After Dark. Or whatever
I've
it's
always
called.
wanted to go to Chicago as well because my dad told me that Chicago is the closest thing to Melbourne that you're going to get in America. Because my dad used to get flown to America for work, and he goes, Chicago
Ooh.
is the closest thing to Melbourne.
That is some
to
bad
being
traffic.
like Melbourne.
Yeah, traffic
And Chicago is also the home of the Chicago Bulls, which is who I go
That is
for.
Yeah,
true.
they suck now though.
and they suck.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not as bad. They're not.
No, they suck
they're
this
getting
year.
a little
No,
bit
they
better
suck.
with
They were
Josh
terrible
Giddey.
this year.
Josh Giddey's not bad. He's Aussie.
Oh,
Hey.
a single player can't do much. Look at LeBron. He's falling apart. Look at Luka
Well,
Doncic.
the-
He's got the
the
body of a
falling
Nuggets are-
apart
45-year-old.
because he's 57 and he refuses to retire.
Well, that's why it's
Yeah,
funny
the
that
Nug-
Luka Doncic is
Jesse,
falling apart.
the Nuggets are just destroying the Clippers right now. They're up
Oh,
by
are they?
25.
Jeez.
75-50. Game 7.
It's always bad when you don't show up for a game 7.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was quite a tangent.
Eat
from
shit,
talking
LA.
About how much we
Sorry,
love
I'm-
our patrons.
From Boston.
But really, outside of Name a Game and Sick and Nick's Flicks,
In our Discord.
one of the other major perks is that you get to ask us community questions, which we'll read out in the show.
Community
But before we get
paragraphs.
to those community questions, there's a super chat from Grand Benefactor Ashashin.
Assassino.
What Xbox games are you near confident is 2026? Fable,
Music stopped.
Clockwork. Do we reckon Clockwork?
It's another
Is
one. Like
2026?
if we see Clockwork, if we see gameplay this year, I think so.
Jez would say he's confident State of Decay 3 is next year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because what they showed
Everwild,
last year
I reckon-
was gameplay just from their cinematically shot angles.
I reckon Everwild will be 2026. Phil mentioned it on our show, which means I think we'll see it at the showcase, and they'll announce a 2026 release.
Whatever
date.
Double Fine's working on, he also mentioned them. Just funny.
Yeah, but I
thing
guess
about it.
it's a confident it'll release. I mean, I guess nobody was really confident Fable was releasing this year.
Hopeful, but not confident.
I mean,
DZ Day 2026.
confidence.
The things they showed last
I'm
year.
more confident in E-Day than Perfect Dark. You know what I
I'm
mean?
still holding out hope for Perfect Dark.
Yeah, but are
Call
you
of Duty.
confident? Are you confident though? This
Am I
isn't like it
confident
could be.
Perfect Dark
It's like
is
you're
2026.
like these are the games you're confident are making.
You know what?
2026.
The only thing that like I was confident of 2026 for Perfect Dark, but then GTA 6 officially being 2026, I'm now less confident in Perfect Dark because Microsoft's going to push something to 2027. They're going to push something. They got so many games. They're going to push something. It'll probably be Perfect Dark.
Well, what do you think is so throwing confidence out the window? What do you think is there? If you had to guess right now, what their lineup for 2026 is?
Call of Duty's 2026.
Sure, obviously, you know that would be Modern Warfare 4 probably from Infinity Ward, right?
Yeah. Love
But
Modern
if you had to go right now, and bookmark this podcast and clip it, what do you think is their planned lineup of games for 2026?
Fable, State of Decay, Everwild, Call of Duty, Forza Horizon.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not this year, then it definitely has to be next year, right?
Surely. But then the thing with Forza Horizon is it usually gets announced showcase, comes out that year. So it could be this year, Forza Horizon.
Gears
But if
E-Day?
not this year, definitely next year. Yeah, E-Day. E-Day
So
for next
6.
year.
Did you say Clockwork?
Yeah, I said Clockwork. That's 7. And now that I'm saying 7 games, I'm like, no way Perfect Dark is next year. They're going to have 8 games next year.
Plus, you know, there may be other stuff that we, you know,
Contraband.
don't know about.
Whatever Double
Contraband.
Fine's on.
Double Fine could have something. Because, I mean, like, we probably know Blade's not next year. Halo's probably not next
God,
year.
No. Blade and Halo, though.
You know, people might say, like, hey, Halo next year is the
remake.
Like, would 2026 be the 25th anniversary of Halo 1?
Correct.
So, yeah.
The Halo remake.
Halo remake is, I don't know.
Could you imagine a world where Microsoft releases like 10 to 12 games next year? Oh my God.
I don't think
that's
there'll
what
be. I don't think there'll be anything from. Well, okay. What about the game from I think it was Project Kestrel, the game the Elder Scrolls people are making, their new MMO AAA game they've been working on for 5 years.
ZeniMax Online.
The ZeniMax Online people, because
God,
that's
ZeniMax.
something we could see this year for potential release next year. I mean, I know, Nick, that you're still very much of the Xbox and IO are working together on Project Dragon still, or Project Fantasy, or whatever they're talking about.
What makes you say that? I never
Because
said
last time on the show, we talked about it, and you said that you still thought they were working together.
Did I?
Yeah.
God, I don't remember that.
I mean...
I know I talked about the Wu-Tang game, which I don't know if that's ever going to see the light of day.
Probably not. Maybe.
Again,
Hopefully.
Last I heard a while back, it was So I don't know if that's still going to see the light of day. God, what else? I don't know, man.
I mean, see, but then
It's
it's
a
like
lot.
you get these like Ninja Gaiden 4, right? Where it was like nobody was expecting if you went to 2025, nobody was expecting a Ninja Gaiden, a collaboration between, well, maybe you, but
I knew about it.
still,
Remember,
but
I leaked it. Ninja Gaiden by Platinum. I literally leaked it.
yeah, but
Bully
if
for
I had
you.
asked you, if I had asked you this question last year, you wouldn't have put it in your list though, because that would look strange if all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, Fable and this game and a Ninja Gaiden 4, because people will be like, well, Ninja Gaiden 4, you know what I mean?
Wu-Tang
I had no
Diablo
idea
like
what year
game.
it was coming out.
Yeah.
I had no idea what year it was coming out. Ninja Gaiden. I just knew that Platinum was making a new Ninja Gaiden game. That's all I knew.
And that Microsoft was publishing it.
That I didn't know.
Right. That's my point though. Like there
Yeah,
could be
and
a
all-
game.
all I got
There
told
could be more surprises for the end of
Platinum's
this year. We don't know.
Like when do you expect to
I know.
see Toys for Bob Spyro 4?
Oh yeah, Spyro 4. When's that
Yeah.
gonna come?
I was like, was it something they were working on before? Were they just in the Call of Duty mines and they just started spinning it up? Who knows?
Or, Nick, what about your Killer Instinct 2?
That as well. I keep asking about it. I haven't forgotten. I keep asking.
Or the Infinity Ward Poland game, the Call of Duty RPG that's been rumored about forever. Like, there's just so many
about that
different
new
things all over the
studio?
place.
What about that new
Elsewhere?
Activision studio Elsewhere? What are they
That's-
doing?
Isn't that exactly it? That's what I'm talking about?
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, I think they got the
Yeah.
name now.
Or the
okay.
the ex Rocksteady guys, who are supposedly working with Xbox on something.
Yeah, Elsewhere is the one I was talking about.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah. The rumor about the Rocksteady. Yeah.
I do get a lot of questions about, do I think Elder Scrolls 6 will be shown off this year as
No.
like the final ender of the show, like the one more thing, and here's Elder Scrolls 6.
Never know.
No.
I didn't think Gears was going to be shown last year, and they did. You never know.
What do you think ends the show, Nick?
This year.
The Outer Worlds 2 Direct.
Well,
Gears collection.
the one more thing is the Gears collection.
Everyone goes,
It hasn't been officially announced.
There ain't gonna be a one more thing though. Like that'd be
All right,
that would be
awful.
Gears one
That'd
more
be a-
thing 2 years in a row. And the
That'd
other
be,
one was
that'd be
bigger.
an awful one more thing.
Why would it be awful?
Because
Hey-
Gears
hey
E-Day is a
guys.
much bigger one, and you did it last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, here's
But we
here's-
know about E-Day.
We didn't know about E-Day until we knew a new Gears game was probably going
No,
to come.
now
had
we
idea.
know about E-Day. I'm
Yeah,
saying.
E-Day
that-
was
I just
much
can't
bigger
imagine.
than a
I just can't
collection.
imagine ending the show and being like, "Here, guys, there's a remake of Gears 1 and 2.
It'd just be
Congrats,
this.
And
have
3.
fun."
and 3. It's all 3 games.
No, right. I'm just saying. I think that would be a very poor choice for an end of show
Can't
if
win
they
them all.
do one. You know.
Anyway, that was a long
Oh.
super chat.
And thank you, Emil. Elsewhere Entertainment is the Warsaw one. Infinity Ward Poland is in Krakow. 2 different teams. Thank you. He would know,
Yeah.
as he is from there originally, I believe.
On to the community questions, eh?
Yeah, just
Shall
go,
we?
you want to just go straight down, and I'll find them all.
Yep. We'll start with 99 Rukin. Hey everyone. Hope you're having a great day. I just want to say this before my question. What Xbox is doing is BS for rising prices on everything. It's not because of Nintendo or tariffs. Why are digital games going to cost more now? It's just greed. You can disagree with me, but that's my opinion. I don't disagree with you, 99 Rukin. Every time Microsoft takes one step forward, they take 2 steps back. They could have literally done a Sony with the PS4 not raising prices. Just saying. Now my question with the rumor, Microsoft partnered with Nexon with the Starcraft IP. You think it's possible we could see 1 and 2 hit Xbox?
No.
Thoughts?
They
No.
have to be rebuilt to work on a controller. Those games do not work on. Those are mouse and keyboard
Well, hold on.
games.
They did Age of Empires.
Yeah,
they
but they
ended up
had to
doing Age of Empires.
completely
didn't they?
rebuild it after a while.
Okay. And they can do the same thing with StarCraft.
Yeah, I guess, but
If I had to put money on it, I would say no. The StarCraft 1 and 2 come to console.
no, if they
I'm
were
not
doing
even
three,
sure our History
99
Untold
Rukin.
would even come
Yeah.
to console.
and that game changed
I
management. It's still published by Microsoft, but it's somebody else in charge of like running and paying for it. It seems like for ARA.
Don't worry, 99 Rukin. I'm with you, mate.
But also, the prices
And
are
Microsoft
going up
might-
because of Nintendo and tariffs. But the shitty part is that it wouldn't go back down if tariffs went away. Like, tariffs are the
Microsoft's
reason,
greedy.
and then they will just be shitty and not lower them if tariffs go away.
And plus, I think they want to keep physical and digital games at the same price. So if you're raising one, you raise the other. Even though you look at it like, well, why is it? I mean, people have argued since digital games existed that they should be cheaper than their physical counterparts. And they should be because there's less overhead for it, but they don't.
That's right.
And I think there's even been talk that like retailers sort of kind of demand that they're the same price because they don't want to get undercut. Like it'd be odd if you could buy GTA physically for $100 but digitally for 80, and the retailers wouldn't like that and maybe wouldn't stock it.
But it's not odd because a lot of people will want the disc to lend a disc, to trade a disc, to sell a disc.
They don't want them now.
That's what you should be paying the extra for.
Sure, but the retailers wouldn't like that. There's like another option out there that it undercuts them, and you know, like these businesses have to keep their partners happy because they're still partners. Like, I mean, technically, when you look at it, like Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, like
Tinder,
Nintendo,
The Nintendo Bears.
Like Best Buy and all those companies are customers of Nintendo. Nintendo sells them, you know, the consoles, and then the consumers buy it from Best Buy. So
yeah, but Nintendo's digital games are going cheaper than their physical with Switch 2.
Are they? Are the physical games
that's what I
cheaper?
thought.
The physical games are cheaper, or I thought
No,
the
the physical games are more expensive in Europe. In one region, Europe, because of there's reasons for it. So like the whole $90 US games thing wasn't real. It's actually €90 physical.
So it's like $80 Switch 2 physical game and $80 Switch 2 digital game.
Yeah, so it's 80 digital euro, 80 euro digital, 90 euro physical. Yeah, on the whole, especially for Sony and Microsoft, they also, I don't think they care that much about physical. Like Microsoft's over 90% digital, and PlayStation's getting higher and higher every quarter.
Yeah.
Nintendo's the one that's
really
kept Nintendo found a way to keep physical because their new carts are way more expensive because they're much faster. It's actually modernish tech, which is why some of their costs have gone up. But it's also why all the third parties are doing the game key cards instead, because then you're not really paying anything.
I reckon Nintendo's next Switch will be digital only. Like this whole game card thing that they've done, and the fact that the Switch 2 is not 100% BC. Again, remember, I had heard a rumor that there was going to be a BC and non-BC Switch, and then all of a sudden we got this weird situation.
Oh, this was definitely the Switch Pro, and they just held it off and made it the Switch 2.
Yeah, I reckon they did too. I reckon, Nintendo's next console, I reckon, if not full digital, they will do a digital and non-digital version. Like Nintendo, this game card thing appears to be, this virtual game card thing appears to be a step in the all-digital direction to me.
ItzFinn, we gotta have a talk.
Yeah, it's Finn with an absolute thesis of a
shit.
question.
I had to scroll out so much to fit it.
I love you, man, but that's ridiculous. Like, and ItzFinn and I are Pokemon TCG friends as well.
Hey, I know this isn't related, but James Harden's stinking it up in a Game 7. Are you surprised, Jesse?
As surprised as I was about Grand Theft Auto 6.
He scored 7 points so far on 2 for 8 shooting, and he's negative 24.
Ooh.
They're almost losing by 30 points now.
Oof.
Jesus.
James Harden.
In
We've seen
basketball,
this
that's
story
a-
before. You know?
Yeah. Because you can have a run. If you're down 12, you can have a run and be back in it in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But if you're down
Yeah.
27 in the third quarter, it's a historic
destroyed.
comeback. Like they're
Getting
not gonna-
destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question is from ItzFinn. Hello. And good day to, I'm just going to ignore John, Nick and Jesse, and welcome Rand. Hope your weekend is doing well. I don't know. It just feels like the roller coaster to hell won't stop. And honestly, to hell with it. But a note. Incoming angry feeling part of the community question. And I'm sorry if I make this long, but I have to vent this out to people at the top and these disgraceful private equity firms. But a note to you lazy turds at Fandom / Vox Media and Valnet. Fuck you.
Oh.
By selling Polygon, and even doing so in the middle of the union bargaining gutting giant bomb, you killed these sites of what is close to being the last bastion of gaming coverage, and not just that, losing out vital access to interviews, investigative reporting, reviews, and most importantly, the core people working at these places of what makes those websites great to read and get to know the writers as well. Hope you Solus Corpos have fun with AI, because that won't help you in the long run, and I already hate content creators that try and do the news for others. I'm guilty of this, and I watch Skill Up, by the way. I'm that old school and still read on gaming website.
You're not halfway through.
I'm now more worried for Kotaku, as they are... Where did the bracket end?
By the
He
way,
opened up a bracket. He opened up a bracket on by selling Polygon, and that bracket never closed. I'm now more worried for Kotaku, as they are the ones I still read to this day when they're having to go through it the worst. But I guess I'm alone here who only reads Kotaku. Anyways, rant aside, go support independent games media as much as you can, because we'll need them now more than ever, even here on XboxEra. Even. Nice. Especially. Not even. Even makes it sound like we're just the pieces of shit that you resort to at the end.
and then he
when
has a
there's no
link
one
in
else.
here, which are all the different, whole bunch of different independent media sites that we are included on. From 61ND.
Not even.
All right, no, please keep going. You're not even at the middle, really.
Okay. Oh, and I didn't expect Xbox to raise the prices of console/accessory/game price and inevitably Game Pass as well, because this alone reeks of greed. Satya Nadella and the shareholders at Microsoft wanting that ROI now, fast. And no, I don't take that line, evolving and changing market conditions. That's just you trying to hide the fact that you can't take the hit on these tariffs. Not even you little ghouls.
What?
Yeah, I agree. Two questions. We're finally up to the questions.
And there's two.
As more and more old games media websites get chastised/gutted inside and out, could we start seeing more independent websites take on the task that those older websites couldn't do, or continue that work?
No.
I know that content creators will have somewhat that feel, but it isn't the same thing. Actually, they can't, because they're not trained journalists or in the field of gaming. I mean, more independence will rise. Like VGC has risen and are living exclusively off their Patreon, as well as like ad revenue and stuff. Patreon is obviously going to be what does the heavy lifting for independent sites.
And it makes it tough because you can only have so many. But also, a lot of those Patreons are not that big. Like the biggest ones are 8,000 people, which in the long run it's a ton, and it can give you a lot of money. But the websites are doing like 3.5 million views. Like Polygon was doing about 3.5 million views a month, according to Imran Khan, when he was there, or knows the number at some point. It's way more people than the 8,000 that are giving you direct money. And you can make a lot of money off of that ad money. Like you can make, I don't know, 50, 100 grand a month. Like you can do really well ad wise. Which is why Polygon was doing so many guides. Like that is the main thing. The guides paid for them to do investigative journalism because people really care about it, but they won't click it unless it's spicy.
Guides are like a slog.
Yep.
Like I think about doing guides, and I'm like, I think I'd rather just work a 9-to-5 job.
Oh yeah, no, like because I've talked with John about it, and it's like I will do SEO work and stuff like that, but I'm not going to start doing guides, or else I'd quit. I can't do it. It's just not the way I play anything.
Like sometimes I think about it, like I'm like, oh, I'm playing Fortnite. Maybe I'll do a quick, where do I find this challenge, and where do I find that challenge? And I'm like, but man, it ends up being a lot.
Yeah, you got to have the mindset like Mecca.
Do a video.
Yeah,
it's full on, all while trying to actually do the thing for the guide. And I'm not great at Fortnite. I just love it. But yeah.
Next question.
Question number 2. As Nintendo and Xbox now set the price too damn high for games going forward, could we run into the problem where free-to-play and indies get more and more attention, despite those known franchises that people will buy in become more and more patient over the next decade to wait for a sale? Personally, I'm a patient gamer, so my backlog is looking better than ever, and I have the fortitude of waiting for long periods of time not playing that game I wanted to get. for me, if Final Fantasy VII Remake integrate, Final Fantasy 16 come to Xbox, I'll buy it full price. Hell, maybe Silent Hill F and Eden 0, and maybe Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. But who knows? But now that $80 is becoming the standard price, I'll be hesitant to be picky on buying things. Cheers, and have a good evening, gentlemen. Well, that's what I said earlier. Just don't give in to FOMO, man.
Mm-hmm.
Be an
Some
adult.
people
Have
can't
some
ignore
discipline.
it. Some people need to have it right away.
I'm glad you're still awake, Rant.
Oh,
I
I
just-
I blacked out there for a second.
Like,
Yeah, me too.
I understand FOMO. I understand FOMO for something that is limited and something that is only has a small window. So if I take myself, for example, and I'm part of the problem, I understand that. Fortnite. Some of those skins are only in the shop for a very limited time, and then sometimes they won't come back for years.
For now,
Like people,
they're actually getting in trouble for that.
like people are still clamoring for for Kratos to come back to the store. He hasn't been in the store for like 3 or 4 years. So if you were going to buy Kratos, my theory on Fortnite skins is if you want it, just get it when it comes out because you never know when it's going to come back. So that's a
Which
different
they
kind of FOMO.
Probably going to get in legal trouble for.
I hope they do, because why? Just leave all the skins in the shop, and if people want them, they'll fucking buy them. Just leave them there.
Probably licensing too.
I also understand FOMO from a perspective of multiplayer games. You want to be there while there's a population. So I understand that FOMO. But
Did
FOMO
Kratos-
for like...
Was
What?
Kratos in when the game came out? Ragnarok?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
No. So I understand FOMO when something is limited in some fashion. Like I, like an idiot, bought that stupid 3-game Mario collection on Switch because for some reason Nintendo made that limited. What? It's a Mario game. Why are you making fucking limited? So like a dickhead, I bought it digitally and physical because I'm an idiot. But FOMO on like Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, why? It's not going anywhere. Wait for it to go cheap and then buy it. I don't know. I always found FOMO on things that aren't limited weird. But that's just me. What about you, Rand?
About what?
FOMO.
He has no FOMO.
I don't know. I kind of play what I want.
Do you have book
I don't-
FOMO?
No, there's so many
Yeah,
books
I know.
and whatever. I mean,
What if
I would
Winds of
want-
Winter ever came out?
I would read it. I mean, I don't think I would be like. I mean, I would buy it day one, and I probably would read it. But
What if he only released it as a $7,000 NFT?
well,
One
no,
of
then
200.
Then no, I don't know. I don't like FOMO. Like one, I've never bought a skin for any of these games, so I don't care about character customization. So none of that stuff actually matters to me. I play games as I want to play them, so you know, I've never really bought something because I felt like I was missing out on anything. Like if FOMO grabbed me, I would have bought the Switch 2 just to say I had a Switch 2. You know what I mean? But not, so. Who's that?
That's Aaron Yeager from Attack on Titan. My wife got it for me. As you see, we like Attack on Titan. Which,
Hey, Rand.
by the way, Expedition 33 shares
Yeah,
things in
right.
common with.
Oh, look at that. It's Sam Fisher.
Splinter Cell Conviction.
Great game.
Great
Blacklist was a great game, too.
game. I haven't played it. I've got it on PC, but I haven't
You
played it
should
yet.
play it. Blacklist was great.
There
I
you
mean,
go. Nick's favorite. Henry Cavill's Witcher in full
Ooh, Henry.
potioned up mode. That Amanda got for me.
I think you'd really like Blacklist. It was really good. Obviously, the voice was changed. It's not Michael Ironside anymore. But I thought it was a really good,
I will play it. Mate,
yeah.
I got the collector's edition of Splinter Cell Conviction, mate. Conviction was great.
Hey, maybe we'll play the remake in 2-3 years from now, huh?
Hopefully.
Well, that's again. They announced the remake when they were starting it up. That's why they shouldn't do that
They
because people
announced it
can't
because
handle
of
it.
that Tom Henderson, you know.
Yeah.
They announced it so they could hire people, really.
I actually loved Mark and Execute in Conviction. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic.
And the way like the words would be on the walls and stuff, like as you would go. Oh, such a good
game.
that opening scene when you're in the bathroom, beating the crap out of the guy and the man.
yeah.
Literal crap.
What year was that? 2009? 2008? 2010? I feel like it's one of those 3 years. I could be wrong.
I think
but
10. I think 10.
2010 for
Let me see.
Conviction.
2010.
Yep, 2010. April 2010.
And then Blacklist.
Wow, April 2010.
And then it was 2013, I think, was for
Right
last
before the
Splinter Cell.
console
Yeah.
launches.
Yep.
Why they didn't push that to be an Xbox One and PS4 game, I'll never know.
To make money
Anyway.
that fiscal year.
I mean, Tomb Raider came out that year. BioShock Infinite came out that year. GTA 5
Tomb
came
Raider.
out that year.
The Last of Us came out
Last
that
of Us. Thankfully at that time, Microsoft wasn't making any first-party games. They're all on Kinect.
year.
Oh,
Yeah.
how awful that end of that generation was for Xbox first-party content.
It was the curse of success. They sold too many Kinects.
Yep.
We have a lot of questions left.
Oh, well. Yeah. Next question. CJAD93. Happy Saturday/Sunday, gents. I hope you've all had a great week. No doubt talking about GTA's delay. Such a shock. My question this week is for Rand. Now, Rand, we all know how much you love Nick. You constantly have only nice things to say about him on Xbox 2. However, what I'd like to know, what do you like most about Nick? Is it how handsome he is? Is it his
Is
success
this a
rate
real
on leaks?
question? Or are you just making this up?
It's on screen right now.
We'd love to know. Have a wonderful week, gents. I'm looking forward to this question.
What do I like about Nick?
What do you love most about me, Rand?
It's the vibe you give off because I could see you and me just hanging out, being friends, playing games together and stuff like that.
Nick
you know?
is surprisingly cool to hang out with in person. He's way less annoying than he is online.
And even though he's a clout chaser, you know, I also have friends that are clout chasers.
He's an honest cloud chaser.
Yeah. So
I don't lie. It doesn't all end up correct, but I don't lie.
those would be the reasons. It feels like you're just a good dude who would be a good friend to have and hang around with. And
Just
pal
don't
around
sleep
with.
in the same room as him if you're at an Airbnb, because boy, does he snore.
I snore.
Yeah.
I snore. I'm an old Greek man,
It's
so
like-
I snore.
Those cartoons where they're like sawing logs as they snore.
I'm an old Greek man, so I snore a lot. Okay. Thanks for that question, CJ. That's a great question.
Another long one coming up.
And I appreciated the answer. Good old Collingwood, a patron of both ours.
Oh, did we do
and
Emargonauts before? Yay.
Mhm.
I got to find Colin.
Yeah,
It's all
we did
done.
Collingwood is great.
Yep.
Not the team, though. They lost
My
yesterday.
question. Yeah, we lost by 3 points, and so there was a kick on the siren to win the game, and unfortunately we missed.
Mm.
My question is for Rand. Last week on XB2, you and Jez got into a bit of a fight last week over various things,
Did we?
such as, for example, Jez not knowing what Outrun was.
Oh yeah, he didn't know what Outrun was. Dude, chat
How
was
fuck
like,
do you know
"Are
what
you
Outrun-"
kidding me?"
Is he fucking for real?
He didn't know what Outrun was. Yeah,
How old is Jez? He's not that young.
Oh, I can't take any more of this music.
the mid-30s. I think he's like 36 or 30. I don't know, but he did not know what Outrun was, and I was flabbergasted, and so was chat. They were like, "What the hell?"
Anyway, it's one thing to say you've never played it.
Yeah,
I understand that.
He never
But
heard
not
of it.
Knowing it was one of the most cult classic Xbox games. Like what? Like it's a Sega game, but it found life on Xbox. Outrun 2. I've got Outrun 2 actually on disc. Discord and Disunity are the death of all pairings, and that matters a lot to Patreon members. We only had to look at XboxEra to see this. When John, Nick, and Jesse fight on air, Patreon members leave. They actually do.
I really
So
thought
can
Nick and
you
I were
come-
fighting, and that was his exit survey was Jesse was just so mean to Nick. I was like, really?
So can you calm the fears of your Patreon members and confirm that all is well between you and Jez? We wouldn't want to lose Patreon members.
I mean, I thought it was pretty obvious. We were just kind of having fun, and it wasn't actually like, how dare you not know what Outrun is? I'm done with you. You know what I mean? I thought it was clearly comes across as like we were just ribbing them, right?
That's such a weird thing about the internet that I'm finding in my old age.
It's the and we encourage it a bit by being so there with our community all the time, like in the Discord and the forums and all that. But that little bit of parasocial relationship where people are like, well, I've got to defend this. Like, I like this guy, I need to defend him. But they don't get that you're third partying a conversation that was cordial.
It's not just that though. Like, at what point do people understand that if the fights were legitimate or if dislikes were legitimate, we probably still wouldn't be doing the show or dealing with each other or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's lots of shows that actually end and you don't see them anymore, and it's normally that type of stuff. So
yeah, like if if all of a sudden Xbox 2 stopped, or if Rand suddenly replaced Jez with me permanently, you'd be like, oh well, fuck, Rand had a falling out.
yeah, like if people just weren't showing up often for their show and their name was John, then you might think that something was happening there. And
Yeah.
sorry.
But yes,
For anyone wondering why John's not on this week, it is work related. He had the Orgy Boys down, and they're putting together their full booth for Console Wars.
The Orgy Boys?
Oh, sorry, the Booth Babes. I always joke that they're having an orgy when they come down to hang out. So Foxy and Bart, the guys that were with us at Gamescom last year, John's friends, they're down visiting for the weekend, putting the whole booth together, and they're going to be at the UK Games Expo, May 30th through the 1st of June, I believe, selling enough of those so that we hopefully still exist and all that good stuff. So if you live in the UK, you can go to that expo. You can buy yourself a copy. You can check it out, see if you want to, all that type of fun stuff. So I'll remember to do promotion for a change.
that reminds me. Hey Rand, speaking of shows and stuff, would you do a show with me called Delicious Tears?
What would it be about?
Scarcely relevant. Thought of it.
What's the show about?
It's a show where you and I would go through different like years of console gaming and like discuss older games and stuff like that.
So each show would be like a year? Like, let's talk about...
Yeah, like a year and maybe like a platform within a year or like a genre within a year and whatever, and we just talk about old games. Kind of and sort of rate them and stuff.
that could definitely be fun for like an episode or two. I wouldn't really have much to say about anything really before, you know, the PS2 or something, even though I had a Nintendo.
Really?
I just don't really remember.
But you're nearly my age.
I know. I just, like I said, like if you were to say, hey, let's talk about the Nintendo, 1987 and 88 and 90 or would be the same thing to me. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I think it would have to be a show where you get people on that are really interested in a specific, platform and year.
Like a really old man to co-host it with me.
If you were to say like, 360, no problem. I could talk about each year.
No, we do 360 as well. Like,
right now, but I'm saying
month,
like Nintendo or the Genesis, those kind of all just kind of blend together.
Not the Genesis.
Me.
Oh
right?
wow, no way not for me.
I would think you would have to probably rotate co-hosts, Nick. Because like I could do Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Genesis, whole Tower of Power, Sega Saturn, Dreamcast. And I had an N64, but I hated it. Never had a GameCube, never had a Wii until I moved here. Had PS1, 2, 3, and 4. Barely ever bought anything for them. They were Grand Theft Auto and Uncharted, or not even Uncharted, God of War machines. So I do think you'd have to target people that really know about specific things, because you only need one a month.
Okay.
I know it's a little bit of work, but I don't want to do it.
Maybe Grubb.
Mm-hmm. That Grubb and Minotti for Nintendo, you got everything covered forever.
Minotti for Sega Genesis as well, for Mega Drive. Yeah. Okay. Next question. Jesse, brother.
Happy podcast 261, all you happy peeps, and Nick. Just want to congratulate Mark Cerny. Wait, not him. The so-called genius from PlayStation. Mark Carney, who's been elected as the new Prime Minister of our so-called 51st state and the birthplace of my grandpa Bob, Canada. This week's question is, which game are you looking forward to the most in 2025? Doom the Dark Ages, some side-scrolling beat-em-up, Nick, that Titanfall extraction shooter. Oh, wait, that one ain't happening. Or is it another one that isn't happening, like GTA 6? Which game out of any in 2025? Yeah, Shinobi.
I am no longer looking forward to Doom, since I've already played plenty of it, so I can't include that. Otherwise, it would have been number one. Man,
Shinobi.
it's rough.
What's the question? What's your most anticipated
Most anticipated upcoming game for this year?
Yeah. What are you looking forward to the most in 2025?
I mean, Doom, Ninja Gaiden 4, Death Stranding 2.
Yeah.
I really like Death Stranding 1.
I did not dislike Death Stranding. I'm just
So I'm like, I'm quite looking forward to playing the
my
sequel.
son's moving out, and with him goes our PlayStation. So I
Let's
would
say,
have to
like,
buy one.
I'm looking forward more to Death Stranding 2 than I am Ghost of Yotai. Even though I'll play Ghost of Yotai, I'm looking forward more. Kojima, bro.
I hate
just
Kojima's writing, but I liked Death Stranding 1 more than I like Ghost
To me,
of Tsushima.
I'll probably have more fun with Death Stranding 2 because Kojima's gonna Kojima in that game.
Yeah,
you know,
it's that
I like
when
to use Kojima as a noun and a verb, and
he's going balls out with it. He's just
yeah,
like,
it's
I don't
gonna
give
be
a shit.
crazy stuff.
Yep.
What about
Trying to
Shinobi?
think.
It looks cool.
Yeah, but I also think it has a weird release date because I think it's coming out
End of August,
August.
I think. Yep.
Oh yeah, it's coming out right against Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, which I think that is my favorite Metal Gear Solid.
Really?
Well, you see, like when I like them all. Well, I shouldn't say all because I didn't play 4 because I didn't own a PS3.
You don't get to play 4.
I didn't own a PS3, so I didn't play 4.
You have
I didn't own a PS3, and it was
Metal Gear Solid 4 has some
only on
fun gameplay, but is an unbelievably
Gear Solid
frustrating
4.
experience because it's nothing but movies.
Yes, it's so cutscene heavy, it's insane.
so. Why
And
do
I
you like
played
it then?
Because the gameplay was amazing. The actual video game, when it let me play it, was incredible. But it didn't let me play. And I played it raw, OG PS3, which means I had to deal with the 1 hour Blu-ray installs. So you get to disc 2 and it installs the Blu-ray for an hour and you just watch Snake smoke a cigarette for an hour. He's like,
Blu-ray winning the
For an
format wars
hour.
because Blu-ray was terrible.
oh my
Or is.
God. But the actual video game itself, when it let you play it, was amazing. Metal Gear Solid 4 was incredible.
It's supposed to be included in
The
what,
next
Metal Gear,
Metal Gear
so
Solid
like
collection.
I'll
yes.
finally be able to play it.
Oh, you have to. Oh my God.
I can get you
That is
the
good.
Konami contact if you want a copy. He's very nice.
Very, maybe I'll ask you eventually.
Free
once
feels
it gets
good.
closer, but like
You know?
but
like, why
Metal
not?
Gear Solid 3, like that was my favorite.
I didn't like it at the time.
I really enjoyed it.
Didn't like it.
Was it getting too
what
story
else?
heavy for you, Nick?
If Silk Song comes out this year,
Yeah, Silk Song's probably up there for me if it
I'll
does.
play it.
Silk Song is playable in an Australian museum in September.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Melbourne. Oh wait, was
Um,
that a super chat earlier?
Hmm?
Shit.
I would
I think we
apologize
had
if
a
we missed one. I thought we got them
super
all.
Oh yes, good old Collingwood had a super chat. Thank
Oh, no.
God you reminded me. Yeah, good old Collingwood had a super chat. Isn't the biggest news of the week that Hollow Knight Silk Song is finally able to be playable, and Nick is the only person here who'll be able to play it at the Melbourne Museum in September?
I completely missed that super chat. Yeah, it. I know it's been forever, but it feels pretty likely that Hollow Knight gets shown in a date at the Xbox show
This year.
and is out sooner than later.
Yeah, I may. Melbourne Museum. I don't know if I can. Yeah, I'll try and get there. I mean, I don't care about Hollow Knight enough. That's the issue. I didn't even like the first game.
The
I mean,
first
the
game is
Shinobi
another
game-
one takes a little time to get good.
Shinobi game does look like it's going to be really good, though.
It's very pretty.
So that is,
Oh,
that is definitely
God.
something that I
And it's a
wanna play.
Metroid. I think they've turned it into a Metroidvania. So
No, I didn't even
I
tell
know you
Nick,
like
but
those.
I'm probably gonna be. I might be playing
Mm.
You might be playing what in June? Shinobi.
Nope, not saying anymore.
Oh, I
What
mean,
about,
if you're at SGF?
What about Metro Prime 4, Nick?
Oh my god, how could I forget Metro Prime 4?
Because it's not very
I was
good.
wondering.
But
I'm
think
actually-
it said the most anticipated.
Sure. And
As
we're
in
just going down
the
a list of
single-
games, but
Yeah, the single one. So it's Shinobi for me, very closely followed by Metroid Prime.
You
Mario
might have to
Kart.
review Shinobi because there's a tiny chance I'd be at Gamescom if we somehow make enough money. I registered. I'm registered for Gamescom, but hey, if you want to maybe take a look at that PayPal that's linked in the YouTube chat, that is our travel fund for trying to get around to places like LA and Summer Games Fest Days of Play, where we're going to go see a bunch of stuff as accredited press in a month. Myself, John, and Ursel. And at the very least, John's going to Gamescom, barring any major catastrophes. But myself and maybe Ursel and Pre-Drag again. We can't blame Nick for not wanting to fly because we wouldn't be able to afford him anyways. We definitely want to go back to Gamescom and cover a bunch of stuff. So if you drop anything in there,
Hopefully
makes it more likely.
Console Wars absolutely explodes. And then I can quit my job and I can also fly to Gamescom.
Yeah, does anybody know anyone that does retail and wants to buy 7,000 copies of Console Wars to put in stores? Please do.
Okay. Next question. Hytham G. Happy belated early Star Wars Day, and may the Force be with you. But here is my 2 Star Wars related questions. Down below is this. Number 1.
One question.
If you gents had a lightsaber, what color would it be? For me, it's green, black, blue, white, silver, cyan, and so on and so forth. But your personal lightsaber.
Why do you ask which one and then you list almost all of them?
7 colors.
Indigo.
2.
purple.
I'd have purple. I'd have purple. Oh wow, we both said purple.
I think
at the same time.
when I played Jedi Survivor, I think I was going around purple saber.
Purple's like the greatest color ever. It's just the best color.
If not red, because it's cooler than the green.
You know what
and
I
the
want? I
blues.
want that orangey
goes
red
faster.
that Balin's skull had in Ahsoka. That one look cool.
The lightsabers are back in Fortnite. It's a full Star Wars.
No one
season.
cares.
Bullshit. Number 2.
No one cares.
Why is it the Star Wars fan base hate Jar Jar Binks? For what purpose? And why the hate on that quirky, silly character? Especially the actor that played him nearly took his own life from the hate of the fans. Is that true?
Mr. Nawama.
But your gents' take on the fan base hate on the Gungan, though? I never understood the hate for Jar Jar either. Like, I remember watching episode 1 and laughing at Jar Jar, and then all of a sudden I looked on the internet and everyone was like, oh, kill Jar Jar. I was like,
You're the type of person that can laugh at Jar Jar. Normal people just found it really boring and annoying.
I'd be like that. I was just bored by him whatsoever. I no hate
thought he
towards
was
anybody,
whatever.
but I just thought he was a bad character.
He was stupid and not funny and
I'm
boring
not
and
saying
annoying.
I loved him.
But
He
people,
was just whatever.
it was early internet days of just going way over the top and getting that juice, that
I also
squeeze
think
of feeling
it's-
a good for hurting someone.
It's
which
kind
they
of
did
like
with the actor.
indicative of how people feel about the prequels in general.
Mhm.
Like it's like how
Yeah, but
you
they've
know,
aged okay, though.
No, they
People
haven't.
seem to
No,
like
they
them
haven't.
now.
No,
they're,
so
they're still awful.
no,
They're
they're
still
terrible.
completely awful.
They're terrible movies.
I like Revenge of the Sith.
That's the only one that's not horrible. So the first movie is really bad. The second movie is horrifically bad. And then the third movie,
I actually like the prequels more than 4, 5, and 6.
That's the end of the show, everyone. I don't know that I can ever talk with this man again.
I like the prequels more than 4, 5, and 6. And I think episode 8
That was
is the
supposed to be
best
booing.
one. The Last
What?
Jedi
So what?
is
The
the
Last
best.
Jedi?
Last
Yikers.
Jedi is the best Star Wars movie.
The Last Jedi is a good movie. It's a bad Star Wars movie because Star Wars in general is bad.
It's the best Star Wars movie, Last Jedi. for me.
I will say the Last Jedi is the one that has like the most different ideas of what Star Wars should be in comparison to played it safe Force Awakens and then like the awfulness of
Oh my god,
Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, Rise of Skywalker was a completely different movie that they then
So
chopped
like
into
I can
fan
appreciate
service.
like he tried to do something different and take Star Wars in a different direction, but
Oh my
I also
God,
was not
Rise of
I was not a
Skywalker.
fan of any of those sequel movies. Not a fan of any of the prequel movies.
Force
Andor,
Awakens.
Andor is the best Star Wars content they've put out in forever.
I really
Haven't
liked
seen
Ahsoka, but it's 100% a sequel to Rebels. So like you have to have seen Clone Wars and Rebels to, I think, get the most out of Ahsoka, whereas Andor is just great on its own.
I
Also,
need to
the-
watch. I haven't
the Jar
seen
Jar
Andor yet.
actor.
I love Mandalorian. Mandalorian's the best.
It's so weak.
Fucking love Mandalorian.
That movie's probably going to stink.
Mando is so good.
But speaking of
Hytham's-
Mando, the actor who played Jar Jar Binks was Kelleran Beck, the Jedi who saved Grogu during the massacre.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he played that character in a like Legends of the Hidden Temple style kids quiz show, and then they actually brought him into the Mandalorian.
And Hytham said, P.S. Nick, remember you said the only thing you like was the robot from Star Wars Rogue One. Cracking jokes. FYI, the preferred term they use in Star Wars is droid, not robot. Just for correction. Yeah, I didn't like Rogue One. I thought that movie was boring as fuck. But I did like that droid. That was
So
that was fun.
you know what we got to deal with, Rand. Like these
Yeah.
takes are painful.
I just found Rogue One so fucking boring. And no one cared about how those plans got on the Death Star. You don't have to make a movie about that. Who gives a fuck? Like, seriously, who gives a shit? Oh, you want to know how the plans got on the Death Star 40 years ago? Who cares? Who gives a shit? Seriously, who cares? Come on, man. You know what I do want to see? I wouldn't mind seeing the genesis of Palpatine. I wouldn't mind finding out how Palpatine became Palpatine and who trained him and how he killed him in his sleep. Did he kill him? Is he
Darth Plagueis the Wise.
Darth Plagueis. Palpatine's actually the final character in the Fortnite Battle Pass.
Yeah, that's why I was joking about him having a
And-
friggin' AK in a picture somebody
It's
posted.
the only reason I bought that Battle Pass was to get Palpatine at the end of it.
Wow, you've lost
No,
Hytham.
I re-increased the sizes, Jesse, for myself for later.
Oh, that's right.
So
He's
that I
talking
can
about
do
our
the-
showrunner. Normally to remember that things have been read already, we make them smaller, but Nick needs them for the
Senior Bean, Nick snorts broken windows. I do.
it's so painful. And hey, speaking of Andor,
Yeah, and Force Awakens was just fucking episode 4 remade.
yeah, it was incredibly
That's all they
safe.
did. They just
Yeah.
it's like they remade episode 4 and gave it a different name. Oh wow, so fucking good. At least The Last Jedi did something.
The Last
That movie
Jedi is a
was
good
fucking
movie.
cool.
It's not a good Star Wars movie, but that's mostly because Star Wars is generally bad.
Yeah.
And
I
speaking
had
of
that
Andor,
Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith was like,
it's okay.
I have the high ground, Anakin. Fucking chops his legs off. Oh,
Spoilers.
That shit was
It's in theaters right now. It's in theaters right now.
Again. Oh my god.
It's in
It's
theaters,
still in
bro.
theaters.
What?
They re-released Revenge of the Sith in
Revenge of the
theaters. It's in
Sith
theaters right now.
released in theaters.
That was a
People
joke.
may not have
25
seen
years
it, bro.
old.
Spoilers, bro.
It's 25 years old. Who gives a shit? Spoilers. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Spoilers.
Anakin Skywalker is Darth Vader, everyone.
Whoa.
Oh. And guess what? Darth Vader is Luke's father.
Oh my god, are you next thing you're gonna tell me Snape kills Dumbledore?
Someone did that last week because I spoiled The Last of Us. A 5-year-old video game.
Well, to be fair, there's a lot of people who have no idea about the video game watching the TV show, though.
Yes, and I didn't spoil it for those people.
He did. They're watching.
Fair enough.
Like my wife, who was in
Devastated,
tears.
right?
He was absolutely. in
You're just
tears.
sitting there. You're sitting there watching with her like with this smile, and you should have recorded her reaction. Like slowly brought out the phone.
She was crying so much, and I was
You know, I want
just
to
like,
see if Winds of Winter ever comes out. I want to see someone who hasn't watched the show, but is reading all the books, and then they get to Winds of Winter and like, oh my god, they resurrected Jon Snow.
Wait, oh my God, Caitlin Stark's alive in the books?
Well, they'd have only known the
spoilers.
books.
Lady Stoneheart? Yeah.
Oh, wow. George really did write himself in circles and has no idea how to finish this.
Speaking of Star Wars, Andor.
I did that
next question
segue
is from-
4 times.
I know. Didact. 3. Happy May the 4th, everyone. Cool to see the GOAT ran back. My question is about the show Andor and how awesome it is. Are you guys watching season 2? I would love something like it in the Halo universe, like Hunt the Truth back in the day. What's Andor about?
Andor is a prequel to Rogue One. It's literally the whole thing leading up to why Rogue One happens, and it is the best Star Wars has ever been. Yeah. It was also like $600 million to do these 2 seasons, so you will never see something like it again.
So we had Rogue One, the story no one cares about how the plans got onto the Death Star, and now we have a TV show about Rogue One.
See, I disagree because I think you could tell a great story about how the Rebel Alliance got the plans to this ultimate Death Star.
And also, like, Andor is essentially the form how the Rebel Alliance formed.
I get the prequel, like I get knowing the endpoint of like, oh well, we know they get the plans because it's a prequel, and sometimes you lose narrative drama over that because
no, I've got no problem with prequels in principle. Look at the prequel trilogy. All we're doing is finding out how Darth Vader became Darth Vader, and we know how it ends.
Man, they suck.
That's not my issue. My issue is not I already know how it ends. My issue is we care about, like, people care about how Darth Vader became Darth Vader, and it's intriguing that he started good and then became bad.
Sure.
Why do we care about how the plans got on the Death Star?
I'm just saying there's a good story you could tell about, like, here's this empire, this super weapon. How did they get the plans for it? The problem
I'd rather find out. Okay.
The problem is, like, in the prequels, anything like bad happens to Obi-Wan, well, you know he lives. So there's no dramatic tension regarding any of the characters that live on because they just can't die. So some of that stuff does apply to Rogue, like Andor. Like, well, Cassian's not going to have anything bad happen to him because he's got to live to survive.
No, he's not going to die, but he's going to have a lot of bad stuff happen to him.
He's a lot, but still, like, you're going to be sitting there and be like, well, this is what he goes through. We know how he ends up.
It's
That's why prequels can be a little, sometimes unsatisfying for people.
Andor, I think, got around that a lot because Andor is mostly people who aren't in the movie. So you have no idea who is or isn't going to make it. Plenty have already not. It's incredibly well made TV. Like, they originally had that plan for 5 years, but Tony Gilroy was talking about, like, I'm going to die of a heart attack I'm going to have a stroke if I try and do this for like another 7-8 years straight. Diego Luna's already getting old. Jenny Beaver, like, everyone's aging, and they did Rogue One 20 years ago, so they already look a lot older. You can only stretch, disbelief so far.
What I hate about modern television stuff? This wait in between seasons.
I know.
2-year wait in between stuff is ridiculous. I just saw that they're going to be filming season 2 and 3 back to back for 3 Body Problem.
I don't even know what that show is.
The books, it's a Netflix show based on like books that are incredibly just, you would read this science fiction stuff and just like, there's no way you can film this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they did a really good job with the show of adapting the book. But because of that, season 2 won't air until 3 years after season 1. And it's like,
oh my God.
What the?
It's the issue where everything is so expensive that they won't okay all of it until they know it's going to make its money back. Like, now even Andor has made, I think the report was it's made $300 million in sub money, which is insane. But it's still only half of what that show cost for its 2 seasons. Like, it's
just
crazy.
like, it sucks because it's like, I remember Lost would show up every single year. Boom, there'd be 20 episodes or whatever, like clockwork, or Game of Thrones.
I'm fine with the lower
like
episode counts. Just the wait sucks.
I'm fine if it's 10 episodes. Sometimes we're starting to get in episodes being like 8 or 6.
Yeah,
I find that's not enough time to tell a story anymore. Because when streaming first started, it was like 12 episodes.
Even like Daredevil was going to be 12 and 12, but then they had to scrap so much that this one just became 9, and then next year is going to be like 10. And it would be nice to have more. I'm also real curious because there's a rumor, and I'd be super excited if it happened. But the rumor is Amazon looking at doing a Dread show with Carl Urban.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
But that's probably going to be expensive as shit. So I wouldn't
aren't they
expect
also
more than
doing
8.
a Warhammer show with Henry Cavill?
Yep, Henry Cavill doing Warhammer's.
But that's not even starting production anytime soon, apparently, either. So
I'll watch Henry.
it's
I'll
crazy
watch
how
Henry for
we've
sure.
gotten to this point where it's like, oh yeah, Fallout last year, right? It's like Fallout's amazing, and it's like 2 years in between seasons. It's like, oh, son of a bitch.
Yep.
Or
You end up losing interest.
that's what happens sometimes, yeah. Is that people
Like Wheel
forget,
of Time
forget what
supposedly
happened
just
in
had a good season, and now that's
season.
not been renewed yet, so it'd probably be a long time before it'd come back again.
the Wheel of Time.
Yep.
Did you watch season 3?
I've never watched or read any of it. You have to talk to Ursula about that. Or my wife. She's
It
read
did just end, and it was the best season by far they've had.
Mhm.
But there's no season 4 renewal yet, so we don't know if it's going to continue.
Because
and
Jeff
if it does
Bezos needs his
continue,
penis rocket to take
it'll be 2
Katy
years
Perry
from
to
now.
space.
So
Anyway, there's nothing
it
wrong with
doesn't
prequels. Just
doesn't
making something interesting.
on the TV conversation thing, doesn't the success of Minecraft and what it did for the game, because they reported like the game getting like 70% more players because of the movie, and what Fallout did, doesn't it just highlight how bad Halo was
Mm-hmm.
in comparison? Like Halo did nothing for the games, and it was just a bad show in general. But when you have games, when you have TV shows that are actually good or movies that are good, it clearly like boosts up the games incredibly well.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
It's
true.
I can't believe they screwed up Halo like that, man.
I mean, after how long it took, you should. But I also liked Halo, so what can I say?
Yeah, but it didn't do any.
And that's
it's like-
fine. You can like it, but
Mhm.
you can also acknowledge that clearly it wasn't great to the wider audience.
I do think it will help too, depending on the type of game it is. Like it's not going to bump Halo 2. Like someone's not going to jump into Halo 2 or Halo Infinite multiplayer because of the show, but they might have jumped into the campaign. But they never gave us any numbers or anything, so who knows?
Yeah.
There was no perceived bump from the very few metrics we get, like most played lists and stuff.
I mean, hell, even Devil May Cry saw an increase for the TV show.
And that show had friggin' what's his face on Roachman, streamer who Jesus Christ, I can't think of his name.
Asmongold.
Asmongold. I love how you got that from Roachman. Yeah, he was in that. He was in that cartoon.
Oh my god, was he really?
Mhm.
So actually, I've never asked Rand. In my opinion, since we're talking TV shows, Jesse disagrees vehemently, and I understand why he disagrees. But at the same time, I think the Halo TV show would have worked just fine had they used the story combination of Halo 1 and 2.
Oh, I never said
and
it
just
wouldn't
told
have.
that straight in the show.
I don't think every adaptation needs to be 1-to-1. But if they had done it that way and it was good, but it would have had to been the books. The games don't have that much story. It would have had to be the books.
But I think they have enough. That's like saying that The Last of Us doesn't have much of a story, but it's enough for a show.
The Last of Us is just a zombie post-apocalypse show. Like,
That's right.
something.
And yet they've made a successful show out of it. So I think Halo's
it's overrated.
story, between 1 and 2 combined, I think Halo's story is more than interesting enough to carry a show. Even I was interested in Halo's story. Like, I think it's good enough to carry a show for the general public.
You run. Before I
think, Rand?
cut off Rand, you need more than just combat, and that's 99% of Halo
I
CE's
know.
story.
But it's
Well,
not.
he's saying to combine CE and 2 together to tell
their
one story.
their overall story arc. I think that story between those two games is more than enough to carry a decent TV show that is an action space opera TV show. I think.
How many seasons would you need to combine them?
2 or 3?
So, like, if one whole season is just Halo CE's story, no, that's not going to be a good season of TV.
But again, you'd still have obviously the idea that the kids were taken and turned into the super soldiers, and then you'd obviously have to touch on Reach to an extent. and then you'd have the fact that they're after Halo. The Covenant is after Halo.
But all I've ever said to you is none of that is in the games. I'm saying you have to pull from the books and do the books. Like if you just wanted to do the book story, because none of that's in the games until 4.
No, I know the kid stuff's not in the games, but what I'm saying is the core of the story would still be how they're both after the Halo and how they're landing on the Halo. You'd have a little bit of what's going on with the Covenant and the Prophets, which is touched on in number 2. So I still think there's enough there. But the show that we got almost completely ignored everything. And then they wonder why no one liked it.
A lot of people liked it. It was just too expensive and they were getting sold. It did okay. It was really, the first season was really big. Just not with us. Because Paramount's an old person
What do you
network.
think, Rand? Could the game's stories be enough to carry a decent TV show?
I kind of agree with Jesse to a certain extent. I don't think Halo CE by itself is really a story that you can linchpin to a season of television.
It can be a good part
But
of it.
I said both. I said the overarching arc of
You
one
said-
and two.
So
For 2 or 3 seasons.
I don't think you can do 1 and 2 into one season though. Could you?
No, not in one season. Probably not in one. You'd
So
probably
that
do it
means
across
like you'd have
2.
to separate it into 1 in one season and 2 in second season. And I don't think there's enough content for you to do a 10-episode story arc in one. You'd have to flesh it out.
But I said you'd have
quite
to
a bit.
flesh it out a little bit with like the book stuff. I said that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I just wonder where like creators or whatever, like Wheel Time. It's like you have the source material from Robert Jordan, but then sometimes I feel like these writers or whatever feel like, oh, I can do this story better than the people who made it.
Well, also you then have to pay the people that made it and wrote that stuff and give them credits, and
So
you don't
sometimes
have
it's
to if
like-
you make your own.
Maybe the writers of Halo TV show thought like, oh, we can make a better Halo show than the creator, the Bungie, the people who wrote Halo, and like they don't really care about what fans think or whatever. It's like we want to make our own thing, and then
And like you
know?
look at the other ones, The Last of Us and Fallout. Like The Last of Us is a pretty close, but not 100% 1-to-1 of a game that was trying to be a movie in many ways.
It's pretty damn close.
Then Fallout is a story told in this universe we know, in a universe where you make your own character anyways. So making characters for the show to be the protagonist is the way Fallout works. Like you couldn't make this is the Fallout 4 protagonist and we're telling his story because it's different for everyone depending on your choices and stuff. So like using the tapestry and telling a story in the Halo universe that follows the books, that follows the games, but doesn't focus on Chief in them, and instead you can create characters around that interact with them all the time while they were doing that stuff, I think would have worked better.
I'm going to be very interested in seeing how the God of War TV show pans out.
Yeah, that one was
I think,
rebooted, right?
I think, yeah, and I think
And Horizon.
the guy who did Battlestar Galactica and For All Mankind is the showrunner, which is a improvement because previously it was the Wheel of Time showrunner. I'm just kind of curious how that's going to look and play out in
God of War
in
is one of those
live
TV
action.
shows that it's going to go one of two ways. I reckon it's either going to be like really, really good or just fucking utter
Is it like,
shit.
are they going to want to recreate God of War and start telling it from the Greek mythology? Like
Surely
first,
you do the
first
Greek
game?
mythology. Surely you do the Greek mythology.
Yeah, because I mean, or would you just have it like, all right, we got Norse mythology and Kratos is already old, and you could flash back to certain things, and
Well, half the time,
or are
it's
we gonna
what
create
sets do
our
we
own
already have?
story? You know,
Maybe,
I
Are we-
prefer they go Greek mythology.
maybe they
because I mean,
they take
he
a lot
said
of the
that he
sets
doesn't know
from the
anything about
Nolan
the
movie.
games. He's never played them, so.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm just saying, like, do you create your own story within the universe with Kratos, or do you
No.
do something else?
No.
He is ultimately the god of war. He took Ares' place. He's a Greek god.
So you tell the story of him taking the place of Ares.
That's what
Probably.
I would do if I was
It's
doing
like
the God of War
season
TV
1.
show. Yes, season 1, and then season 2, go Norse. He's conquered all the gods in season 1. That's fine, and now go Norse
Yeah.
if you want in season
Do a
2.
time skip.
I bet you they'd
The
stretch
Greek
it out
gods-
more because when you build those sets, you need to keep using them for a long time. Otherwise, costs just
Greek
skyrocket.
The Greek gods are also more widely known and recognized than Norse gods.
I'd agree. Although I think the Norse stuff is
Picked up a lot with Marvel.
It's definitely picked up a lot with Marvel.
No, I'm not saying Norse gods are unknown. Hello, Thor. I'm just saying I think over time, Greek gods are probably somewhat more recognized overall than Norse gods. Yes, everyone knows Thor, but how many people go deeper than Thor?
You know,
Where with Greek gods, people know more gods in Greek mythology than they do Norse.
I always wonder with production companies, like who's working on the Odyssey, because you'll have a lot of stuff that would fit, Greek show with that movie when it's done. What do they do with all that stuff? You never know. There's always reasons we don't know on why certain shows go certain places, like why Halo had unbelievably expensive indoor sets built and then COVID hit, and so boy did they use them a lot. Like it's super, super complicated. Like pie in the sky, I would do this, I would do that is cool. But like a big reason why so many things do get delayed is because someone like Walton Goggins is unbelievably hot right now. He's just in a ton of different things, and so getting him at the same time you can get all the other people, getting any of them, like it's super hard to figure out. Like that's why this friggin' Avengers Doomsday, that cast of like probably 65 people by the end of it, holy shit, I cannot imagine how expensive and how hard that scheduling is, because they started posting pictures together. There's like 20 of them together right now. It's millions of dollars just taking a picture.
Will that be the first movie that almost costs $1 billion?
Probably between the two of them, because are they filming them back to back? I don't know. But yeah,
well, if you think about it, RDJ on his own is probably getting 200 million.
Or even if he's not getting that much up front, he's getting a big percentage of the revenue.
I reckon RDJ is getting 200 by himself.
Yeah, I would say he's probably getting 50 up front and then a cut that's going to probably quadruple that.
Like, this will be a movie that costs close to $1 billion, knowing that they're going to make 2 or 3 back.
Hey, and they all sort of need it. RGJ, he hasn't really done much since leaving Marvel, and
he stuck his arm up a dragon's ass.
And the Russos have not really had anything successful either since.
They got a lot of money though.
Yeah, they made a lot of money. So
they didn't make their company a lot of money, but they made a lot of money.
I love.
You never saw Dr. Dolittle, JCTV? At the end of the movie, I'm going to spoil Dr. Dolittle with Robert Downey Jr., but at the end of the movie, to make an upset dragon happy, he sticks his whole arm up its ass and pulls something out of it, and that's the end. Puppy.
Great. Sounds like a great movie.
It was horrible.
Probably worth the paycheck for RDJ.
I think he produced it too, so I don't think it made any money back. I might be wrong.
I can't wait to see him back at Marvel. But Thunderbolts is reportedly very good, so I wouldn't mind
see it tomorrow. Yeah. That one always looked good.
Last question. Were we 4 hours, 4.5 hours in?
5 hours of being live.
We're approaching 5.5. We're approaching 5.5.
Five and a half. Oh.
Sorry, 5. Sorry. PianoBlack. Haven't seen a community question from PianoBlack in a while. Hey guys. Happy May. And remember to call your mothers. Jesse. For once, I was slapping my car's dash in agreement with you last week. Transistor has an all-time great soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
Any chance you guys can email Chris Charla or something and get Transistor and Pyre onto Xbox?
I wish.
And for more outrageously good high-energy chip tunes, check out Super Hexagon. Anyway, my real question for this week is a simple one. Fable or E-Day? I like to think of myself as someone who is into fantasy RPGs, but at the end of the day, it'd be Gears for me. I'm really looking forward to having Marcus and Dom back together and being blown away by whatever the Coalition cooks up visually. Too bad they aren't going to hit 2025 now that GTA moved back.
They're moving because it's their first time. But
I'm Gears E-Day.
I'm E-Day mostly just because I'm reviewing that one and John's doing Fable. So I'm super excited for Fable, but I don't get to review it, so a little less excited. Rand?
Probably more excited to play Fable than Gears E-Day. Really? I've played more Gears in my life than Fable.
It's the bigger comeback for Fable. Yeah.
I'm very interested in what Playground can do. Not to say that I'm not interested in playing Gears E-Day. I totally am.
Like even saying my Gears is like a 9.9 for me and Fable's like a 9.8. Like they're very close.
And Nick's like, can I skip cutscenes? Which one can I skip cutscenes in?
Better.
You better not.
They better let us.
You shouldn't. You should enjoy good stories that elevate good games. Not everything's Marvel Midnight Suns, where you should skip everything every second you can. Many video games have wonderful stories that only make them better. Oh.
I don't know.
Son just came home. Dog is very excited, in case you heard barking.
I've enjoyed plenty of games without having to watch all the movies.
You'd enjoy them more if you weren't such a weirdo.
And that was the last question. That's the end of the show. So thank you to the still 145 that hung around for the almost 5 hours. I said in the tweet, man, that buckle in, Rand's on, so it's going to be a long one.
It's all your fault, though. I
Yeah.
mean,
Again,
you talk.
go
Like
through
when you break
3 hours
when you
is
break
Nick
down
talking.
who talked, it's like 80% Nick, 10%
That is
Rand,
such
10% Jesse.
The first half of the show, I barely spoke for the first half of the show. It was all you guys.
So
Second half,
there was a
yes,
way we could
I
prove that
understand.
when we used to record the show on StreamYard, and it would have an uncompressed WAV file. And so it would, whoever talks more, your WAV file's bigger. I would be 300 megabytes. John would be 600, and Nick would be 1.5 gigs. And yet he would still say it's bullshit.
No.
Like my talking would be about 10% of the show, at most.
First half of this show, I barely spoke. The first half of this show. Barely spoke. I know, I go back and do the timestamps and watch it all again.
Skip through it all
I do
again.
the timestamps. No.
You don't take 5 hours to do the
Anyway.
timestamps.
Thank you to all who hung around and who watched. Thank you very much to Rand for making himself available to us after he does his show the day before.
Mhm. Cutting into my expedition time.
Yeah, I haven't been
Yeah,
able to touch Doom
thanks.
all day.
Thanks again to our patrons who make all of this possible. Where can everyone find you, Rand? What are you doing this week?
I'm playing Expedition 33, and I just finished. What did I finish yesterday? Every Last Fear, which was my like mystery thriller for the month because I kind of jumped genres. So the book I'm starting now is a horror book. Just came out from Chuck Wendig called The Staircase in the Woods. So I'm very interested.
A
in jumping
Wendigo
into that.
writing
So
a
I'll be-
book. Didn't know they could do that.
Chuck Wendig.
Oh.
Wendig, yeah. So I'll be playing Expedition 33, reading this book. You know, follow me at Twitter, RandallThor19, or YouTube.com/
Are you on Blue
RandallThor19.
Sky, Rand?
No, I'm not. I'm barely on Twitter. So
No one should be on anything.
Okay.
thanks for
Jesse.
having me, gentlemen.
No, that's fine. Anytime, mate.
Mhm.
Anytime. You even, how often have you even just jumped in randomly on shows?
A few
Open
times.
invite.
Rand
Got no problem with it.
only.
Yeah. Random. Jesse, what have we got coming this week?
I have a review for Revenge of the Savage Planet coming at some point before its launch on the 8th. On the 9th, I have a review for Doom that I've got to continue playing, and Breedrag's going to make look real pretty again. I asked him, and he said yes. Don't tell John. So you can look forward to some prettiness on the website. I'll have a video up. Outside of that, I have no idea. Headlines on
Hopefully,
Tuesday
we'll
and
have a
Thursday.
code for Capcom Fighting Collection 2 so that I have time to review that before it
I own
comes
that
out.
game on PC. I forgot to tell you that.
What?
Originally from a preview that I never actually even got to do, but I still have it. But I'm still waiting on the review code. But it's only it was only PC. I've got nothing Xbox, so it wouldn't have helped you. I know.
So hopefully I'll have a review for Capcom Fighting Collection 2 coming up at some stage if they send us a code, because I'm looking forward to that game. Other than that, I don't really do any work for XboxEra, so you probably won't see me in any other fashion. I will be playing Fortnite. Hey.
Stream it to our Twitch channel.
Yeah, I want to get a proper camera and everything, and I'll start doing that sort of stuff in my nice, pretty new room. But yes, thanks everyone for stopping by. Thanks to Rand. Thanks, Jesse.
Love you, Rand.
I
Hate you,
guess,
Nick.
I guess John will be back next week. Maybe.
Yeah, but then we'll be gone a lot in the future with traveling for the. He'll be gone at the end of the month and through early June. we're all. Oh no, we'll be there in early June, just from a hotel room
Oh wow.
at Summer Games Fest.
All right. Thanks
Ciao for
everyone
now.
for popping by. We'll see you next week. Ciao for now.
Bye. I'm Rand.
Oh, man, I see. Somehow it always seems that I'm dreaming of something I can never be. It doesn't matter to me, 'cause I will always be that pimp that I see in all of my fantasies. I don't know your fudging name, so what? Let's screwing might be the only way that I can truly be free from my fudged up reality. So I dream and stroke it harder, 'cause it's so fun to see my face staring back at me. I don't know your heckin' name, so what? Let's make love. All day I dream about sex. All day I dream about loving. All day I dream about loving. All day I dream about sex. Yes, all day I dream about sex. And all day I dream about sex. Yes, all day I dream about sex. And all day I dream about sex. Yes, all day I dream about sex. And all day I dream about sex. Yes, all day I dream about sex. All day I dream about sex.